the fallout is what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me,
Put the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's not a few, got no mercy.
look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weather. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
Guess it's gonna burn up. On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show them. We got no crime. We barely 5 as 1, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions, turning, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
Guess it's gonna burn up. On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in life. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in life. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. It's our time to shine high in life. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. that nothing stays the same in time. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve's victory.
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars in light. We don't bow to fear.
Become a real player? How hard did that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But
The moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here, beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
Be the best, yeah, that's what I aim for. Chasing wins, think I'm done. I'm always moving. I'ma push this further than before. Yeah.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
I'm making power moves.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
I'm making power moves. I'm making power
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Who's going to take that spot to the KWC? That's a question that needs answering for today. And again, today, everyone, is the lower bracket finals and the grand finals of the Kings Major East. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Holler. And Holler, how are you doing? Are you excited for today?
Of course I'm excited. It's the knockouts. It's day 2, the final day of the KME. Everything has been brewing for this one moment to see who will be going to the KWC, as well as the second place, who will be going to the last call, which is essentially another trip to the KWC.
That is true. Honestly, today is going to be a lot of wins, a lot of, or rather, one loss and one win that is going to be happening today, especially for the lower bracket finals going into the grand finals. Tomorrow, they're going to be having that last call. And I'm kind of excited on what is going to happen today because, again, all of this is culminating for this prize pool, the $50,000 US dollars prize pool, 10,000 for the champion, 8,500 for second, 7,000 for third. Fourth place is going to get 6,500 and 6,000 for the 5th to 7th place.
Yeah, and of course you want to be top 2, I think, aside from the money, which is great from 7,000 on up, but it's also about those slots, because that's where the big boys are going to be playing. And of course, this is going to be the bracket. We're going to start in the lower brackets. First, it will be R8 Esports going up against Gen.G. The winner of that will move on to Nongshim RedForce, who are waiting in the wings, kind of eyeing them and understanding that, like, hey, what are these guys going to bring at the end of the day?
That is true, especially the story that we're following here. Gen.G Esports almost got the win against Nongshim RedForce from yesterday, and R8 Esports are just on a high up. They're on a big high today, so they have a chance to actually win against their demons again. First they defeated Scars, and now they're going to be facing Gen.G.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those moments where R8 can have the ultimate revenge story. All of these teams, Gen.G, Scars, and Nongshim, have actually put them down into Group A. They had to fight a monumental task of taking out all those teams, but they were the top dogs there. And now they're on the revenge tour. They took out Scars yesterday. They might take out Gen.G and Nongshim because they're both on the plate.
Yeah, that's the best story that we could give you guys, because these guys have been really great so far. Their improvements have been really big, and Nongshim RedForce is holding their ground again. I mean, very definitive, right? Because they are the kings of the Major East so far, and they always have been, just because of the points that they accumulated, the wins that they got, and the only loss that they had was against Scars, and Scars is not here anymore.
Yeah, but also Gen.G gave them a run for their money, right? At the end of the day, I think Nongshim RedForce should be a little afraid, right? They bled. They bled out to Scars. They did lose that series. They just barely got by Gen.G yesterday. And now it seems like a little bit of a vulnerable team. Yes, they're in the grand finals and they should be feeling great about it, but their work is not done.
Yeah, they should be very afraid. Honestly, that's the problems of being at the top, right? Being at the top really gives you a lot of time to just chill, to not be seeing a lot of improvements just because everybody at the bottom is just trying to catch you, but you don't really have a lot of games too, just because they are winning 3-0s every time. But the other teams, they had a lot of practice just because they had a lot more games compared to Nongshim RedForce.
Definitely a lot more games. I mean, you're seeing the rise of R8 Esports. This is a team that has actually taken their L's. They've definitely learned. But let's check out the first team that will be up today in the lower brackets.
Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
R8 Esports coming out of Egypt. This is a squad that has been on the rise. They are to infinity and beyond, literally. But they're going to be represented by Abdo, BX, Zinan, Roichi, and Midjoj. This is a squad that is on the rise. They actually dismantled Scars yesterday, 3-0. Again, a very scary team that's starting to find their stride.
Yeah, they have been really strong. They have been getting a lot of those victories. And being on Group A and being able to have more games compared to the other squads really gave them that growth that they need, and that's the reason why they were able to defeat Scars from yesterday. It's because of those reps. It's because of those experiments that they keep on doing.
Yeah, and they did very well, right? I think that this is a team, again, that has found definitely some draft strategies that have worked very well. They have the Liu Bang, that has been on a tear. They've actually been able to just kind of dismantle teams, taking the strengths away from them and playing R8 Esports ball, and it revolves around BX. This is a guy that's an absolute beast. He has the most kills in KME, and he actually represented yesterday as well. But let's talk about the other team, and of course, it will be Gen.G Esports in this intro here.
Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Gen.G Esports, currently one of the best teams to watch just because they are the game changers. They always find a way to make things entertaining. And even yesterday against Nongshim RedForce, almost getting that win against them, just a bit short in that last game. Getting that 3-2 against them is a big improvement for the squad. So I want to see how they've improved and how they would be facing R8 Esports for today.
Yeah, the biggest thing about Gen.G is the fact that they have the most non-conventional drafts. They like to change things up. They shook up Nongshim RedForce yesterday by throwing out these drafts that, again, they weren't 100% too confident in. But on Game 5, when there was a potential, there was an Ogren Pei, they were looking for that duo, and Nongshim RedForce actually banned out the Pei, and they had to panic a bit, right? They weren't able to kind of respond to that, but again, this is the head-to-head. This is the matchup to watch. It's going to be BX going up against Ray in that jungle. If you're seeing BX, he's got a bunch of kills, 100 more to be exact, but through it all, I mean, Ray, he's a player on his own, but through the support of Rock, they've actually been able to get a bunch of kills.
That is 100 more kills here, Holler. What is that? 100 more kills from BX. But also, it's because Gen.G always loves putting Ray on tanks, right? He's always going to go on those tanks, and always, whenever he is allowed to play the marksman, he's not really going to get a lot of kills. And sometimes he plays the Lian Po, just being that extra roamer for their side. That's the reason why. It's not because he's weak. It's because he's being put onto other roles. That's why that happens.
It sounds like you're saying that Ray is more of a team player and BX isn't. Isn't that correct?
Yes!
Loaded question.
No, I mean, BX is... You know what? Whenever we're talking about R8 Esports, right? We talk about BX. BX is a star player. And it doesn't really mean that he's not a team player. It's just that the team revolves around him. So is that a team player?
No, I mean, it was a completely loaded question. I was trying to see if you failed on that one. But no, you succeeded. It was good. He's definitely playing what he needs, right? And I think that, too, the strength of R8 Esports, it revolves a lot around BX and his play. There's obviously guys like Roichi that have stepped up, Xenon as well. Abdo is making plays left and right. So this is a team that's, again, just finding their groove. But the reason why they got into this top 3 and the reason why they were able to just kind of take down Scars is because of the play of BX. Being able to just always take it so much from the, farm from the gorge and then take over games. That is the typical BX play style.
And also what I love about this is that R8 Esports also steps up. Other members of the team steps up whenever BX is not allowed to carry, right? Roichi, Abdo comes in, even Xenon comes in whenever the team needs them. And that's the reason why we always talk about how strong they are. Because back then, before in ranking week, BX was the star of the show. If he's not going to carry, the team is going to fall down. But right now, even if BX falls down, other members of R8 are going to step up.
Yeah, and just like that, I mean, if we're looking at Gen.G, same sort of idea. I mean, you kind of revolve around Rock, right? This is a guy that has had, the 3rd most kills in the KME. He's definitely on the rise. He's been able to find, kills left and right. But again, everyone else has been kind of supporting him. Whenever Rock gets in a bad position, it's like a 4 protect 1. Everybody's throwing bodies to ensure that Rock survives.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's the same thing that they're doing here. And look at the respect here. Until now, ever since Survival Week, and until now, they still respect that Luna, that Jing from BX. And every time you're going to be facing against them, you want to ban those just because you don't want BX to play well.
Yeah, and BX is, he's known to have more of an assassin-style jungle, and he's going to be very high-flying. He wants to be on the back line. So Gen.G right now, definitely targeting BX. He is the guy. You want to ensure that you protect your team from those sorts of heroes that can just create havoc on those back lines, but R8 going with a more generic ban in the sense of the Mai and the Diadea, both very meta picks.
Goes for that Ogren for that first game. Very interesting here for the side of Gen.G. You're really bringing out the big guns for their first game and not, or maybe this is also a flex pick on their side because they usually flex this Ogren onto the farm lane, which is something that we still expect here from the side of Gen.G. But will R8 go for the Dharma because Abdo could use the Dharma on their first game?
Yeah, actually, that's like the R8 special, right? I mean, they will first pick it, and they will always try to kind of prioritize Abdo to start things off, but it looks like they're going to go a different route. Gen.G, Sakir, I love this combination. A great bottom lane. You have so much sustain. You have a lot of utility, even from Gen.G. You have the Mulberry power to kind of stack those stuns. You have a big power, a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, one thing that I love about this combination, though, is their early game. Their early game is very strong. Mulberry power could get you to half HP if it gets a hit on you, which is why it's really scary. And most farm lane duo is not going to be winning against them because they're very oppressive. But here on Gen.G, going in for that Mai Yin just for them to have that lockdown, and Yixing they do want to have a lot of lockdowns, and that's why they're going for this.
Yeah, and I mean, just more, again, trying to put their best foot forward. Yixing with that control, a little bit of a counter in a way, a quote-unquote soft counter to the Ogren. I mean, obviously, you can kind of play around with him when he's trying to path of passing away from you. So you have that control, right? But locking it down for yourself, a very smart play, especially since Inua, this is one of probably his top 3 heroes. He's very comfortable on it.
Yeah, and yesterday, it was banned a lot of times by Nongshim RedForce because they don't want to see that Yixing from Inua. And looking at it, R8 Esports just want to fight fire with fire. Abdo going in for that Byron just so he doesn't get bullied on that lane against Wawa, which is also a good start. But for the side right here of R8, they are really looking to shut down what they're thinking here. I think they should find a way to shut down that Ogren composition that they do in Gen.G, and where they draft the Hanshin. Just so this is something that they can do here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the opening for Gen.G, the pay is potentially there, and you have, the Han Shin that can potentially go, right? You have a lot of options with this. The thing about R8's draft is that you have the Storm Strike from Byron, you have the Mulberry Power from Sakir. So if you're like going up against like a death ball, you're going to be fine. But going up against somebody who wants to split push and just kind of pick people off from afar, you might not have the greatest of successes there.
Yeah, if this was Nongshim, I think R8 could go for the Agudo. I think that's the best pick here against the side of Gen.G, just for them to win against the World is My Board from the Yixing, and against the Ogren. That's the only way to counter the Ogren. That's one of the ways to counter the Ogren. But I like what R8 is doing. They're taking down the Lubang. They're taking down the Leon Po, because those are the duos that you expect whenever an Ogren comes out in Gen.G's draft, because they go for those very crazy compositions. So they're forcing them to, they're clipping their wings basically. So they're forcing them to a standard composition on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, I think that Gen.G's lineup thus far, I mean, game one, you probably want to go more standard. We talked about it a little bit earlier about how they go non-conventional, but now's the time to not really just like, you know, change things up completely. You want to kind of start off strong just by picking meta heroes, ensure that you have a strong game one. But okay, let me talk a little bit about the R8 Esports. You were talking about Agudo. Don't get me wrong, I think it is definitely a bit of a play in terms of a counter to the Ogren, but they're kind of lacking damage. And so it looks like they're going to go a different route with the Ganonmo definitely providing that.
Oh yeah, Ganonmo is going to be perfect here. They just need somebody to have that extra tankiness for the side of R8. I think that's what they need here in this composition. But Gen.G, what are they gonna go? I think Rock could go just standard here. Just go for the marksman. Maybe just pick up a Lung. Yeah, there you go. They're gonna be picking up the Lung just for them to have this extra damage on their side. Trying to play it standard for the first game. Let Ray shine this game. That could work.
Yeah, for sure. And I like how Gen.G right now are kind of like they're picking a conventional draft, which might be throwing off R8. They're like, wait, what's going on? This is such a standard draft. What do we do? This is not something that we expected.
Yeah, this is something that also throws us off whenever they don't do something crazy with their draft. This is very standard. We see this on other teams. Even Nongshim RedForce goes for this draft. One thing that I'm very concerned of with Gen.G's comp is that they're lacking damage. Lung does have damage, but he's the only damage source here in their composition.
I mean, but you have the Ogren. You can never say that you're really lacking damage when you have an Ogren at the end of the day. But again, a lot of this is just like kind of controlling, ensuring that they have that space, and then you have that utility to protect these two. I think that the Lung is definitely going to pop off. I expect Rock to be on that one, just controlling.
And I like that R8 is also going this direction. Just go for something that could really stand that Ogren whenever they're fighting, which is good. I think this the Dune onto BX is a good start here for them. Just going with what we said a while ago. They're really not depending on BX at this point. They're trying to find a way to make the others shine, like Richi and Xenon with this Gen.G and the Ganonmo picks.
Yeah, I think the R8 Esports, it's like, hey, how many AoE stuns do you want? And they're like, yes.
Yes.
I mean, because they've taken almost everything with the Dune, you win / secure molecular power, you have the Storm Strike off fire, you have so many different options. But the problem with that is that it's predictable, right? As Gen.G, you got to understand what could potentially happen. When those team fights are there, you need to ensure that you're spread out from the rest of the teammates so that you don't just get wombo comboed.
Okay, interesting. I think Ray is the one picking up the Long, and Rock is the one playing the Ogren. Okay, interesting.
Okay.
I wasn't really expecting that, because I thought ever since we started KME, whenever it's a tank, it's gonna be Ray playing it, not Rock.
Yeah. I mean, usually that's how it's been, but I think that in this case, again, Rock wants to be a little bit more standard. I think that he's going to be just like farming across the map. Again, it's like a 4 protect 1 type of style they have on the team. Rock will be everywhere on this Ogren. Think of it like Haku in Nongshim RedForce, where they funnel everything to him.
Yeah, I think that's the idea here. That's the reason why they're going to go for it. Get him to level 15 as fast as they could. That's what Haku did yesterday. Get to level 15 as fast as they could, then just dominate the game from there. I mean, once he gets to level 8, level 9, that is when he's going to be starting to find those battles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's super important. I mean, going into game one, this is the one where you kind of want to put your best foot forward. You want to put a stamp on this series, right? Just putting a little bit of pressure on the enemy team by taking game one, it kind of shakes them up, right? It can kind of get that momentum build going. So again, I think that this is a great draft by Gen.G. I want to see how Rock does on this Ogren, though.
Yeah, I want to see too, because I think this is the first time that it is the first time that we've seen Rock be the one to play the Ogren. So, you know what? They're doing a lot of insane things here for Gen.G. First time in the lower bracket finals. That is still a Gen.G thing to do.
Yeah. They're always going to have that curveball, kind of just changing things up a little bit. I think that this is going to be super important, right? Because again, it's going to be a long day, and you're kind of, not only are you showing this against R8 Esports, but you're also potentially being like, hey, Nongshim, see what we're doing? You know, also Rock is going to be playing the Ogren. Are you prepared for that as well?
Yeah, and also with this, right? Yesterday they played the Schwan, so that is something that we probably should put also in our notes that they could pull out somewhere here if this reaches game 5. So that is a possibility that Gen.G will also pick up. But for now, I think I think we're in a technical pause. That's why our players are still waiting.
Still loading up. You know how it is. I mean, just getting warmed up, ensuring that their fingers are ready to go. I mean, these guys are going to be there. Look at him just, just stretching it out at
New
this point.
hairstyle, though, for BX.
Yeah. It's kind of throwing me off a little bit, right?
Me too. I thought, who's that guy? Oh, that's BX. He has a new hairstyle today. I think he's going to be celebrating early today if ever they win. That's why he had his haircut. So after that, the celebration would look really pretty for him.
Yeah, it's all about the photo op in the end. He's thinking about the when he puts up the trophy, what color hair do I want? What do I need to do to make myself look the best?
He's thinking far ahead, man.
No, you got to manifest it, right? You got to just think about what you're going to do, and you're going to be like, how are you going to hold the trophy? You got to think about these things, right? As a future champion, you got to be there. You got to manifest these things, man.
That's true. I think that's exactly what they're doing here for their side. Now, for these guys with their picks for now, I'm kind of excited on what they will pull up. I mean, this is a very standard composition from both of them, so there's not really a lot of different things probably that we're not gonna see, but this time around, these players are still for the game to start.
Yeah. And I mean, looking at the drafts here, I mean, yes, you have Ray on the Loom, and he does have his get out of jail free card, but you also have, Clue on the Yuan with the Unending Sorrow to potentially get on out. But the stuns need to be on point. You have 3 of them on the R8 Esports side in the Mulberry Power, the Storm Strike, as well as the Wind Slash. So being able to just lock them down, making sure that they don't get away, like the Infinite Fastness, you got to be so on point.
Yeah, they have to be careful here with what they're going to be doing, especially on how they're going to be approaching most of the fights. What I'm expecting is, again, what a Nongshim RedForce does with Haku is that the mid lane is just going to be going to the bot side just for the Rock to be farming all those XP for himself. And now I think we're going to be starting in a bit. And again, this is Gen.G versus R8, everyone. This is the lower bracket finals, and we're excited to see who's going to move forward.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to the Inua Yixing, right? He doesn't really need the farm. He's got so much utility. His kit is amazing, and he just needs to lock people down. He doesn't need farm. Of course, it would be nice if he had it. But again, it's all about Rock and Ray just ensuring that they have those farms to carry them to glory.
Yeah, and what I like about this, though, is how they're going to be approaching this game. Like, for the side of R8, it's going to be way different because you want Xenon to get those farms. But again, we would love to think the Esports World Cup, the thrilling season of the major leagues, is made possible with the support of PWC, helping bring top-tier competitions to fans worldwide.
Yeah, and it's all about kind of ensuring that Inua is able to kind of just, just enough with the control, the taking liberties, just putting people in their place, ensuring that, again, those World is My Boards is really setting it up. But setting it up for our players, of course, it's going to be the Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, you will definitely feel the difference in this series because this is going to be all it takes for all the players here. They are going to be taken out of the competition if they lose this, so they have to win this best of 5.
Yeah, for sure. And I like the fact that with the Realme 14 5G, the phone says you don't actually feel any heat. It doesn't get hot. But these guys, on the other hand, there's got to be a lot of pressure. They're going to be feeling heat, but it's not coming from their phones.
They're going to be sweating for sure, even though it's air-conditioned there, because this is going to be a crazy game right now for R8 and Gen.G. Pretty much excited on what they're going to be bringing for us. And with these compositions, this is something that you expect, right? You expect these types of standard compositions, especially for Game 1, because they're setting the pace of the whole series.
Yeah, it's got to be huge, right? Just setting things up here. I think that, again, Gen.G side, you're going to funnel everything into Rock, let the man farm on the Ogryn. On the other hand, you're kind of looking to do the same thing with BX, trying to get him as much farm as possible. I don't think Dune is like an equal tiering as an Ogryn would be, which is like S tier, right? But Dune is going to do his best to kind of ensure that they, have that farm so that when those team fights are happening, he's going to be the man in the middle.
Yeah, one thing good about the Dune, though, is he's going to be building Blazing Cape. That's the only reason why they pick up Dune here, just so they could lessen Ogryn's healing just by him being in front. It's just going to be the wall here for the side of R8, because most of their damage is going to be coming from Xenon, going to be coming from Ruichi, so that's why they need somebody in the middle of the fights.
Yeah, somebody has to be that starter. Somebody has to be able to just tank some of the damage, especially when they're going to go in. You need that frontliner, that bully, so to speak. I think that BX will be fine. Then you have Abdo as like the counter initiation. I think that that's going to be very helpful. That one is going to be key.
It all comes down to how Abdo and Wawa are going to be playing the backline here because, Xenon though.
Oh, they've got the couple blades. The Unending Sorrow just used instantly. Xenon with not the greatest blades and is only able to clip Ray at the end of the day.
Yeah, Ray got to half HP. At least they were able to get the heal up on them. Taking liberties.
Yeah, trying to steal for this one. Inua just being cheeky at the end of the day. Nothing to kind of, I mean, you want to be aggressive. You want to put a little bit of your presence felt on the map, so to speak. So it's going to be huge for Inua to ensure that he's kind of, again, making the R8 a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, what I like about this matchup onto the top side, though, is having a Mayin together with the Ogren. This is such a great standard duo for them, just so they could find a way to bully those junglers on the other side, because they have a lot of damage in the early game, and that's why most of the time BX is going to get bullied here. Rock is just going to be stealing some camps from him, and having a Mayin together with you, she can follow you with the speed that you have.
Yeah, I mean, BX needs to be like very precise with his movements, ensuring that he takes as much farm as possible. You do not want to be giving Rock any sort of space to get that extra farm. He's going to be getting a ton from that mid lane, but anything added on, it looks like the Unruly Blade back. BX will get on out. Rock is on the chase, but really no real pursuit here.
Yeah, Inua forced to flash away already. Doesn't have a flash for this next battle. Remember, 3 seconds on their Tyrant, so he doesn't have a flash. He still has the World is My board, but they're starting today.
Yeah, they're going to look to start this Tyrant, taking a little bit of damage. BX is going to be there. Clue's in a bad spot, needs to be careful. He's going to regroup with the rest of the squad behind the Tyrant's face. It's going to be the World is My board. It's going to be set up. They go right in, but no, the steal. Rock just too fast. BX is at half-life. He has the wind slash. He's going to continue to go. It looks like he's going to be killed, and it looks like Rock gets first blood. The infinite fastness on back. Rock also, Ray will survive at a sliver of life. The flash away by Majoj, but the tower shot not killing Wawa.
2 kills for their side. They even got the Tyrant on their side, so Gen.G was able to get the win there against R8, and they're taking a lot of punishments here from the side of R8, so this is not a good loss.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great turn of events for Gen.G, just completely turning things around. And again, it's kind of on the back of Rock. You're seeing why this guy is so good. Not only did he get the smite kill on the Tyrants, but he also ended up getting first blood on BX. That is a huge turn of, like, a great start for him.
Yeah, and you don't want the Ogren getting a lot of these resources. Board.
The World is My board. He's been caught in. Majoj is stuck in prison, but the taking liberties, do they have the damage? Majoj riding the wind, gets to the brush. He gets himself on out of there. He's been pulled back. Roichi trying to keep him alive. The Flaming Palm into this one, but through it all, I think the Sprite's just barely keeping Roichi alive, but also on the side, BX did threaten Wawa.
Great timing in that Mulberry Power. He could have died there. What great timing in that kill from Majoj. Could have been a kill on both of them, but Wawa still waiting here.
Yeah, just he wants to go in for this one. He's going to go deep. He goes, gets serious, and he finds him again, gets that the double, and that's going to be perfect for them. They get 2 kills, and RA can do his watch.
Wow, that's wow for Wawa, and that was a great start off for this guy because they were able to get 2 kills on the bot side. Just the patience. Patience is a virtue, as they said.
Yeah, I don't have any of that, but the infinite vastness, Ray will stay alive, and this is why I don't get 2 kills. You know, all the missed opportunities, the missed conversions is because I don't have that patience. But again, just waiting in the wings, just waiting for that moment. And again, R8s were kind of like, okay, they've disengaged. I had that space, but Wawa was like, no, I'm going in.
Yeah, and you remember that from yesterday, right? Wawa is that patient. He waits on every brush that he can just for him to find those kills. And it works right now.
Yeah, the Unending Sorrow just going to be dodged out by that Unending Sorrow. But Rock taking a lot of damage. The Conductor of Souls, he needs to survive this. They have the World is My board, but Rock is looking to go down. They've already got an Abdo, but through it all, they did get Rock. That's going to be a huge win. But Roichi's down for the count as well as BX. Now Majoj on the run, trying to get away from Wawa. He's going to be chased, and he's going in and out. Wawa will eventually let him go.
Still a 3-for-1, still a win for Gen.G. They were able to start off that fight with just a great World is My board from Inua, and that set things up, setting the tone here on this series. It's looking like Gen.G has a big grasp of this game.
Yeah, very good start for them. Just getting those kills and then converting that into the mid T1, 7 minutes in. That's great start for them. R8 Esports need to find a way to kind of, I mean, yeah, they did deal and they vanquished Rock one time, but sacrificing 3 members for it, not the greatest trade.
Oh yeah, that is true. I mean, they weren't able to punish anything too with the kill that they had because remember, they lost 3 members while that's happening. And with the T1 down on the mid lane, or rather, 2 towers down onto the side of R8, this is still a good win for Gen.G, and they're looking for more. 40 seconds on that Tyrant, and that is where the next fight is going to happen.
Yeah, and let's talk about Inua. Just setting things up. Those taking liberties have been so annoying. The repositioning, it has been difficult for R8 to kind of counter. They've kind of been caught out because of that, and the control with those boards have just dictated when the team fights are happening.
Yeah, the board has been great. It's just isolating some members here of R8, and especially with the fights that they take. Look at this.
Oh, it looks like Rock wants to go in for this, wants to contest, but through it all, I think Roichi will actually pick that one up. A red buff, and again, everything contested at this stage. It's 8 minutes in, and R8 are starting to feel that pressure.
Oh, and you can see that Gen.G is trying to take over the map, just putting the pressure on every part of the map so that R8 wouldn't be walking onto their brush. They always have to look at their backs every time they're going in their own jungle. And right now, Tyrant is just going to be given by R8 because remember, they don't really have any space here in the bot side of the map.
And look at that. They take the Tyrant, they make a beeline for the rest of the enemy jungle. Now they want to take this Azure Golem. But Rock actually has a 2-level difference over BX. He has been outclassing him. I mean, BX Dune is a sight to behold, but when you're going up against Rock's Ogren, you're going to struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, especially that they won't be able to even get inside their own jungle. Right now, they're looking at the T2 in the mid lane, but Xenon has other plans.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to siege the mid T2. Not really much R8 can do. They have to just kind of watch. Yeah, you have a couple blades, but through it all, I mean, yeah, you've lost that already.
I'm really surprised about the damage that Xenon is dealing. Did he build... Oh, that's why! He just has a Staff of Reverberation right now. That's why he wasn't dealing any damage and wasn't able to clear that wave. I think first item is Venomous Staff, which is why he doesn't have a lot.
I mean, they really need him to get his farm, right? He needs those items to kind of keep them away. Right now, Gen.G have been dictating everything. They're putting the pressure on, and R8 have been on the defensive from minute 1.
Yeah, Baba has a prime position here if ever they fight. They think he's going to get Xenon.
Yeah, but those couple blades will look to go. He's been spotted out. Rock will make an appearance as well. The path of passing over the wall. It looks like they've already taken the red buff. Ray will secure that one, and now R8 left wanting yet again.
He wasn't able to whatever two on the wall. That's the reason why he wasn't able to pass through. Could have been a kill to Xenon.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, like if he was able to get it, it would have been amazing. Unfortunately, not the case at this point. R8 really haven't been able to find that perfect initiation. Gen.G have kind of been dictating the pace of this game when the team fights are happening, especially on the back of Inua's Worlds is my board.
Yeah, look at what could happen here. I think they need a really good fight on the side of R8. Once they get the Savants right. Oh, Mijoj.
Oh, Mijoj, he went right the wind. He went the wrong way. He actually went into the heart of the enemy team. Not where you want to be. The taking liberties is going to be a little off the mark. The world is my board, catching out BX, but it's at the tip of this one. Nobody really wants to go in. Those freshly forged blades are doing some work. They pushed back, but they want the T3, and they will make a retreat at this point. Maybe get BX on his way out. No, Rock just flirting with danger at this point.
T3 down onto the mid lane. That's a big win here for the side of Gen.G. 7k gold lead at this point, and they are just taking reins against R8. I'm really surprised that R8 hasn't been finding any opportunities to get in there. It looks like they're afraid of Gen.G.
I mean, look, when you've lost the T3 and you're like, okay, we got to get something out of this, especially since Wawa was so low, there was a potential. Like, they were trying to chase after them, but Gen.G are just too smart, understanding, hey, we got the T3, we don't need to be here. Let's just get on out of here, make sure that everybody's safe, and fight for another day.
Yeah, it might be a bit too late if ever they start right now, because 8k gold lead is a very big lead, and looking at Rocky already has the Blood Rage, so it will be way harder to kill him.
Yeah, they're looking to go. They find Xenon. The Conductor of Souls is going to be used on him. They have the Execute. They actually take down Xenon. They're going to dive the top T2. They need to be careful. Wawa's going to be there, but Rock gets the double, make it a triple as he makes his way into the mid lane. BX now needs to survive with Abdo. He wind slashes back over the wall. It looks like he wants to just heal up for this one last potential push.
Yeah, they have no wave clear. This is going to be bad. They have to clear this wave.
They have to clear it, but I don't know if they have the chance. Abdo looking to go for the Hail Mary play. He's going to be killed. BX is going to just try to fight him versus the world. He's been stun locked and he's been controlled. And Gen.G now, they do get the ace, but they don't have the minions, so they can't finish the game at this moment.
Yeah, Xenon's going to be up. Yes, they have the wave clear here, so this is still going to... They have to be careful how they start this.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to end the game at this point. With that Death Christmas, they had the execute, they pad the KDA, but they get the game number 1, and that's the one that they wanted. Gen.G with game number 1.
What a fast game for Gen.G. Looking at it with what they did here on the start of the game, that is exactly like the Nongshim playstyle that they did. They just copied it, and Gen.G was able to master it on their own, and it was a great showing. Especially, it's the first time that we've seen Rock playing that Ogryn, because he always goes for Assassins, and it's the first time he played the Ogryn, but they really mastered it, embodied it, and Rock was able to carry the game.
Yeah, I mean, just really well played there. I mean, this is do or die today, right? Like, you lose, you're out of this. If you get 3rd place, I'm sorry, but it's kind of the worst position to be in of the 3 teams here. You definitely want to be top 2 more than anything else. So everything is on the line. Rock right now is just like, guys, I got this. Let me get on the Ogryn. My farming patterns are insane. I will carry this game.
That's true. Great carry with what I've seen there. What a great game for them. And also, they were playing around Rock, and that's what you want to do whenever you have an Ogryn on your team. Let the Ogryn carry the mid game to the late game. Let him get the item so that in the mid game, he can get the snowball and maybe take you to that win. And that's what they did. But what I've seen here from R8, I think they're kind of afraid. They're kind of phased. I'm surprised that they're like this right now, because yesterday they looked very different.
Yeah, I mean, look, it kind of got shaken up a little bit. To be honest, if I'm looking at the R8 Esports lineup, I'm just thinking, like, this Dune is going to really struggle against the Ogryn. It is not a great matchup. We've seen the fall of Dune, so to speak. It is definitely not as good as it was in, like, Season 3 and previous tournaments. So it's kind of been, like, not your best foot forward, dare I say, in Game 1.
Yeah, it's going to be really scary here. I mean, for them to lose that first game. But remember, Nongshim RedForce also lost that first game against Gen.G. So Gen.G has been very great at this first games. They have always surprised the enemy team. But this time, they were not playing the caveman draft, and they were able to make it work for game number 1. But let's take a look at the items again. I was curious about what Xenon's first item is. And yeah, there you go. I was looking at that. I was surprised about there was no damage. When he hit the Copal Blades, there was like 0 damage, and I was surprised about it, but it's because of that Venomous Staff for his first item.
Yeah, tough. I mean, they just kind of were pushed back. Gen.G just completely controlled the early game, and were able to kind of dictate, the pace of the game and just controlling the map. It was very difficult for Xenon to get going. He still had the most damage on his team with 73,000, so he's still contributing. But again, if he had those items much earlier, they would have had a much better chance of kind of repelling this assault from Gen.G.
Yeah, he was hitting all of the shots perfectly here, but with that, we could have seen them trying to fight back, but right now, Gen.G was just overwhelming. But R8, they still have a chance here. They're still not bringing their best foot forward, and I do think that they have a chance for game 2.
Yeah, for sure. They'll bounce back. I think that that's the biggest thing. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a best of 5, right? And I think that even if you're looking at that draft and you inspect it, like matchup-wise, I think that they were like definitely not the top tier going up against this Gen.G lineup. They know. So I expect them to bounce back in game 2 and equalize this series here.
Yeah, I would want to see something else here for the team. I think with what they did yesterday against Scars, that's the form that I want to see. But the MVP first, Rock, again, getting the MVP here for Gen.G. 8-1-4 with 25% of the damage dealt, and a lot was done by Rock this game.
Yeah, and I think that we'll be seeing a little bit more of Rock today. I think that is not going to be the end of that infographic. Because, I mean, again, look at the highlights here. He was completely setting it up. He was invasive. He was taking over the enemy jungle, just catching people off guard when he needed to, and just turn things around. He was all the way up in front. Look, they have 5 members. Conductor of Soul turns it around with that board, completely on point, but he does die. But this turns into a great trade. I think they get 3 at the end of this one. So, again, sacrificing his life, understanding when he needs to trade his life.
Yeah, just looking at the highlights, you can always see that Rock is always like 2 or 3 levels ahead against BX. That just means a lot. That just means that Gen.G was just playing their jungle. And they were playing pretty well, that Rock was able to get a lot of their resources here in this game. And it really worked out for the team here. And BX really just had a hard time.
A hard chance. I mean, when you're fighting 1 versus 5, it's a super hard time, but really no chance in this case. R8 Esports doing what they could with the draft that they had. I think they will bounce back. I think that this was more of a draft issue, and again, just Gen.G really sticking it to them with this very well-balanced meta lineup.
Yeah, what a great pickup there by side of Gen.G. It was a great game. 1-0, another win to the board here for Gen.G, and this is something good that we have to see here for Gen.G. Not just R8, everybody's upgrading for the team, but before that, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. We made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are on the same series. It's Gen.G versus R8 Esports. We're going to go to game 2. We're still going to be shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Holler. And Holler, how did you feel about that game number 1?
Actually, I'm a little disappointed. Let me start with that. Because of the fact that Gen.G Esports, I just want the non-conventional. I want caveman drafts. I want the Avengers lineup. I want all of the crazy things that they have. I want to see all the rabbits that they pull out of their hats. And this one was a very standard draft. And I mean, I kind of want to move on from that.
It's just funny that they won with the standard draft, right? I think it could work out for their series because yesterday, I remember the only 2 games that they won, they were using the caveman draft. It works against Nongshim, but here, at least the standard draft against R8 Esports is still working.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think that this is the perfect time, right? You're up 1 game to nothing at this point. And also the caveman draft picks heroes that you know, it doesn't have a farm laner. So you might be able to save that farm laner later down in the series. So it could be very key for them to kind of just think about this long term.
Yeah, that is good advantage, though. At least for the long term, yeah, that's a good idea, though. I mean, having those drafts in game 2, game number 3, at least in game 4 and game 5, you're not going to be losing those amounts of farm laners because we don't really have a lot that we see. That's why most of the time, it's always important to secure that farm laner.
It's going to be super key for them, right? And I think that that's the brilliance of this Gen.G lineup. It's not only the fact that, like, you don't have to play standard every single time, and then you're kind of, like, running out of farm laners or junglers at the end of the game, at the end of the series, excuse me. And these things are long. The best of 5. You got to go deep into the hero pool, and being able to kind of have that crazy draft that, again, the other team needs to counter, not only in terms of draft, but also play style. It's just, like, something that can really get in their heads.
Yeah, that's something that Gen.G has always been doing, right? Even during ranking week, they surprise people with these drafts and they don't really know what to do. But here, I think a lot of the teams already done their research, and that's why Gen.G is trying to shake things up. Oh, we're not going to do the K-Band draft. We're going to do something different again. And that's why it's always fun to see Gen.G Esports. The game changes, as they say, they are actually game changers.
for sure. And I mean, the biggest thing about this is just kind of shaking things up. Again, you've put a lot of tape out there. People have seen some of the drafts that you've shown, and sometimes they got countered, like in the series yesterday with Nongshim, with like that pay pick. They expected that. They saw that coming a mile away. And these are the moments where it's like, okay, you need to have a strategy in mind. Yes, it might be deep, but these teams are scouting you out. You need to figure out how to bypass some of these bans.
Yeah, especially when they banned the Lubang, I was like, whoa, okay, so they know what they're gonna do here next, which is very smart. That's something that teams really need to do. Something that they do at the back of their the back rooms. They do it in the back rooms. They do it on their own, which is why we do expect them to do their homework, and they did. They did their homework against Gen.G.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where it kind of starts, the global ban and pick. Of course, if you picked the hero already, you cannot pick the hero again. So these are the ones that we saw. You saw that Gen.G had that lineup. Very standard draft. I mean, you have an Ogren, Loong, Yuan, Yixing. Like, these are top heroes in the KME. They've been very highly sought after. So seeing that Gen.G kind of stick it to them with that kind of draft, I mean, it catches people off guard because you don't expect a standard draft from Gen.G.
Yeah, they really surprised them, and that's what I like here. R8 Esports are kind of thinking, should we go for the same draft? Should we give BX the tanks? I think no. I think you should give BX assassins. He shines the most on those types of playstyles, and he will find a way to carry you on your games. And that is their formula from yesterday, and it could work against Gen.G.
Yeah, and I mean, it's coming back to like BX, right? This is a guy, again, like the Jing and the Luna were both banned against him in that last game, so he was kind of more limited. But again, the Dune pick, I mean, it's a subpar hero in this stage in terms of the meta. It is not as good as it used to be, but at the same time, it doesn't really suit BX's playstyle. He wants to be, again, in that back line, but it's tough to do, especially with how Gen.G were looking to draft that one. And again, I think that we'll see a little bit of a bounce back in game 2 here.
Oh, yeah. And here R8 Esports now on the blue side against Gen.G on the red side. R8 really looking to shut down all those roamer picks for Clue so that they won't really have a lot of choices. I do think Gen.G will still ban out those assassins. Luna and Jing will not see the light of day in this series.
So it's interesting because R8 Esports has that first pick. And you kind of need to be prepared for like the meta, like the Mai right there, which is exactly what Gen.G is trying to limit, right? You got to be careful with those kinds of picks. From the more of the Gen.G side, you got to be kind of thinking about the meta bans more than target heroes at this stage.
Oh yeah, I think R8 is really looking for that idea from Gen.G. If they're going to be doing standard, we're probably expecting the D-Renjie to the Sakir, so that's why they banned the Sakir first. But Gen.G still looking at the same picks here. Are they going to let the Jing out and find a way to counter it? That's also possible. They can do that. They did their assignments, so it could be something that they could let out just for them to try and take down.
Yeah, and you could see R8 Esports. Yeah, R8 Esports are like, okay, this Sakir and Byron were so bad last game, we're gonna ban it this game. No, just jokes, just jokes. I mean, obviously they have a lot of play. Their win rates have been decent. I mean, Byron not as much, but you have that combination, and they don't want to deal with these types of like team fight AOE stuns. But R8 Esports, again, stick to the tried and true. This is all out. You know that they're serious when they pick the Dharma for Abdo.
Yeah, this is going to be the start. This is going to be when they will start to do those combos. For now, Gen.G should find a way to counter it. I think if Marco Polo gets picked, a Yarya could also come out here for the team just for them to have that easy farm lane setup. We haven't seen this since Ranking Week was the last one, I think. Oh, never mind. We've seen it during Survival Week, but it didn't win. Ranking Week, it won a lot.
So the reason why it didn't win in the survival week was that it was picked early, right? I always like Marco Polo Yarya in the second phase. Again, it's a little bit more difficult, especially when they start targeting with those bans. But you're showing your cards a bit, which kind of worries me here. But Dash, a little bit of a reaction there by these two picks. Go.
Okay, Jing and Yixing. Okay, this is such a combo that is an R8 combo. The Dharma, the Jing, the Yixing. These are the combos that you expect there. They have a lot of setups. It might be hard because the World is My Board needs to head in order for the Jing and the Dharma to do their thing. But it's done a lot of times by R8, but now if it's against Gen.G, I want to see if they will be able to pull it off.
Yeah, it might not be. I mean, look, I think that BX will always be that high-flying assassin on this Jing, right? I think that he's going to be able to get to that back line. Ray or whoever ends up playing the Marco Polo needs to be careful about, his positioning. He needs to stay in the back, stay alive. Gen.G are looking to be like, okay, we're going to go with the Dian Wei. We're going to be a little bit tanky, kind of similar to the Ogren in terms of playstyle, wants to be farming and ensure that he has that kind of durability when that mid-game team fights start.
I love that they're kind of ready about this draft, and Gen.G has been drafting defensively, having the Dian Wei so that he doesn't get killed easily by the Jing if he gets dropped on, and the Yarya to the Marco Polo just so they would be able to run away if need be. But I hope it actually works out here, because we have seen this from the side of Gen.G that didn't win. The game that they didn't win was against Nongshim, so understandable. But against R8 Esports, this is this might be really hard, but it's still possible.
Yeah, to be honest, it's looking tough for me. I mean, if you're gonna like Marco Polo Fever Barrage into them, R8 that is, then you have the world is my board. You lock them up. You set up the bear trap, and they just walk right in. So the potential, it's a nice counter pick here by R8 Esports.
Yeah, one thing that I like is that they're banning a lot of the clash laners that could really stop them from just being the early game menace that they have on the side of R8. At level 4, you do expect them to find the play on the side of R8, so they don't want the Guan Yu, the Sun Tzu to get there on the lanes that they're trying to gank. But the Charlotte for Gen.G, you're not a fan of this, I know, but in this game alone, I'm not a fan of it too.
Yeah, look, again, I mean, I'm very underwhelmed by the Charlotte's kit. At times that you're kind of not picking your best heroes, especially going up against, like the Dharma Abdo, which is like, again, one of his top heroes. You're just looking to kind of not lose the lane as much and just kind of survive. But it's going to be interesting seeing how they want to play this one towards that mid game. Because again, the Charlotte will be able to make some plays and be able to just potentially bounce off or get to the back line.
Yeah, I really love how they're picking up a lot of very good heroes here in R8. This is a very risky game too. If they lose this, they lose a lot of the heroes that they have here from the side of R8, so they need to win this for sure. Because R8, look at what they're drafting. They're drafting heroes that are not meta. They're drafting heroes that you don't want to pick on the next game. They're sure that they can lose. It's okay for them to lose this game because they're drafting not really meta ones.
Yeah. And I think that this is kind of like, again, not horse trading, but definitely not looking like they're looking to save some of those heroes for later, right? And I think that this is a pretty good draft in terms of doing this. But let's look at the other side from R8 Esports. This is definitely, they're definitely meta heroes, but if you're looking at this one, there's a lot of glass cannons. If they get jumped on by the Dian Wei, he's able to survive that onslaught and just get to the back lines. R8 will really struggle.
Yeah, they're going to be having a hard time here, if ever, especially if the Marco Polo would be able to find a way to just snowball this game out of control, which usually happens in your ranked games in Grandmaster Plus, but this is a different story. Here in this game, in this Marco Polo, Rock, he's the one using it, so I do expect that he would be able to do it.
I have high expectations for this one. It's not the greatest matchup, the Marco Polo going up against the Arlie, but then you have the Rock factor, and you're like, okay, it swings a little bit 50-50 in my eyes.
Yeah, and most of the time, I don't really favor Marco Polo because he doesn't really have good laning. But if it has a Yarya, it could actually work out here for their team. But again, it all comes down to how R8 is going to be using this combo in their favor, because with the Yarya on the other side, Dharma Abdo has one less target.
Yeah. I mean, if he's able to kind of just be able to get in that one, I mean, the potential is there. Like, looking at this draft, I would be like, okay, the R8 one, definitely I would favor, but they're very squishy. They have to have that perfect positioning. When the initiations are happening, those cannon blasts need to be on point. The truce need to ensure that he gets multi-man. And then BX, let the man work, because that backline is looking very squishy from Gen.G.
Yeah, and also we always talk about whenever we have a Dharma on the team, you always need somebody to frontline for him just so he can set up perfectly, which is what they don't have on the side of R8. So it will be a challenge here for Abdo. But Gen.G also has a very mobile composition, except for the She, because she doesn't really have any movement. And it's the first time I'm seeing Inoue pick She. So, okay, another first time for Gen.G.
Yeah, this will be interesting here, and I love the fact that Inua's got the Ana skin, very nice, very frozen in that sense. But again, I think that this is one where we'll see how Gen.G respond. I think that game 2, again, this draft is not their top tier heroes, but it's an interesting draft. It's going to come really down to Rock and Ray's play in terms of how much farm they can get in this early game.
I like how the idea here for the side of Gen.G is to find a way to not let Marco Polo fight against Roichi. Oh, wait.
Roichi might be in a bad spot. It looks like he's going to flash away from Inua, but they want to actually get him. They actually have the knock up, and through it all, he dashes away. Roichi, just one last shot. Going to give up first blood. Clue will take that one down. The Cannon Blast onto 3 for good measure, but through it all, first blood has gone the way of Clue.
That's a misclick. He didn't want to go to the parasol. That could have been oh man, that feels so bad here for Roichi. That was a mistake. But again, accidents do happen, but against Gen.G, not really the best one to have.
Yeah, especially at this stage, right? I mean, this is the lower bracket finals. Everything matters. And the fact that you're down 1-0 already, that's gotta hurt. And again, R8 Esports needs to just calm down, right? It seems like some of their nerves are kind of affecting them a little bit. That was a rare misplay by Roichi. He will not make that mistake again.
That's true. I hope that they would be able to turn this around. Roichi is actually trying to put some pressure in the bot lane. I'm waiting for the ult from Xenon so that they can dive this.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they did a lane swap. Wawa's going to be in the bottom lane, just kind of dealing with this push by Xenon here. But look, you're letting Rock rotate between the mid and the top lane, just getting as much farm as possible. He is your win condition.
Yeah, that's what they're doing here. They want him to get as much resources as he can, but diving mid lane though.
Yeah, they're going to just try to go in for this, but it's more of a mirror domain just showing, hey, I got my ult. I'm level 5. I'm good to go.
Clue almost died there. That was really scary. Now Xenon has his ultimate, so it's going to start. Right now, they're looking for a kill on the bot side.
Yeah, they're looking for something. I mean, Wawa will just stick around. As long as he stays somewhat even, doesn't give up any, kills to Roichi, I think that he's going to be fine. This is one of those things where, yes, definitely the Roichi has that advantage on this early. That ranged is going to help. But again, it's just, Wawa, just hold the fort, so to speak. Oh, the pushback. Wawa getting about half. Inua makes a sightly appearance here. He does end up saving Wawa.
Yeah, if that Silky Imprint just hit, that could have been a kill here for Majoj. But right now, they're both half HP.
Oh, the world is my board, locking in Wawa. Majoj is going to cut off the angle of retreat, and it looks like Wawa will be killed. The Cannon Blast connecting onto Inua as well. But through it all, he's going to be skirted away. R8 finds the kill.
Yeah, that's what they needed. They need the world is my board for them to start taking these kills, and that is exactly the timing they need. BX!
Oh, they found him. They're going to go. The mirror domain, but not able to kill Rocky. Gets away with that roaming gun. He's going to be connected by Clue. The Fever Barrage, they're going to look to turn this. He wants to go on to BX. They're doing a lot of damage, and they get the kill. BX just not tanking enough or not able to do that damage at this moment.
That is so smart here. Rock baiting out the mirror domain so that he doesn't really have that damage to kill him. And when he didn't have the mirror domain again, goes in with the Fevered Barrage because he knows that he'll win that fight.
Yeah, that's huge for Rock. I mean, you were talking about the fact that Marco Polo needs time to get that farm. Ray looking to dive in. Just does a little bit of work. He's stuck in the board. They're taking liberties, but it looks like the passive, the thing inside the box, not going to be enough. Xenon is going to be down for the count, and Ray gets the kill. He's just too tanky at this stage.
Great shot on that Silky Imprint. Pulls them back twice on his own world is my board, and he wasn't able to get away. And now, BX at least is capitalizing on it. Abdo might die here.
Yeah, Abdo. I mean, this is going to be tough. Clue taking the tower shots. He's taking a lot. Clue actually gets killed. Abdo with the outplay, and they were trying to juggle the aggro a bit, but Clue took too many shots.
What I like about that is that Abdo is holding on that truth. He's not pulling out that truth because that could have been his lifeline. And Clue, oh man, he was expecting it. That's why he was tanking the damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, a bit of a misplay by Clue, just being overly aggressive when you probably shouldn't have. I think at the end of the day, Rock was just like, hey, just latch on, but the world is my board. They find Wawa yet again, and Roichi finding kills. He's going to light step on back, but again, another kill going the way of Roichi.
Love the boards here from the side of R8. Xenon has been really good with that. Was able to take down Wawa twice now just because of those boards, and now Roichi is getting the resources he needs.
Yeah, definitely getting those resources, definitely helping them out. And again, this is why they have a 500 gold lead. Not the highest at the end of the day, but because the top lane is kind of skewed in favor of Gen.G. Rock has done an awesome job. Right now, Gen.G, as long as they kind of hold, they go 50-50 with them, so to speak, and Ray is able to get that farm, they might be able to turn this around. Abdo looking to go in. He's got the formula assist. Rock is going to be staying alive. That Verdant Protector just, again, keeping Clue alive as well.
No Fever Barrage, that's why he didn't went in for that kill. And BX with the Mirror Domain just saves the life here of Abdo, just building that imaginary wall against them.
Yeah, and look, Abdo saving that truth just for that last moment. Anytime he's kind of at risk, he just needs to ensure he has that. But again, taking liberties, Cannon Blast is going to be a little off the mark. Ray doing a decent job of farming. He's level 9, just 1 behind BX at this stage.
I like that both of our Clash laners are not having fun because they're getting bullied by both the farm laners. It's not a fun day when you're fighting against 2 people every time.
Yo, look, you're playing Honor Kings. You're definitely having fun, mate.
That's true. Hey,
got the Cannon Blast. Oh, the Mirror Domain forward, but it looks like it's going to be more of a zoning one. They might want to capitalize on this. Rock is looking to go. Ray's going to make an appearance as well, but the nice Cannon Blast slowing down the pursuit. R8 will get back under tower. Bijou dashes over that wall. He's going to stay there with a roaming gun. They're going to continue to chase, especially since there's no top T1. But through it all, a Cannon Blast to the face for Ray, and that's going to be the end.
Dharma was able to, Abdo was able to recall out of that chaos that's happening on the top side, and now they weren't able to get anything much, but so far, game's still pretty much equal. They don't really have a big gold gap. Drops the board against Ray. Could have gotten that catch there.
Not a great board, too. I feel like that's a misplay. That was something that I would have done, right? Just like a long, like completely wrong board, not even set up properly.
Just press it wrongly.
yeah. It's like, oh, my bad, guys.
Okay, sorry, everyone. You just got the vision. That's why I think it would surprise you. But again, Gen.G looking for kills, but so far they haven't found it. R8 finding ways to get to that level. Shadow Reaper already built by Roichi and Venomous Tap on Xenon, so Gen.G have to be careful now.
All right, my opinion of this game, though, is that R8 are on a bit of a timer, right? The squishy lineup, to me, is always definitely more difficult, especially when that late game happens. They use the think inside the board. They found Ray. They get the pick off, but Bijou is going to sacrifice his life for the greater good. It's a 1-for-1.
Okay, they still have 40 seconds before that Tyrant, but look at Rock. He's looking for something.
Yeah, he's just looking to skirt them away. But okay, sorry, back to my point. Do you think that R8 are on a timer and they need to kind of push things along a little bit quicker at this stage?
I do think that they both have decent late game just because Roichi exists on the side of R8, but I do agree 50% because other members of R8 need setups before they need setups, and late game, it's hard to do setups.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest, right? I mean, I think it really comes back to just kind of the stun. Oh, they found him. And Ray actually looking to go. The Mirror Domain just trying to steal this one, but Ray taking so much damage. Roichi finds him, gets the pick off. BX now running for his life. He does get back to safety, but Roichi will die.
That's not good. Roichi's the one who fell down here, and they even used the board just to try and catch Wawa. That's a lot of cooldowns down. Ray is dead. That's okay for the side of R8, but it's looking like they're having a hard time getting kills here for R8. BX, if you look at that battle, though, he got stunned twice or thrice, and he was phased. He didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, but BX just surviving. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Roichi not as lucky. He needs to stay alive. Easier said than done, especially when Gen.G are trying to focus you, prioritize it, ensure that they get on top of you. Because again, Roichi, he can literally carry this game on his own.
Yeah, that's true. I think Roichi is the only one that can carry them. R8, most of their other members, especially BX, he needs to get that level advantage if ever he wants to get the lead on this. I mean, at least now he still has the level 2 gap, a 2-level gap, so it's still good.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing well, but he's going to run into Rock with that Fever Barrage, finds the pick off, and from the brush, Rock says, hello, I will take that free kill.
Oh man, Yarya is just so annoying. The mini stun that she does is really annoying for BX. He wasn't even able to dash away just because of that, and the Frigid Charge wasn't even used. Rock didn't need to use it.
Yeah, don't need to, especially when you're able to get that setup. You're talking about the Wandering Beam, perfectly placed, especially from that brush. BX had no idea it was there. Again, okay, the world is my board. Anua stuck in. Abdo looking to do some damage with that, taking liberties. They're going to get the kill, but Roichi is down, as well as Mijoj. The roaming gun just forward. Rock trying to get some plays here, but not able to find anyone else.
Great timing in that fevered barrage, and together with a frigid charge, just took down Ryoichi and Mijoj. They were just like sitting ducks against them, and even if they got the kill at Inoue is just a distraction most of the time, and other members, they should look at the rock at all times.
Right. Mid-lives matter to Dash, okay? Inoue, yes, he was down. It was for the greater good in that sense, but now Abdo on the run. No real way to get away. Just too much damage at this point. Rock is starting to pop off.
Gen.G going crazy in this game. They were just looking for Abdo. He wasn't able to do anything even with that truth that he did. Wawa starting to really get there. Yes, he was bullied a lot of times, but now he's standing up to those bullies.
Yeah, looks like the red buff has been picked up by Ryoichi. A huge win for them. They need any sort of small win at this point to stem the bleeding. But again, Abdo has not really been able to kind of get that perfect truth. Gen.G have been dictating the fights. They've had really good initiations, understanding where he is, and he's been kind of isolated and they've been able to pick him off.
Yeah, it was honestly really a good idea here. And right now,
they're going to win. Rock, finds Zenon. He's doing so much damage. The Wandering Beam. But the thing inside the box, they're going to be locking him in the board, and they find him and they get revenge. They find Rock with that truth, going all in. But Abdo trading his life, I think he'll be happy with that.
Oh yeah, that's a 1-for-1 to go in.
Oh, they're going to go in. They're going to find Mijoj. They do get the pick off. Inoue will get that one. And Wawa limping away, somehow surviving.
Tried to go for Wawa, but he wasn't able to get the kill there. Nice try by Ryoichi, but right now, it's looking like Gen.G is still winning these trades that we have. It's still a 2-for-1, still an advantage, but R8 would take what they can.
Well, they'll take whatever they can at this point. I think that they've kind of been, definitely on the defensive. They need to figure out ways to kind of come back. Again, everything is pretty much on the shoulders of BX at this stage, and Ryoichi to help support this too. These are the guys that need the damage, and they need to kind of split push along to kind of create a little bit more space.
Yeah, they're looking at the Overlord, and nobody is checking them out here for the side of R8. They're going to be pushing the bot side, but that's going to be swept rather, and that top side is going to get pushed here by Gen.G.
I mean, the fact that they got the Overlord and the top T2, so they've negated the towers, but they're up an Overlord. And now with the Vanguards, they're looking to put pressure on the top T3, taking some damage at this stage. Rock's hitting like a truck at this point. They need to be careful, but Abdo looking to find at least Wawa. Need to get something out of this. They have the tickets to the side of the board. They're going to look to go. They find Abdo. He's going to trade, but Inoue is down for the count as well.
Inoue is not having the best time here. Every time they go for
they find Wawa. He's so low. But the Fever Barrage on 4. They find Ryoichi. They do get the pick. And now R8 have to hold with only 3 members.
A bit too aggressive for Ryoichi. They're going for Wawa. Wawa's basically one of the tankiest members here for the team, and he's not going to take him down that easily. And now he got punished, and that's not good here.
Yeah, look at this. I love the fact that this Marco Polo Yaria were like the first 2 picks by Gen.G, and they're like completely dictating. He's like, counter pick all you want. We know how to play this duo. It's been amazing. Rock has been able to do so much damage. If we're talking about net worth, he's got to be in the lead.
This is like a classic rank game composition, right? This is one of the solo queue, solo rank composition that you do with a duo. And Rock and Clue are just doing it and making it work in this stage. It's just insane to me because you see this in Grandmaster and you're like, okay, what are they doing? And it's kind of working for the, not kind of, it's working pretty well.
It's definitely working. Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, he's 6-1-6, 3-1-8 by Clue as well. So this duo has been getting all of the kills essentially, but they've got the tops. I mean, Clue is keeping Rock alive, ensuring that he just stays in the perfect spot. Plus, he has a stun for when he needs to be saved. Again, this is a combo that we've seen. You talked about the fact that you're seeing it in the rank games. No big surprise, but the level that they're playing on, being able to almost essentially win this game 2 versus 8, and with that Silky Beauty, they pull back Mijoj. That's just yet another kill going the way of Gen.G.
He even tried to flash out of the way, though, but he still got pulled because he got the Silky imprint on him. And now Gen.G is looking to maybe finish this game because with the Tyrant, they do have the battle stats to fight this.
Yeah, and look, they have the minion wave. This is perfectly placed for Gen.G in the mid and the bottom lane, timing that one perfectly. The world is my board is going to be set, but through it all, I mean, yeah, they're stuck in, but they're not getting any value out of this. The Taking Liberty is going to be a little off the mark. They take the bottom T3 for free.
Oh yeah, that's an easy pick off again for this side. And now Gen.G is looking for that mid push just after taking this advantage here. BX would need to start the fight here. Zenon with his Taking Liberties, it is going to be much needed in order for them to defend this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Xenon hasn't been perfect with those boards as of now. It hasn't really set up into a great team fight. Gen.G have evaded most of that damage and that control. They're going to set up the board, catches no one in the fishnet.
Yeah, good at least for them to clear up the wave here. And I love the position that Wawa is doing there. He has a good beat point that he could pierce through on the side lanes right here of the side of R8, and it's looking really good. Right now, Gen.G is just looking for that Overlord and maybe finish this game using that Overlord.
Again, just being patient at this point. I mean, you're up about 5,000 at this point. You can see just how R8 are so far behind. I mean, look, BX has been your lifeline, but he hasn't been able to get the kills. He's had a somewhat mediocre 222 KDA, hasn't been able to find the right pickoffs. Gen.G have done such a good job of mitigating what that hero is bringing to this table.
Oh yeah, BX though.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be picked up by Rock, which is not what you want to see if you're R8 Esports. Just more damage swinging in the way of favor of Rock. And now it looks like with that Overlord up, that could be the potential next big kill.
Yeah, and there's not really a lot of
they find Majosh. He dashes over the wall. He's going to be fine. They go in for this one, but the Fever Barrage, they want to ensure that they secure that kill. And now with the numbers advantage, they're going to look to take this Overlord, but the bottom lane is pushing.
Yeah, that could have been a push there, but they're still doing some housekeeping for Wawa, so he's just going to be keeping that at a healthy state, and the Overlord's going to get taken. They're going to be putting that into the mid lane just for them to finish this last push here.
I mean, it's going to be scary at this point. R8 Esports looking to hold. This is going to be a difficult defense here. The light step back by Roichi, ensuring that he does stay alive. Needs to stay away from Rock, but again, they don't really have any answers against this Marco Polo.
Right now they're struggling. Mid lane could be the push here. Board has been used, but again, I think Gen.G is looking to finish.
Oh, they're looking to go for this one. They find Inuo, who's going to go golden at this point, just baiting it out, but he gets killed. Xenon is going to be traded in this one, and they're continuing on. The Mirror Domain is doing some work, but through it all, they're not able to get any kills. Abdo's going to get picked off. It's a 2-for-1 thus far. Gen.G looking to close this game out. Wawa still up in front. Rock is still alive, doing his damage. The thing inside the box instantly stopped, and through it all, it looks like they got Majosh. They pick him off. Rock just doing so much damage. 3 members down. The Vanguards are here. Roichi looking to at least get somebody. He wanted to go for Wawa, but instead he finds Ray. He's trying to deal with Clue, and it looks like he does get the pick off, but BX is down, and they've got the team ace, and Gen.G will take game 2.
Gen.G still winning this next game. That was a great performance. Not really expecting this composition to win, because remember, that composition didn't really go for those most sought after heroes for this game, and they were still able to win that. And we were talking about it in the draft. They need to win this. R8 needed to win this because they brought out all their best heroes, and because they didn't, that feels really bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best heroes, but it's good enough in terms of the counter draft, right? It was very squishy. They just needed to survive. And the fact that, Rock was able to have such an amazing start to this game, I mean, it really changed things up. If a Marco Polo's behind, it's kind of a struggle. It's a very uphill battle to get yourself into that mid to late game. But when you're having, able to get a great start, a good first 5 minutes, you're going to be able to just kind of snowball from there.
Oh, yeah, that's why it was kind of expected here that I was really expecting that the Marco Polo Yario will have a hard time, but because, as we said, because it's Rock, the guy who was using it, it could work out for their side, and it actually did. And it's really not expected here that they would be able to make that composition work, because remember, Inoue, on the start of that last fight, he flashed in. He flashed in, used the Splendor just to bait out the fight.
Yeah,
that's
really
so
good.
Smart.
Yeah,
That's
so super smart. Just started setting it up. I mean, it was like right in the front of things, and you're kind of thinking, oh, okay, we get the free pick. But then it's like drawing, basically like it's like an ant trap, right? Yeah. All the ants are coming for it. They want to go. They got picked off in the end, and they were just completely baited out.
And funnily enough, they know. I think Gen.G understands that Inoue has been the constant target of BX. That's why they just threw him inside the lion's den just so he could get killed. But he wasn't killed during that last fight, because that's the funny part, because he tried to go in, bait out the reaction out of R8, and they didn't. And Gen.G on a 2-0 big advantage in this series.
Absolutely huge. This is one where R8 Esports really need to kind of just hunker down, call a timeout at the end of the day, really talk to the team, ensure that everybody's on the same page, because it seems like Gen.G have their number. They have not been able to solve the puzzle that is Rock at the end of the day.
Yeah, they haven't found their problem here, and you know what? They haven't been pulling out a lot of their crazy drafts yet, and they're losing against them. That's not a good spot to be in. Look at this Rock getting 130k. He's gonna get that MVP again this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, completely. Look, I think that's also the supporting cast by Clue. There's a reason why this guy is second most in terms of assists in the KME, because if you're riding on the back, literally on Rock, you're going to get your kills and assists, and it's going to really help you out. But Gen.G completely swinging in their favor, taking over at the 8-minute mark or so. Just no real answers for R8 to really get back into this game.
Pretty hard. It's just a pretty hard game for R8. It's just really sad to see that R8 is struggling here at this level. I thought they had the formula down. They have Gen.G's number. They had Nongshim's number because they weren't able to call them during Survival Week because they haven't played. They haven't played the game during Survival Week, and now this time it's looking like Gen.G understands what they could do against R8.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where even if we're talking about the MVP here, Rock clearly the one. 9-1-10, 39% of the damage dealt by the team, literally carrying that team to victory on that one. Just completely a bit of a steamroll here. Gen.G just finding their groove, but at the same time, they're doing it standard, right? So if Nongshim, RedForce are waiting in the wings, they're like, hey, actually Gen.G are playing. They're not really showing their card, so to speak.
Yeah, and also to point out, this game, they didn't play standard lanes. Both of our farm laners were playing mid and clash lane. And they never stepped foot on that bot side, on the side of Gen.G, because they don't want to face that early in the early game. But looking at it, Xenon had his shining moments. Most of his boards were really great, but at the late game, he had to use it defensively a lot of times, which is not ideal if you want to win the game, but he had to, because there's nothing that they could do against Rock in this game.
Yeah, my concern, though, is that the boards, yeah, you might have gotten locked in, but the rest of R8 weren't there to kind of help capitalize on it. I mean, yes, they were set up, but they were just so far back. And, you know, again, Gen.G just kind of deftly maneuvering around it and working around that board. They weren't really able to get too much value out of it.
You know what? This is also a strat. Gen.G, if they get this to a 3-0, they get a bit of a break, and they're playing less games. One thing that they want is they play less games against R8 so that they're not tired if they're fighting against Gen.G.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, you want to end the series. You want to go into that next one as fresh as possible. Going the full distance in a best of 5 is very tiring. It's strenuous, right? And again, it's a lot of pressure. You do want to alleviate that as much as possible by potentially 3-0ing R8 Esports and just moving on with your lives.
And you're looking at that as the goal, right, for Gen.G. I think that's the biggest goal that they could go for here. Get that 3-0, win against R8, so that against Nongshim, they do have at least 80% of their energy still on that game.
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest problem, right? Losing that series against Nongshim is just like, yeah, it sucks in the fact that you're not in the grand finals, but it's also the fact that today you might have to play potentially 2 series. Again, not easy, and definitely, you know, I think Gen.G are going to be up to the task, but how fresh are they going to be, especially since Nongshim RedForce probably taking a nap at the end of the day.
Right, yeah, that's true. But again, everybody, before we head into the next game, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you left
What's up, everyone? We're gonna go to Game 3 in just a bit. It's Gen.G versus R8 Esports. And so far, it's a 2-0, and Gen.G just really wiping the floor here against R8 Esports. I hope R8 would be finding that way to come back from this series. But again, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Holler.
Yeah, and again, it's been just 2-0 in favor of Gen.G. They've been able to kind of, even with the drafts that were kind of quote-unquote suboptimal, they're still figuring out ways to win. And of course, it's on the back of Rock, who has just been, you know, amazing this series thus far. He has 2 MVPs for a reason, literally carrying this team to victory.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they're having such a hard time here against R8, even with their best pick, even with that Jing that everybody's afraid of from this whole tournament in Kings Major East. They still are able to get that win against them. And this is going to be R8 just looking for that answer to their problem, because so far it's that they're not finding the ways. They're not finding the wins here for the team.
And look at this. I mean, you're seeing just like how the teams are kind of responding thus far. 2-0 right now, Gen.G. A little bit more calm, cool, relaxed at this stage. Nothing to really worry about at this point. But, you know, look at the R8 Esports sides. They're taking it in stride, understanding that, hey, this is, yes, this is an elimination match. We lose this one, we're out. We're going to be 3rd place. But this is the moment where you're like true champions are going to be tested in that case. R8, you're down 0-2. How do you respond?
Yeah, look, they're still smiling, they're still having fun, because they're playing Honor of Kings, everybody. That's why they're having fun. And it's looking like R8, they're not phased. They know that they have the tools here to fight against Gen.G. Maybe they just did something wrong here on their drafts. Maybe they did something wrong here in their macro decisions. But it's still not the end of the world. They still have 3 games that they could play if ever they win at all.
Look, I'm going to give R8 Esports a tip here. One way to succeed and to defeat Gen.G is by stopping Rock. Boom, you're welcome.
Is that your best tip?
Yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got. It's the only strategy I have, you know. But I mean, to be honest, if they're able to do it, they win the game. But again, easier said than done.
That's true. That's true. I mean, it's really hard to do because Rock has been really crazy. Remember the first time that we had to show you in the game, it was him who started it, and it was pretty scary. And right now, R8 Esports are trying to maybe shake things up because they don't really pick the Zheng Fei as the first pick most of the time, but this time around, they're going to be picking it first.
Yeah, I mean, let Mitchoj kind of work, let him do his thing, right? I think that they're going to be a little bit more comfortable, and you don't want to show your cards at the end of the day. I think that that's key for R8 Esports as they move into the later part of this first phase.
Oh yeah, Doya, just not good. I can see an lane game here just because of that, but they do have the Dun getting picked. Ren.G, Sakir could definitely be on their hands here for Gen.G just so they can have advantage here in this series.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go with Ren.G Dune, the double D. I like this little combination. It's, you know, what's better at the end of the day. A lot of utility from that Ren.G. I think that that's huge. Plus, you have that Dune starting it off strong because, again, R8 Esports, we're going to look to just kind of ban and target Rock as much as possible, but you've already got the heroes locked in. So, you know, again, the rest of the draft, you can deal with everyone else.
Ooh, I thought this was an Ogren game for R8, but they're going to go with Luna. They're gonna try. At least this is gonna be their last try, or could be the reason why they're gonna move forwards here. Look at them, they're laughing because they're confident that they might be able to win this, and it's not, I mean, it's okay for them that this is happening for the team, but I do hope that this will bring them up in this series.
Yeah, interesting that they would kind of go with the, like, I would assume that they would have gone the Dolia Ren.G to kind of start things off, and then you pick the Dune later. I don't think it was going to be a problem, especially, you know, but it is what it is. They still got the heroes that they want. R8 Esports, on the other hand, they're going to go with the Nua and the Luna here. Obviously, let BX, let the man fly. It's going to be an interesting one, especially in that jungle lane.
What are they going to ban here for the side of R8? I think a lane could be a good ban here against them, usually because it's the Doya. But there's a big chance. Wait, did they do it already? I think Gen.G did the Shangwan already, right?
Shangwan? I don't think so. I don't think they've done that yet.
Oh, they haven't done it yet.
No, not yet.
They have done a lot of things for the first time in this series so far. So, could be possible here, Holler.
Yeah, I mean, look, they banned out the lane. You kind of call that one out. Gen.G just going in that clash lane, attacking Abdo as much as possible. The counter initiation, they want to take that off the map, right? They don't want to deal with the Guan Yu or the Sun Tzu at this point. Both great bans at this stage.
They can ban. What else do they have here for the side of Gen.G? They still have the Byron. That's the only choice that they have for the side of Gen.G here. So R8 would be looking for scraps on what else they are going to be picking on the top side. But they're gonna go with that surprise again. They used this against Nongshim, and it actually worked out.
Touch out. Okay, all right. I mean, it's not... It's still fine. It still has the control. It has that damage, keeping, you know, in... You basically need ways to kind of stun lock BX. When he goes in, you need to figure out how to do that. And they have options in terms of the Gen.G, the Xiao Chao, as well as the Dune, and then plus you have the Celestial Melody. The problem is that are you quick enough to ensure that you're able to get that stun lock before, you know, again, BX gets going?
That's true. I was kind of expecting the Lee and Po to go to their side just so it will be easy to just burst ram in, just to trip up that Luna when he's dashing in and out. But with the Mai Yin here last pick, I think Gen.G would just answer in kind here, gonna go for that Byron, just so they have the same. It's basically like a wait.
Really? They're gonna lock it in? Oh, they are. They are. Okay, okay. I love this. Okay, they're gonna just kind of change it up at the end. The Miyu kind of go in for this. This is gonna be an interesting one, especially in that clash lane.
What's interesting about the Miyu is you want to pick up the Miyu just for you to have that good lane. I mean, she's not gonna be losing any lanes just because of how defensive her kit is, which is what you want to do when you're fighting against the Mai Yin. That's why they picked up the Miyu. They didn't want to play the Byron. They want that reset on that ult. So yeah, I think this is okay for Gen.G.
Yeah, because it kind of, you know, you talked about it already with the Dolia, right? The Celestial Melody, that's a nice little combination. Kind of just setting themselves up. Again, slow the game down. I think that, you know, R8 Esports are going to want to try to dictate a little bit of pace, try to put the pressure on. BX is going to be working towards that back line, and then Nuo will be just kind of shooting people from afar. And you don't want to let this team kind of get out of hand, especially early. So again, it's just about slowing. It's about the tempo of this game.
Yeah, they need to slow it down. They need to get to the late game because it's really hard to kill a Miyu. And in the late game, she's very much harder to kill because she's going to be having that extra sustain from her side. So that's what I'm expecting here for them. So this time around, I'm kind of surprised again that Gen.G does something for the first time.
Yeah,
in the series again.
What a great time to be doing it, right? I mean, this is like you have, you know, a potential match point on this one. You're up 2-0, and you're still in, you know, good spirits. You have, if potentially if they lose this one, you have those options like the Byron. You have, you know, other ways to kind of continue your draft, and you're changing things up when it doesn't look like R8 Esports haven't seen this, so they definitely were not prepared for it.
They're going to be surprised here, but with the composition so far, I do think that R8 has a better or a well-rounded composition compared to what Gen.G has. They are going to be diving a lot here, expecting that from the Marco Polo and even the Luna. But on the other end, Gen.G, this is a very safe draft. I love that it's safe, it's defensive, it's acting reactively to what R8 is going to pull through. But I hope we can see BX shine in this game.
Yeah, he wasn't able, I mean, he was farming like crazy in the last game, but he just wasn't able to kind of, you know, have that true presence and able to get those kills. Because again, Gen.G, their play style and the way they kind of deal with those heroes, and they basically countered BX quite well in this series.
That's true. I mean, I love it. I love that they're doing this. They're trying to take down this buffs that they have, though, so that they won't be able to fight. They won't be able to fight back because BX, he doesn't have the firepower at the early game to fight back against that.
Yeah, and look, let's talk a little bit about this Ray Rock. They've just kind of role swapped in that sense. Rock is going to be the Dune. We haven't seen Dunes really succeed quite well in the KME. They haven't done amazingly, but Rock is on it. I expect good and amazing things on it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, he played the Ogren a while ago. I think this is also a first time we're seeing him on the Dune. So, another first for Gen.G. They're doing a lot of firsts. And I like that. At least they always love experimenting here.
And that's the thing, catching teams off guard, right? Like, how do you prepare for a team when they have so many tricks, so to speak? They have so many different options that can just throw it on you, especially as a first time going into this lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and they're not. Wait, he was able to steal it. Luigi was able to get that spine tail. Really feels bad here for R8, but they're not gonna care. Right now, they're still in a very good spot for the side of, or both sides of the team here. But Gen.G, look at the top side though. Abdo.
Just look at it, just dive in. And I mean, he's going to just be invulnerable at this point, but now he's going to run into BX. He's like, okay, free food, no real way of getting away. BX is going to give up, or sorry, BX will take first blood here. And through it all, it looks like the flash over the wall. Roichi, actually, sorry, with that roaming gun.
Was able to get away there, and I love it that we've seen this BX able to get that first kill. Getting that level advantage against Rock is going to be pretty much needed here in this game, so that's a good start for R8.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, a great start. Feed BX the monster. He's the carry for your team, essentially. I mean, Roichi's there. He's going to find his own damage, but BX has to have that impact, especially from the jungle. But now Wawa looking to go for Abdo. Inua's going to be there as well. The flash away. Abdo just trying to run. He does get to safety, just too much speed.
Good thing he has to get serious, though. If he didn't have that, he didn't have that extra tumble right there. But again, it almost worked out, but Wawa again the target.
Oh, looks like Wawa being the target. The emergence is going to be used, and Xenon is going to make an appearance, but Wawa will go the other way.
Oh yeah, just runs away, just letting BX just do his thing here. He's going to get challenged. BX.
Oh, they're doing some work onto Inua. The creation blocks just doing so much damage to Inua. Now they're going to contest here. BX wants to take this one. The wind slash is going to be connecting onto two, though. They have the bounce up. They do get the pick up, and they find BX, and now Abdo on the run. Xenon just trying to cover the retreat, and through it all, I think that's going to be the only kill.
Oh, what a great wind slash there. Was able to get the hit of BX, and that is good. Honestly, what you want to do is find a way to get BX down and not let him get those resets, because once he gets that reset, he's going to be able to run away.
And look at a little bit more pressure in that bottom lane. 3 members of Gen.G here, just trying to make Roichi's life a little bit more difficult. We saw in that last game, Marco Polo, hey, if you're able to have a great laning phase, able to get that farm, and not have to play defensively like Roichi's doing, you're generally going to have a great game.
Oh yeah, most of the time that is going to be what they're going to be doing here. For R8, this is going to be quite a struggle here for their side, because Luigi won't be able to get in pretty easily because there's a lot of ways to cancel him. Almost everybody has a way to cancel Marco Polo in that Fever Barrage, except for Wawa.
And actually, that's kind of like Sad Life. Oh, they're going to find it. BX is going to go in. Clue is taking a lot of damage, but he's been stunned. BX now needs to run, needs to stay alive, and it looks like Abdo on the run as well. He cartwheels to safety, and he gets away, and R8, whew, playing with fire.
Was able to run away. That's good. Gen.G really looking to just pummel down BX whenever they can, and now they're just going to be going for that top side. Just make sure that Joji and Luigi are going to have a problem here.
But they're going to just run away. They see the numbers. They cannot deal with 3 members of Gen.G at this moment, especially with Rock there. That control. Oh, but they find Xenon. He tried to flash away. Oh, the creation was on point, saving his life.
Oh man, that is not good. Xenon was able to survive that, and this is good. At least he was able to flash away and win. Oh, the stun!
The Imperial Order. They find BX. Oh, he gets away, and Ray just fishing for it. Looking a little bit of find here. Inua just doing a little bit of harassment onto Abdo as well, but through it all, they're backing off R8 Esports right now. Wow, taking some shots, but surviving.
Yeah. He knows that. He knows that he's looking for that. He knows that he used the new moon. That's why he was kind of thinking, should I flash in to get the kill? But no, he wanted to play safe.
Yeah, he wasn't going to go super risky at this point. Yeah. Rock just tanky, too tanky at this point. Inua's in the mid lane as well. Abdo will make an appearance, but through it all, BX just pushing that top lane. Gen.G need to make a rotation, but they want to take the bottom T2 for free.
They're cutting the rotation, so they won't be able to get here. Bot side, they're just going to be taking this easily, and that's one down. But top side, though, still being taken also by Luigi.
Yeah, but through it all, I mean, if they take this Crimson, that's going to be a slight advantage for Gen.G, and it looks like they want to give it to Ray. Let the man work. He's going to do some serious damage. BX needs to be careful in this mid lane.
Yeah, he has to be careful. He has been hit by a lot of stuns recently. He needs to dodge those. He's
BX. Oh, he's just looking for that pull. He's going to dodge away, at least for now. That was super risky. He was just kind of potentially go for that Inua pickoff. Not able to get him.
That was kind of scary, though. I thought he's going to die there just because he got hit by 2 stuns again. He's trying his best to dodge away, but if nobody's going to front for him, it's going to be a problem because he needs somebody to distract the enemy team while he's doing his job on the back line.
Yeah. I mean, but he's kind of, it's either Abdo or BX. Somebody needs to make that play to kind of start things off. Then you have like the group, the counter initiation with Majoj. Like, that's best case scenario in terms of what you're looking for in terms of a team fight.
Oh, Luigi needs to be careful in how they deal with him, though, because Blue is just tanking up a lot of damage here.
Yeah, tanking a lot, but just providing vision. I mean, I don't think that Clue is in any sort of real danger at this point. He will be fine, just sitting in his kiddie pool, so to speak, and just healing and sustaining through this one. Xenon will push him back with that creation, but through it all, again, very neck and neck. It's down 1K in terms of net worth lead, but it doesn't really feel that way.
Yeah, we're still at the 7-minute mark. They go in.
Yeah, Wind Slash. Abdo just kind of bouncing off. They know the mobility's there, right? R8 Esports understanding the limits of these heroes. Again, elimination hero. This is this game where we're picking the best heroes for you. They find Wawa. They have the pull, and Wawa, he's gonna get back. He has the invulnerability. He's got the Umbral Moon. He will be fine, but that was very close for my liking.
Very close. I thought he's gonna be dying there, but Rock is just doing God's work here. Just doing honest work right there. Just stealing up all the jungle camps here from the side of R8, not letting BX get those.
Oh, the Wind Slash. Oh, he finds Xenon. He just caught him out. He goes in yet again. The Wind Slash. He's fighting under this tower. And where's the rest of Gen.G to help him? It looks like he's going to fall as well as Inua because BX had been doing some serious damage on the backline. Looking to go in for Ray. Gets another pick off. And this is the BX show and why you don't give him the Luna.
Oh, man. That's why we were scared of what he can do with this. And BX is showing us 3-for-1 in that fight. And they were looking for more. He was looking for more after he got the Imperial Order on his face.
Like, you could tell that Rock was just like, I'm going in. I have the perfect pick off. I'm able to do this. Guys, where are you? And then you see BX just like killing everyone in the background. Just a very difficult situation for him to kind of get anything going in this one.
That is good. At least if they take down Rock, they know that they could have that breach on that backline. And doing that again and again could actually work out here for the side of R8. Gen.G, they are kind of struggling whenever that happens because they have no way. After they throw the Imperial Order, there's no way Ray is going to be surviving that.
Yeah, I mean, look, he needs to save that for, like, again, his own escape, not worry so much about the kills. He doesn't really have the damage as of now, so they need to be a little bit careful. Xenon, on the other hand, does get picked off.
Oh no, he gets killed in the mid lane. That's not good. Now they're going to be chasing them down. I think Ruichi is going to be the target.
Yeah, I was looking for this Ruichi just staying in that brush. Doesn't want to spot himself out. And it looks like Rock will not continue that pursuit. And they want a bigger fish, so to speak. And that's going to be the Crimson Golem. They want to be aggressive. And they're just going to look to just take this one.
Is that the bigger fish? Yeah, they're just looking for the jungle camps as much as they can and give it to Ray so that if ever he gets doped by BX, it might be able to have that fighting chance.
Look at Rock right now, 2 levels behind BX. He has not been able to kind of keep on pace, and it seems more of like the hero more than anything else. It hasn't been easy and free farming as time for him.
Oh yeah, for that mid. I'm waiting for BX. Look at this position. He's at the back. He could find a way to breach his backline pretty easily.
Yeah, and R8 being super smart with this, right? Abdo, let him start things off. They're going to congregate at some point. BX is still waiting in that wings. We're looking for the retreat at this point, but Clue at about half-life needs to be careful, as well as Majoj, who's taking a lot of damage. Yes, he's got the Ferrari 4, but now BX looking to go on the back line, but it might have been too much. He actually gets the kill, but he trades his life away. It's a 2-for-2. He's been shut down.
Gets a 2-for-2. That's a good way to start it. They know. They were aware. Gen.G was aware that BX is going to come from the backline. Inua prepared. He's on his sweet breeze, so if ever he tries to go in, he gets knocked up. And it happened. What a good way to start it.
Yeah, great start. And to be honest, I think that R8 are okay with this. Yes, obviously BX dying, not great, but Roichi surviving. Oh, but they find the pickoff. Xenon gets picked off yet again. The Tyrant is going to be going the way of Gen.G, so they've shifted this game a bit.
What a crazy Flash Imperial Order there by Ray. What a great timing, and this is going to be scary, though, because right now, Xenon has been dying a lot in most of the fights that we have seen, because he's the easiest target, to be honest. He's just an easy target. It's easy to kill Inua, and Xenon, he's just not having the best day here.
Yeah, Xenon understanding that he was kind of like not set up for success in this one. He needs to play further back. Again, think of this as just like using the creation more as like a counter initiation and control. You got to think about your utility at the end of the day. You need to stay alive though, because right now you're really faltering.
Yeah, it's really having such a hard time in this game, and they want to take down that mid lane tower, and you can see it.
Yeah, they want to, but look at where BX is going to be. He's kind of off the map. He will now show in the top lane. And it looks like Xenon taking a lot of damage. He will be saved by that Leaping Savior, but the mid T1 already down.
Yeah, the double Unruly Blade is just so hard to deal with, especially if you're Xenon and you don't have any dashes. You won't be able to get away.
Yeah, no real chance. It's like a sad life, right? You're so static, you're so immobile, but now this is going to be a big one. They push back, they're going to go in for this one. BX with that pull gets him on that one, but the Ruin is going to do some damage, but no kills thus far, and it looks like Rock was just trying to go in. I don't know what he's doing. The Wind Slash, not enough. He's going to go down, and Roichi finds the pick. Abio's going to be traded in this one, and BX is going. He's looking to clean up the back line. He takes out 2 on his way out to the afterlife, but through it all, it looks like there's 3 members down. It's going to look to trade. Wawa still up in front. Clue's going to be there as well. They've got a double kill from Wawa, and that kind of turned the fight.
2 for 3, and now the bot lane is gonna get taken down. Yoichi is still alive here, so they might be able to try and go for the finish here.
They're looking for the ending, the finishing blow for this one, and through it all, Wawa will now join. Majoj is looking to get killed. He now does have the untargetable on that one. That's the Umbral Moon, keeping him up at the Fever Barrage. Not enough, and he's gonna be killed. And now Gen.G have actually swung this game back.
They have to give respect to Wawa's name. He's very strong at this point in the game. But let's take a look at the replay again. Look at that start, BX. But the Honey Sweet Breeze, you know what? Inuwa's been scary most of this fight. BX always backs off because he knows that Inuwa could get him on that Honey Sweet Breeze. But after that, the second win of this battle, look at that. He used Wawa as an elevator to get to the back line.
Yeah, but that tower shot chased him down to the ends of the earth, right? It was like he was not able to kind of, took 2 shots or whatever. And again, Luna, very squishy. If he's taken any sort of damage and focused damage, he will die. But through it all, they take the Overlord on this one. BX, though, might be in a bad spot. He dashes away a couple times. The creation block just slowing them down more than anything else. But Rock now looking to go Abdo on the backline. Finds Clue. He wants something on this one, but not able to get the pick. And now Abdo's in a bad spot. He's trying to run away. He's going to be killed. Inuo finds him out.
The
Fever Barrage, Roichi. They get the return. It's a 1-for-1 Clash Laner for Clash Laner, and that's going to be huge.
That was close, though. The Annihilation was scary. Roichi's looking for it.
Rock on the run. The Gale's Benediction. He's trying to out-heal this, but too much damage from Roichi. Just way too much. Gets the pick. Clue now just trying to dodge this. He's going to go down as well, and double kill going the way of Roichi. Now they're looking to push, but with these Vanguards, it will pretty much stall.
3 for 1 in mid lane. I think they need to defend this. Ray needs to find a way to take all of these minions down.
Yes, somehow. They need to just slow this game down, deal with the minions. But Xenon, what are you doing, my friend? I think he actually flashed forward. That seemed a bit of a misplay. And something, to be honest, I feel like I've done that in my own rank.
That happens. It happens to all of us, though, to the best of us. But again, Xenon, that's not a mistake that he should be doing right now. They are starting the Tyrant, but here comes the fray. Gen.G is going to be coming.
Yeah, they're looking to be coming, but I think it's too little too late at this point. BX picking up that Tyrant. But again, you're kind of seeing the nerves being tested at this point, right? R8 Esports, this is kind of uncharted territory. This is for top 2 to potentially get into this one, right? Yeah. There's a lot of pressure on this one. It's an elimination game. Xenon needs to calm down more than anything else.
Yeah, Gen.G still has it, or rather, R8 still has a chance to finish this. I mean, they're the ones who have the advantage with the amount of kills they have, but dropkick.
He's getting a little serious, but Rock tanking this off. He's going to shrug that one off. No issues. The Ruin is going to connect on the 3, but again, Xenon's died so many times that he doesn't really have the damage, and they're kind of just shrug that one off.
Yeah, they still have a lot of time here. They're waiting for both of the objectives. Right now, I think Gen.G just needs to clear out this wave onto the mid lane because, or at least get some housekeeping onto the bot side because they need to clear that. Inuwa.
They find Inuwa. They get the pick off, and Majoj is going to get this one. He's in Ferali form. The Umbrella Outburst, the emergence on forward. Xenon being a little bit of aggressive, but the bottom lane, the Crystal, is under siege at this point. Majoj goes for the Stampede. It's going to be the Umbral Moon. He's trying to just shrug that one off, but they find Clue. He gets picked off. The Wind Slash onto this. The Fever Barrage, they've got the pick off onto this one, and Wawa's the last man standing. Can he hold? That's going to be life number 1. Roichi will be back up. Wawa trying to stay alive. Roichi just barely gets picked off. His 2 members down, and Wawa somehow holding as they don't have minions to continue.
Wawa is keeping this game alive. They're not yet over, and he might be able to defend this.
He's going to find BX at this point. The Umbral Moon on this one, but he's trying to fight this 1 versus 3. That is a losing cause. Yes, they got the life of BX on this one, but now this T3 under siege. Inuwa is up. Somehow he needs to hold. He needs to deal with these minions at this point. And it looks like 5 more seconds for Clue. BX is doing some straight up work, and now R8 Esports are clumping it down, and they're gonna strike back. They're gonna take game number 3.
R8 taking game number 3 with BX. The star of the show here was able to carry the team on his back. Everybody did their part, and R8 would go to that game 4. Gen.G just lost sight of the victory there.
Yeah, just kind of, I mean, got a little out of hand. To be honest, while fighting 1 versus 3, those are never good numbers, right? It's simple math in that sense. If you're outnumbered, you should really not be fighting. If anything, you should be under the tower, just trying to protect things. Slow it down. Deal with the minion wave more than anything else. I think that he's going to be kind of shooting himself in the foot a little bit, like a little bit upset by his play on that one. I think that it's something that he's going to have to learn from.
Yeah, and one thing that's very smart that they did also on the last part of that fight was just denying Inuwa, killing Inuwa before the wave even comes in, which is a very smart touch there by the side of the R8 Esports, which is why they were able to finish it in the end. I mean, it was risky, but they had to do it in order for them to get that win. And now they're back in this game. At least now they have a second win. They still have a chance here because a while ago, 2 games in a row, getting lost right there, it's not good. But right now, we're back in the series.
Back in the series. Again, just 1 game at a time. Yes, it's an elimination game, and we've kind of seen some of the players make some uncharacteristic mistakes. But going into this one, it was just enough, right, to get over that hump. And this has got to be a huge confidence boost for R8 Esports.
Yeah, the nerves are there. You can definitely see it from the players because of the decision-making that they have been doing on this game. But it was okay. Honestly, it's not really that bad for them because this time around, they could really still come back from this. It's still not over for R8 and Gen.G. They have to think about the next game because right now, R8 is starting to get back in their form.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hear a fat lady singing at this point, right? I think that this is something that R8 Esports are definitely going to be able to bounce back from. What a great game by BX and Roichi. 7-3 and 7 by BX, literally doing so much damage on that back line. And why is Luna is scary, but also the Marco Polo. We were kind of questioning it in the beginning. I mean, he did have a little bit of a rough start, but he bounced back strong. 6-2 and 6 to finish that one off.
Oh, yeah, and Wawa was pretty scary this game. He was dealing a lot of damage, and it was scary how he could just 1v1 pretty much everyone at that point in the game. But with what happened there, Roichi and BX were just the two that making sure that this game is not going to be over anytime soon. And that's a very smart thing to do because they had to do it. They had to carry the team at their backs. Xenon making mistakes was okay, but on the other hand, BX, I mean, man, that's why you banned the Luna against him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just letting him go off on that one. But look at this gold graph, like up and down, an emotional roller coaster we were all put on. And through it all, R8 Esports just able to go over that hump to close out at least 1 game against Gen.G Esports. Really a bounce back game. What a great game by R8.
Oh, yeah, that is really true. I mean, R8 getting back right there. Right now, it all comes down to how they tackle the next games here for game number 4, for game number 5, but it is still a nice series that we're seeing here, Holler.
Yeah, for sure. A great bounce back game. It's like a must win, right? And again, you got to look at these as best of ones as R8. You're not out of the frying pan, so to speak. You have plenty more to go ahead of you. And so, again, we're going to see exactly how they can continue with this momentum.
Oh, yeah. R8 very good with their draft so far. And right now, Gen.G has been playing around. From game 2 to game 3, they've been playing around a bit with their drafting. And it's really biting them in the back. So I hope they think about what they do next year. MVP is still going to go to BX. 7-3 and 7 and 32% with that damage.
Yeah, he was just an absolute monster. Just like he's patient, letting the teams and the team fights kind of develop before he goes in. And we're going to check out this highlight. Xenon dying. I mean, a bit of a low light for him in this series or in this game. He didn't really actually have the greatest impact, and he kind of got like prioritized quite a bit in this game.
Yeah, and look at that though. I mean, the scary part about all of this happening is how Gen.G has been keeping track of BX. But the problem if you keep track just on BX, Roichi is just gonna go and fire on you guys, which is kind of scary here. But look at how they try to cancel him out every time he tries to go in. But at least in the late game, he was able to survive most of the times that he's doing.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the thing where even BX, looking at this guy, he's trying to go in, and whenever he does, then you kind of see Roichi as that secondary initiator, just causing havoc. Abdul doing a great job here. Yes, he sacrifices his life, but it sets it up for BX to kind of make those plays on the back lines.
Wow. It was crazy. That what happened there in this highlight, it was crazy because when you look at it, it's not unreal whenever you see BX just go in and go out.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough in this case. And again, I think that I'm not so underwhelmed by Dune. Just overall, if Rock can't even take it to the next level, then who can? Why is his hero being picked? Obviously, global ban is a big factor in this one, but the impact of the Dune is just really not been there for me.
Yeah, it's been really hard though. I mean, most of the Dunes that we see usually lose, right? Even yesterday, we haven't really seen a Dune shine. And that's why I'm really surprised that people still keep picking it just because of the amount of sustain that you could have. I think the Unruly Blade is good with Evolia. And I think the Menki is just a better pick overall if you think about it, just because it can tank a lot more compared to that. But again, everybody, that was just our thoughts. We will be going into game 4. We're just going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
To the fallout is what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback, it's now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start the line.
Game number 4, we're gonna go in here, and it was a nice game number 3 here. R8 getting that second win and was able to come back against Gen.G. This time around, game 4 will be different, but let's see. I mean, we're still gonna be a Shoutcasters for today. My name is Tash, and I'm here with Holler. And Holler, what do you think about game 3?
A great game. I mean, this is a must-win game here. I mean, RH just being able to do it off of the back of BX on that Luna, and you're seeing just what was picked throughout Global Ban and Pick. We will not be seeing another BX Luna again, but man, that guy was on fire, understanding the opportunities to dash in, just being very patient. He's like a hunter, understanding when the foe is at its weakest.
Yeah, I love that what Gen.G is doing here. They're thinking about the future. What I like about that is that's what they're doing ever since. If you just look at game number 1 to number 3, except for game number 1 because they wanted to win them number 1, but 2 and 3 are not the best strat that Gen.G could pull off. Because you know that there's a lot more that they can pull up here. A lot of crazy things that Gen.G could pull up. And they're trying to burn out a lot of R8 spec, starting with the Luna and the Jig. And they already got that, so I hope R8 still has something in their magic hat.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, look, it's a best of 5, not even a best of 7. I think that these teams are going to be prepared. They're going to be ready to go in terms of having that hero pool available. The only thing is having heroes that synergize well with one another. You have that draft, or you have a good strategy going into the game. That is going to be key. We know that Gen.G have proven they have some serious, pocket picks, pocket duo type of, strategies in mind, and they can spring them up at any moment. R8s haven't really been shown that as much. It seems to be more standardized on their side.
Yeah, but what I like about R8 is that if you look at them during game number 3, before they even go into the picks and bans, they were ready. They were happy. They were not really afraid of what's going to happen for the next game. And having that confidence is what you need as a professional player. You need to have that. You need to have that mental stability. If you think about it, yeah, mental stability, is that the right term? Yeah, and emotional stability to get there so that you don't get frustrated as the games go on.
Yeah, and you know who doesn't have emotional stability? All my ranked teammates. It's going to be the worst. Those guys are toxic. Anyways, we're going into this one, again, must-win situation for R8 Esports. Again, figuring out ways to just kind of deal with this one. And look, they're going deep, but at the same time, Gen.G doing a great job of banning out the Ogren to start things off. They haven't played that one just as of yet, but again, targeting BX.
Yeah, and BX has been playing a mean Ogren. Most of the time when he pulls it out, it's during game number 3, game number 4, and it's pretty scary whenever he does. And banning him again this time around is something that Gen.G just recognizes again, because they know they lost a while ago because of BX, and that's why they're trying to ban him out again.
Yeah, I mean, you just target him. It's one of those things where even on the R8 side, you need to target Rock quite a bit. But look I like the fact that Gen.G are gonna go with the Liu Bang. This has been the R8 special, but being able to just take that away, that strategy is gonna be key.
Yeah, I mean, going for that Liu Bang first pick just really says a lot about what they want to do. But R8 are stopping them at their feet right now on the draft, picking up the Nongshim for themselves.
Wow, fireworks, right? Both of these heroes, I mean, you were going to be like, Gen.G was looking to do this because, again, it's been the combination of Liu Bang and Nongshim, and R8 have kind of specialized that, but they're going to be like, actually, we're going to take the Nongshim ourselves. We have ways to deal with it, but Gen.G going a different route and going with the Lam. Interesting.
Lam and even the Fang. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen a Fang, but it's really interesting that they decided with this. I think the reason why they pick up the Fang is because they do think that R8 is gonna be. Wait, what?
Let me show you the power of ideas.
Okay. They're taking the playbook out of Gen.G themselves and going with this. This is actually really great because they have so much mobility just to lock those guys down, especially Fang and the Lam. If they try to get away, you have that. Plus, then you have Nongshim and Mai. You have so much damage. I like the way R8 is drafting right now.
Yeah, R8 is really thinking ahead here. Are they gonna be banning the Da Chao here for their side, or they're just gonna be letting this happen? That's gonna be the question though, because if they specialize on this rap, at least in KME, they also know how to counter it. So Gen.G should know how to deal with this.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, they're going to be prepared on this, but look, even the Foots can kind of be flexed. I mean, it's generally a clash laner, but we've seen Gen.G actually throw it in the farm. So it really comes back to how I want to play this one out. You have that flexibility, which is going to be great in the second phase of the draft here.
Oh man, that's very interesting. Even banning the Hano that we only have seen yesterday, because they know that Gen.G is looking for a lot of wave clear here for their composition. They want to deny it as much as they could, and they don't really have a lot of options anymore. Maybe the sheet could actually come out from the side of Gen.G, but they already used it a while ago, so what else do they have?
I need to actually kind of look into this. The past drafts, they've already used the Shi.
Yeah.
Xiao Qiao, and the Ganamo. So they could go Yixing. They could go, I think.
Light as the breeze. Swift as an arrow.
I think Gen.G still has the Ganamo in their pockets. Innowell can still pick that up. But he's gonna go with this is insane.
Is like a game of
this rap that they're going for. This side of Gen.G. You know what? I like this. If the idea is just to dive in and find a way to get to the back line, that's okay. That could work out. But picking up the concert U on the side of R8, this just means that Abdo would just want to take the lane against the Liu Bang and win it. That's why he picked up the Foots, because he's not going to have a hard time against the Liu Bang.
Yeah, but you've got a lot of lockdown. I mean, you've got that tankiness. That Foots is going to be a problem to kind of deal with. I mean, assuming that he gets the perfect one, even onto Fang, Lam, or even Zhang Fei to a certain degree. But this Kong Min also, wow, Dong Huan. Oh my god, this draft is amazing.
This draft is the craziest draft that we've seen so far. I think both of them are trying to take a page out of each other's books. And it's looking really great because right now, the Dongwon works pretty well if you want to lock down the Kongming, you want to lock down the Lam and the Fang, and if you get a lockdown on them, that's one down. That's good. Dongwon is okay to die. He's okay to just give his life for the cause.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to kind of lock it down, but my gosh, Gen.G's lineup right now, talking fireworks. There's a lot of damage that can potentially just burst. R8 in kind, it's going to really come back to how, BX is able to farm on the Hanshin. We've seen time and time again, he's able to be up to the task. He's definitely very good on this one, but I think that all eyes are going to really be on Xenon. Is he able to make that impact in the early game?
Yeah. It's going to be crazy here for both of our teams. As you said, Xenon will be the one making sure that the face of the game is going to be fast. They need to be really fast here on the side of R8 because they need to find a way to get to that backline. Fang could be the prime target. Kongming could be a prime target here for their side. So they do have those options, and at least they have that investment on the Dongwon for the last one because they could always have that -1 on their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an amazing game just going into this. I love the draft, really digging deep at this point. I mean, getting to this point where it's, again, R8 Esports fighting for the tournament lives, and you're picking Don Juan, the boots. I mean, you're just going all in on this one, and it's so much fun to watch.
It's really fun. I mean, using the boots and not having the Dacho on your team, just going onto the clash lane, it works. Most of the time doesn't, but it works just because you're fighting against a Lu Bang who doesn't really look for kills. So that's why you're free to farm in your lane.
Yeah. And I mean, look, going into this one, look, I'm not a huge fan of Kanzo Yui. I think that she's not the best top tier farm laner, but you're kind of limited in terms of what they have. And I like the fact that, again, the Kongmin will just potentially deal with it. It's like, yeah, you're immune to physical damage, but I've got magic damage galore, winning strategy to the face.
Yeah, but they are on the problem here with Gen.G is that they're on a time bomb. That is the problem with this type of composition because early to mid game, you're going to be seeing the Fang, the Kongming, the Lamb shine. But if they don't get the snowball, they're not going to be getting that damage in the late game.
Yep. And it looks like, again, another bit of a lane swap. A Rock on the Lam. Ray will be going with the Fang into the farm lane. Changing things up. Just a little bit more of the mechanical heroes are going to be going the way of Rock. And we've seen time and time again, that man is able to get his farm.
Yeah, he's always going to find ways here, and that's what I want to see here. He needs to get that early game in their favor. As much kills as they can. But look at Mijoj and what he's doing.
Yeah, he's just going in with those spheres, just being like, he doesn't care. He was like, actually, I'm just going to hang out with the enemy team, just join their huddle, so to speak, and just be this nuisance. But again, Xenon needs that farm. He's going to be level 2 now.
Yeah, this is what they're going to be doing. Most of the game, we're just going to be waiting for both of our teams to find those kills. But I think Ray might look for a problem here.
Yeah, they're going to jump onto Roichi. They have the knockback with that Forbidden Domain, but Roichi will survive. Inua doing some serious work, and they're looking to just go for Mijoj, the flash away, though. And through it all, I think that it's going to be at the end of this.
Oh, yeah, they were able to make things work for just a bit here for the team, but right now, I think Roichi is just going to be happy with being the weak side lane because that's what you expect. Whenever you're playing a concert queue, you're just going to be independent in the bot lane. You're just going to be alone because you don't really need any protecting.
Yeah. I mean, 1 is the loneliest number, and I think Roichi's going to be fine with that. Mijoj doesn't really need to stick around. I think that once he gets closer to, obviously, level 4, you're going to start to make gank attempts. But again, he just needs that farm for now.
Yeah, what I like about this is that Inouye is matching the pace of Xenon. He's clearing the wave really fast just so that Xenon would not be allowed to move around the map. That's why, this is why they pick up the Kongmin against the Maishira and Inouye most of the time, so that both of you, at least Inouye could also move around the map.
There's going to be, again, I love the, this matchup, the Kongmin Mai. There's so much mobility. The burst potential is there. Everything on the edge, right? In terms of damage. You get caught out once, you're just dead because you're such a glass cannon.
Oh yeah, that's true. Anybody who gets the catch first is gonna be the one winning. But the problem is Xenon has a lot of crowd control, which is the difference. Inouye has damage, Xenon has damage and crowd control, which is harder to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, again, positioning is going to be key at this point. I think that, again, if we're looking at those two, yes, they're going to get their potential bursts of damage, but Brock and BX, both of these guys are going to be off the map, just farming like crazy. It's going to be a rat race to the end.
It's looking like what they're doing here is very smart. Both sides, so BX and Rock are getting all the resources. They're going even to the clash lane. Because with what we're seeing here, Abdo doesn't really need anything much. He just needs to build tanky. He needs to use the Sage's Might whenever he's needed. But he doesn't really need a lot of resources. That's why he gives most of it to BX.
Yeah, it's smart. It's smart. I mean, you're more utility more than anything else. You have that kit where you're just generally, you know, innately tanky. So you just need to kind of survive and just kind of lock things down. Again, BX and Roichi, Zenon, those are the guys that are going to be doing the damage. You need to understand your role in this team comp.
Oh yeah, these compositions are crazy. You don't really see this often. And I love seeing this. I mean, Mijoj has the level 4 now. He has the ult. It's going to be scary. Clue needs to think about if he's going to use that ult. Zenon though.
Yeah, he's going to do a little bit of damage, but Inuo will get back to safety. He has that blink, and he will be fine. But now Rock is just kind of waiting in the wings, but he's looking to invade.
I really am scared on who is going to be the first target of Mijoj's Forsaken contract, because whoever is going to be his first target is going to feel bad.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, look, Mijoj is now level 4. This is a potential lockdown. If he's able to flashing to get on top of someone, Clue probably not the best target, because he could potentially just unbridled outburst his way out of this one. But the Tyrant actually resetting. R8 Esports, ooh, a little bit of a like botched bag there.
Surprisingly, they went in for the reset because BX didn't really want to commit there. He used his might a while ago, so when he didn't see where Rock is, he was kind of afraid that he might be looking to steal.
Yeah, looking to steal at this point, but now Gen.G are going to look to start this one off, and R8 are like, hey, actually, we cannot go for it. And BX was not even in close to kind of help out. He's going to be pushing the top lane. Again, you were talking about the funneling of farm to him. Abdo is just happily giving it to BX.
Yeah, BX is at level 9 at this point. Rock still at level 8. It all comes down to who gets the snowball first in this game. That's why nobody's giving any kills, because whoever gets the first kill would start the engines on both sides.
Yeah, it's actually going to be huge, right? Just starting it off. Again, if BX and Rock, the first one to die will almost be a huge indicator of how this game will go. But they actually have the lockdown. That's going to be the first one. They find Mijoj, and it looks like they're going to change targets. They're going to go for Roichi, and they go for Mijoj under the tower while taking the T1. That is a, huge turn of events.
Good answer in that Forsaken contract. Once they use the Forsaken contract, nobody hit whoever the target is. They got the stun on them just to stop them from doing anything else, and that was a good touch here for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, Mijoj was just trying to just lock him down. He was in a bad spot. It was used defensively, and that's never a winning strategy, so to speak. But they actually find Inuo. Speaking of winning strategy, looks like he's been picked off.
Oh no, Inuo just fell down, and with that, they are looking to get some towers on their side. They got a T2 on the bot side, but you're not going to kill Wawa that easily.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, he's just too tanky. But again, needs to be careful. Those Kachusins are starting to hit, but not able to do too much damage at this point. But R8 making some waves. They've been kind of pushing this mid-wave out, and now Gen.G on the defensive.
Yeah, I love that they have this... I love that they have the Fang here on their side, so any time somebody goes in with a Sage's Smite, he could just use his ultimate just to stop them from doing anything else. Oh, wait.
BX dashing away. The Battlefield Command is going to be connecting onto him, but now Zenon is going to join. He's trying to go for this one, but Rock and BX both are down. They've got the knockup. Do they have the damage? The Shinobi's going to be on point, but Zenon is going to be killed. It's a 2-for-1, and it's an all-out retreat by R8.
What an ult there by Clue, just isolating all the members here of R8 so that Zenon could get killed securely here by the side of Gen.G.
Now Abdo looking to go in for this one. He does have the Sage's Might, locks him down, but he's able to just get the kill. He does. Inuo is a very squishy target, and they get him, but they are low. They need to be careful. Ray dashing in, not able to get it. He actually flashed for that too.
Went for that flash, but Ryuichi answers with his own just for them to be safe. And right now, R8 still not on an advantage here. 2k Goldie for the side of Gen.G. Still not bad. R8 could still follow through.
Could still follow through at this point, but that was a good turn of events. They needed that, right? They were starting to fall behind, but getting that pickup was actually huge for them. Now they need to, again, stem the bleeding a little bit. They need to slow down the game. They just need to continue to farm.
Yeah, they just have to be careful here. Right now, R8 is needing time. I think Ryuichi really needs some time here, and Abdo has been so good at getting those Sage's Might, so he is a big threat here for the team. Gen.G really needs to dash away every time they see him.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where when you work around that ult, the Sage's Might that is from Abdo, is like everyone needs to be on the same page of just being like, hey, we're going in, we need to be there. Because he doesn't really have that damage, and you need like Xenon or whatever to kind of ensure that you secure those kills. But they find him, Xenon dashing away, he's going to be chased, and you cannot get away from the rock monster. He's going to chase you down, the Dark Impact just covering the lines of retreats, but through it all, they're not going to get anything out of this.
Wawa just went in for that flash for the secure and that stun, and that's good. Honestly, Gen.G has been doing just a bread and butter combo, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, they're doing well. The Umbrella Outburst connecting onto 2. They're going to go for this one. The Stampede, the control, and they find the old man. Abdo's down for the count, but Clue will go under the tower. By that tower, Majoj flashes away. He's going to be fine.
What ults? Clue has been so good with Unbridled Outbursts. He has been hitting those max range Unbridled Outbursts just so they don't get pushed. And that's very smart here. Clue has been so aggressive with his Zhongfei, and it's looking so good for them.
I mean, it's converting into stuff, but the Tyrant being picked off, and they're going to go in for the Battlefield Command, but Rocket's picked up. He was trying to be super aggressive. Roichi's going to be traded as well, so not the worst thing in the world.
That's a good steal. Oh, no.
Oh, they have the stop, and Janon goes the Shinobi snipe out, gets the assassination. Now Inua on the run, trying to deal with Majoj. He has the Dark Impact. He dodges away, but he gets stunned up by the Overlord. They find him out, and even the neutral's getting in on the action.
They want some action, though. They're looking for action. They've been standing there for so long. That's why the Overlord wanted to dip in and get that knockup. And crazy game we've seen here from Gen.G and R8.
Oh, just unlucky at this stage. The Overlord is saying, I want some action. Oh, Xenon just trying to dash away. Wawa just not enough. And now it's looking to be the 10-minute mark. The Shadow variants are going to be loading up and lock and loaded in their home, so to speak. But the bottom T2 goes down.
Just a bit of a mistake, and R8 was able to come back in that game, equalizing our gold lead. And now we're seeing the items here from both sides. It's looking like Ruichi is close on getting that Daybreaker, so this is going to be an important item breakpoint. Once he gets that, it's going to be the start here of Ruichi just dealing damage, just not taking the... Oh, wait! They're going to
go in for this one. Is to be locked down. They have the damage, and Roichi and Majoj both down for the count. And BX was just farming too little too late at this point, showing up at the wrong time, and now another Tyrant going the way of Gen.G.
That is just so fast. I didn't even see the Battlefield Command going on to Rock, and he just went in, gets the damage. Majoj was just half HP after that ult.
Yeah, look, BX is just farming. He's the top in terms of the net worth. He's been kind of, left alone or just finding farm across the map. He's been super aggressive. Gen.G looking to kind of just plug the holes, find out where he is. Xenon dashing away to safety, but 4 members as Gen.G cannot lock him down. On the other hand, BX is going to recall back.
He has been so aggressive with this death from below because he knows that Wawa is ready if ever he hits somebody with that Battlefield Command. Right now, R8 just scrambling, looking for options, looking for chances to fight back. They're just denying R8 from getting that Overlord, which is why they're placing themselves at the top side of the map with R8 looking for something.
But I mean, at this point, it's just about defending. Roichi needs to stay alive. He's level 13, level 14 at this point. They do some damage on the Clue, just trading, again, not the right target. But at the end of the day, it's about BX. Is he able to get that farm?
He's already level 15, and this is looking pretty scary because this is the time in where you're going to be seeing BX have a hard time killing.
Oh, they go in. The Umbrella Uppers, the lockdown. They have the Battlefield Commander. They're going to stack this one, and Majoj gets deleted. What a nice pick off. Gen.G, in a blink of an eye, get that kill.
You can see the discipline coming from Gen.G. Every time somebody gets hit by that Forsaken contract, they stop. They all stop from hitting so that they don't get any kills.
They found Abdo. He's not able to. He tried to recall back, but now he's being chased. He's going to just look to take the top T2 before he joins the Afterlife, and he doesn't even take that down.
BX wanting to look for this push, though. BX.
Oh, the bottom T3 just looking to go. Wawa really can't deal with this, but they don't have the minions. Clue looking to cut off the angle of retreats. Inua and Clue on the run, but just not fast enough. Xenon and BX, they've got their afterburners.
Yeah, they're just going to be bagging away here. They have a lot of dashes on their side, but looking at it, Overlord's already being taken here. And BX is just looking for the prize. He's just looking for that sneaky push since a while ago. He's not even looking at getting kills here.
Yeah, not looking at kills, just continuing to farm. He knows that, hey, we just got to get to that one point in the mid game where I can just literally turn it on at the 15-minute marker. So that's what he's looking for, to kind of just close out this game, find that backline. It hasn't been easy because Wawa's been clutch with those Battlefield Commands.
Gen.G has had this advantage with a 5k gold lead right now. This is looking pretty scary. They're looking to push the T2 at the mid, but no answers here from the side of R8. So far, they have been taking over the map.
Yeah, taking over the map. I mean, look, when you have that Blade Storm just kind of zone them away, there's really no way for R8 to really take that fight and to kind of defend that T2. Mind you, it's just the T2 at the end of the day, not the T3. That's where you need to make your stand.
Which is why it's really hard here. I mean, you can literally see where BX is right now. No minions or anything. He's just going to be bagging up a clue.
Oh, the Forbidden Domain catches him out. BX now on the run. It's going to be like Prison Break. All 4 members, all 5 members trying to chase him down. BX dashes a couple times. The winning strategy, even the turret does a couple shots onto him, but he regroups and he somehow survives.
He survives that? I mean, he has 3 dashes, so it's not impossible for BX to just survive that.
Oh, but he finds Rock. Oh, he looks like he's going to look to turn to the Battlefield Command. What are you doing? You had so little life, but they do have the lockdown. The Forsaken Contract onto this, but do they have the damage? The Dark Impact is going to be used, but if Abdos have been killed as well as Mijoj, both down for the count, they have 3 members down, and now Gen.G looking to figure out how to close this game out.
3 kills, and they're looking for more here. Xenon and Ruichi, they have to defend this.
They have to figure out some way, but just deal with the Vanguard, just too tanky at this point. Now Gen.G looking to close out that game. That is the slowest Vanguard making his way there. They find Inua, they do get the pick off, but they go for the base, and Gen.G, congratulations as they get the 2nd slot in the Grand Finals.
Going to the Grand Finals, Gen.G, what an awesome performance for these guys because they were able to show R8 that they're still at the top here. And what a great performance from them, just showing them how to do the assassin composition. And it worked out in the end for the side of Gen.G.
Just able to kind of get there, but hey, from where R8 started to today, that is a completely different team. This team is completely leveled up. It's been very impressive, and even taking it to them. I mean, they had that amazing series against Scars, and then all of a sudden they're really taking it to Gen.G, which is not something that I had on my bingo board. Really showed up by R8. Congratulations, but unfortunately, you're going to be 3rd place here.
Really good placement here from the side of R8. Honestly, it was a great performance overall in this whole tournament for the Major East. I love that seeing R8 grow the whole time. It was a great story, to be honest. But Gen.G, they were just at the top today. I do think by the next season, I think R8 would be one of the better teams, one of the best teams here in the Major East.
Yeah, I mean, look, they took those losses like a champ. They learned, got that experience. Again, we saw them level up in real time. I want to see what they, where they get to when they actually have time off, and then see where they come in the next big series. Because again, this is a team that's not going away.
Yeah, honestly, R8 Esports, what a great performance. But Gen.G, they still have another fight to go for. Gen.G Esports will be fighting against Nongshim RedForce, a rematch from yesterday's upper bracket finals, and this is gonna be it. I mean, Holler, I'm excited on how many games we're gonna be having for this grand finals.
Yeah, knowing these 2 teams, it's definitely going to go to a game 5. True. I think that's going to be no doubt in my mind for this. But now, Nongshim have seen exactly what Gen.G have brought. Again, a little bit more on the standard side, but let's talk a little bit more about this series, the closeout. Ray, 4-1-7, Wawa, 4-0-9. Rock, not even that great with his 2-2-10.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, Rock was dealing a lot of damage, but he had a lot of gold too in this game. He was just farming out, just trying to get those kills, but Ray and Wawa in the end were the ones getting the kill every time they used the Battlefield Command and everything. It was hard also for Mijoj to do anything much in this game, and even Abdo, they're just basically there to hold down people, but they weren't able to do anything much, and BX doesn't have a lot of damage there.
Yeah, it seemed a little underwhelming, and it might kind of goes back to the draft in a way where it seems like this is not the top hero that they're looking for in an elimination game. And it seemed like there was a bit of a falter. The idea was there, but again, these heroes just really not top tier. But this gold graph completely in favor of Gen.G. Understanding there were some dips, there were some moments where R8 Esports were able to get back in, but again, just too much Gen.G at the end of the day.
Yeah, Gen.G just overwhelming them in the end there. Very smart of Gen.G to just be picking this draft and showing it to us first time. That is what's happening the whole time though. They're showing a lot of the drafts that we are just seeing for the first time, and that takes a lot of guts for me for them to do here in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, what a great time to kind of just show up, especially going into this one. Because again, you needed that win. You wanted to just kind of speed through along. But again, a little bit of a different one. MVP, finally, we see Clue give some respect to, support lives, right? Because this guy, well-deserved, setting it off. Those Umbrella Outbursts were on point. He was 1-1-8.
Oh man, he was getting like 2 or 3 people almost all of the time, and it's always max range. And that's why, honestly, well-deserved. I wasn't expecting him to get the MVP, but he definitely deserves it for this game. You can see it on most of the highlights here. The way he starts this fight, he starts it with unbridled outburst, and you don't usually see that. Whenever somebody is aggressive with the Zhangfei, you know they're good.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I mean, when you have the backup that is Wawa on this Liu Bang, who, mind you, is 13-1 in the KME, he is definitely a gem, guys. You guys got to pick him up, or you got to ban, or you got to expect him when he's there, because they've been such an aggressive team, understanding that they have that save. But again, just this wombo combo of just squishiness and a whole bunch of damage from Gen.G were able to close it out, get that pick up right when they needed to.
Now look at the setups that they're doing here, especially when Bach was starting up the fights, but Clue, every time he uses those unbridled outbursts, nobody was able to move every time, or at least, even if it doesn't hit, it just pushes people back away slightly, because they have to think about it.
Yeah, and this fight right here, BX, he was at like half-life, tried to go for that one-on-one against Rock, and that is a losing battle, right? You just were not 100%. There was no reason to fight, and this is the last stand trying to hold it out. Unfortunately, too much Gen.G at the end of the day. R8 really just were not able to bounce back in that game.
Gen.G was just so good this time around. It was great. Honestly, just seeing them winning those battles with picks that we don't usually see them pick. The K-Band draft that they wanted to go for in Game 4, they weren't able to do it. But doing Standard, they also worked, surprisingly, for Gen.G. But again, they're fighting against Nongshim. They only had a day of a break. So I hope it's enough for them to have something different in their arsenal.
Yeah, I think that moving forward, I think that Nongshim, we've kind of seen, I don't want to say that we've seen everything, but I think that we generally see how they like to play. They let Haku kind of take over these games. But again, we're going to have to find out. We have that series that's going to be coming up. The grand finals is upon us, and we'll be right back.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life.
The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together. In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Hello and welcome to the grand finals of the KME, and we are here with the final two teams. It is of course going to be Gen.G Esports. We just saw them beat out R8 Esports to lock their place into this grand finals. They're going to be going up against the big dog that is Nongshim RedForce. My name is Holler, and with me is Dash. Your thoughts on this grand finals, Dash?
This is basically like a rematch of what happened in the upper bracket finals, but at least now they had a day. Is it a day? Yeah, it's like 12 hours of a break for Gen.G in order for them to fight against this team again. This is like not a lot of time for them to plan on what they can do, but it was close yesterday. Yesterday's game was close, so it's possible for Gen.G to win this.
Yeah, and actually in that last series, just to kind of keep the viewers up in the know, so to speak, they actually struggled a little bit. They were actually behind 1-2 going up against Gen.G. They had a chance to close out that series, but Nongshim too strong in the end, and they were able to kind of just overcome them, and they got to the point. They got to rest up, and so to speak, and they got to watch Gen.G kind of, they kind of dominated R8 Esports. Yes, it was a 3-1 series, but they're going to go into this one. But let's check out the intro video for the first challenger of this grand finals.
Let's go! The battle's coming. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah! 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah! Whoa! Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red, and they're going to be made up of Kung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye, and this is the team that has been on top throughout. Yes, there have been some times where they kind of stumbled a bit, but they're still the top dogs, and I would say, dare I say, the team to beat in this series here.
Yeah, this team has been really, really strong, but so far in the playoffs, they have been struggling. They have been losing a bit of their games even before the start of the final game of the survival week. They lost against Scars, and that could have shaken up their confidence, so I hope they would be able to pull through here. But they're fighting against a team that is on the rise too, which is Gen.G, and let's take a look at them first.
Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah! 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah! Whoa! Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Gen.G Esports, this team, the Game Changers, we've seen them win a while ago against R8 Esports. That's why they're here in the grand finals. Very well deserved for Wawa, Ray, Inoa, Rock, and Flu. These guys must have been tired from that past series, but again, it all comes down to this endurance in how you're going to be playing against the best Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and if you're worried about their stamina, they probably should have won in that winner bracket final at the end of the day. Obviously, easier said than done, especially going up against a titan like Nongshim RedForce, but they're here now. This is the revenge that they wanted to do. I mean, obviously, they got put down. They had to get back up, so to speak. We've seen this team learn quite a bit. They've gotten way more experience, starting to hit their stride, and they've really stepped up in the KME here.
Ooh, let's take a look at the head-to-head. 116 kills to 75. You don't usually see Haku getting a lot of the up kills in his game, but he always is the win condition on most of their games, which is the scary part about this because they are just breezing through a lot of games. And compared to the other teams, they have like less games, and that's a reason why they have less total kills.
Yeah, for sure. And that's been the biggest indicator. So the stats are a little deceiving because you see some of them kind of, inflated in that sense because they've played so many other games. Nongshim have done such a good job. I mean, it's tough to get a whole bunch of kills when the games are ending in 12 minutes. It's tough, right? But that said, this is a team that's been, very impressive, even from Season 3. Yes, they lost to Nova Esports. They were the runner-up in that one, but they're here now. They want to bounce back. They've came back with a lot more experience. This is a very strong team.
Yeah, I want to know what they've learned from the past few games, the past few series that happened, because they have lost on the recent ones that we have seen. They have lost games because before this, the ranking week, survival week, they're not losing games. They're not even giving an inch to the other teams, but so far, the other teams have evolved. And I hope that Nongshim RedForce with that game against Gen.G yesterday, I wish that would have been the wake-up call for them in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to definitely need that. I mean, Coach YK is probably talked to them, ensure that these guys are going to be ready. This is a team that we've seen, even in Season 3, every single series went the distance. I'm talking 3 ultimate battles in a row. This is a team that is well-versed. They have a very deep hero pool. But again, when the playoffs come, and this is the knockout stage, Gen.G has come out swinging, and, Nongshim has been clipped.
Yeah, and again, with this, let's see how they are going to do this. Will Gen.G go for the compositions that won them the game yesterday? Because there are some compositions, those are very caveman drafts. Those were the ones that won them the game, and that is a good start. Banning the Lubang is the start for that.
And that's been the hero of the KME. So if you happen to be from the KMW, this is the time to be scouting. That is the hero that's been 13-1. It has just been an absolute terror throughout. But again, most teams have kind of really been able to deal with that. They've been able to kind of, pick around it and have that great strategy.
Yeah, and banning it is also a good start. Banning the Foots is also a good start here for the side of Nongshim. They don't want to deal with that, and they're going to go with the classic. It's a Gen.G together with a Sakir. That's going to be their first pick almost all of the time. Game 1, they're going to be picking that too.
Yeah, nice little combination here. I mean, look, you're going to be going up against Gen.G, and this is where they kind of like to throw some curveballs. Yes, in the last series, you saw a very standard Gen.G, right? They went with the Ogren, they went with a typical, an Arlie type as a farm laner, right? You had that typical composition, but they actually have, in their back pockets, a Hanshin style, let Ogren just be in the farm lane, and so they can kind of throw that on you at a moment's notice.
This is their game 1 of draft against R8. These were the first 3 picks of Gen.G. Game 1 against R8. Ogren, Mayin, Yixing. They're looking at this formula, and they're looking at it like it's a trap. I think Nongshim RedForce recognizes that, because during that time, it's also the time in where the other team banned the Lubang, banned the Leon Po, because Gen.G could pull that out too on these last 2 picks.
Yep. And I mean, going into this one, this is the brilliance of these types of drafts. These coaches understand what is at stake. You want to pretend like you're going a certain way. You've shown your hand in a previous series, and Nongshim have definitely been, in tune with that. They've been okay in terms of their bans, but rightly so. This is a moment where Gen.G could go completely curveball, or they can go straight edge and just go like a typical standard draft.
Yeah, they can go with the standard. They're banning the Lung. They know that this is the picks that they had from a while ago, so might as well ban those so that we won't be seeing them banning the Lung. That's very smart. They're just taking out a bit of that damage from this composition a while ago, so they need to think about what Gen.G is going to do next year.
I mean, this is the interesting ban. Where does Nongshim believe that Gen.G are going to go? And again, I love the flexibility of Gen.G's draft, where it can go either way, right? They can completely go, like a Hanshin, Pei style to kind of just pick up the pace, because they haven't even, they have Mayin as well as Yixing, both meta picks. This is a strong lineup thus far.
Yeah, they're looking for something here. I think Gen.G still has a way on going that Leon Po. I think R8 is the team that really loves going with that Yixing together with the Leon Po, just so they have those lockdowns and easy setups from their side. A lot of AoE crowd controls, though, which is really good against this. But we haven't talked about Lady Jun. I think she's such a good pick against an Ogren. Just stops him on his tracks whenever then, and I think that's beautiful about this. What's beautiful about this is that Nongshim RedForce is trying to pick what R8 did when they were going with this rap against Gen.G. That was a Charlotte game too.
Yeah. It's a one way to kind of deal with this, right? And again, I think, again, Charlotte, not the strongest of Clash laners. Let it go, right? And then see exactly, this is going to show your hand in terms of Gen.G, where they're going to end up. Do they want to go with the high-flying Han Shin pace style? Let them get it out of the way. This is a long series. This is a best of 5.
Going with the Lady Soon and Gen.G, then what else are they going to go for here for the support? I think they need a bit of a support. Oh, they went in with a Yuhuan. Just changed up the Loom. It's basically the same composition. Yes, Lady Soon is just easier to kill, but the amount of damage she's going to deal is just better. But the survivability is not there.
Yeah, I mean, it just happened to be that Loon was banned. So Nongshim were kind of ahead on that one. They kind of scouted that one out. But they're going to go with the Agudo. Love this pick, right? And this is what Nongshim like to do. They use the Agudo to counter the Ogren play. Yes, he might be going with Path of Passing. He might be kind of slow sieging. But when you have that wild growth, it's so difficult to just break into.
Yeah, and also, this is a standard composition. Having the D-Rangier together with Secure Agudo, this is just siege, bulldozing a lot of those towers. That is what they want to go here. And what is good about this is that Gen.G just was able to break this code on one of their games yesterday. And I hope they have the formula right here.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, this is looking to be a great game. Both of these teams setting themselves up for success. I like the fact that they were going in heavy-handed. Game 1 is going to be in a great grand finals.
This is going to be an interesting one. Let's see what is going to work here for both of our teams. It's time for Nongshim RedForce to redeem themselves from the game from yesterday.
I think the biggest thing is that Nongshim, they kind of started a little slow in that last series going up against Gen.G. I think that this is one where they kind of want to dictate the pace. To be honest, obviously you're thinking 3-0 from the start, but obviously Gen.G will not allow that. But this is a game, again, start fast. Put the pressure on Gen.G early. This is something that they weren't able to do in the last one.
Yeah. Grand Finals is starting, everyone. This is Gen.G Esports versus Nongshim RedForce. If you just tuned in, here's the picks that they have for Game 1. This will be an interesting startup for both of our teams. Let's see who is going to be taking that first blood for KWC.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be starting underway. Look, we know the drafts, we know the players on each. Who are you giving the edge to, Dash?
Honestly, for now, I really love the composition from Nongshim RedForce. I think this is a favorite right here of Kin, just because of that Agudo. But again, before that, everybody, this thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of PWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great one. Of course, the winner of this series gets to go, and there happens to be a 3 million USD prize pool on that one, which is going to be crazy. But of course, all of these players are playing on the Realme 14 series. This is the 5G phone built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up. Get yours now and feel the difference.
Pops the passive, and I thought it was going to be dying there. Was able to get the flash out of the way, and right now they're still going for that fight. Starting out pretty well. Oh no, he gets the kill with the sprites.
Oh, the sprites, they just home in missiles at this point, right? They just locked him down. They chased Wawa around, and this is a great start for Nongshim.
What a great start for Nongshim, especially when they started that. They were so aggressive. Wawa was, rather, Kyung9 was looking for that kill against Inoue, and they were really chasing him down.
Yeah, and being able to start strong. I mean, this really helps out Kyung9, which, the Charlotte Mayin matchup, I'm definitely giving the edge to Mayin, but, losing or giving up first blood at this point might be a bit of a change in the swings of things in the top lane.
Yeah, you don't really want that to happen whenever you get the first blood, especially for the Charlotte versus Mayin matchup, because Charlotte usually is going to be losing that lane, but because of that level advantage, that gives them a bit of an edge.
Yep, and look it. Haku previously, he would just like to farm it freely, and Rock being very aggressive, understanding how Haku likes to play. This guy is off the map generally, and just consistently farming. Nongshim do such a great job of ensuring that he gets that farm, but Rock being aggressive, and he needs to be in this series.
Yeah. And they were looking for that. I mean, that's what happened during yesterday. You can see that Nongshim RedForce recognizes how they lost from yesterday's games, because when they were playing Agudo, they were just letting the other team, Gen.G, just take the reins, just take the level advantage against them. And that's not how you fight against a team like Gen.G, who depends on their jungler. They got the knock up on one though, so Ray is just going to be backing off a bit.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, Inuwa is just making an appearance in the bottom lane, putting pressure in, especially since Illusion is there. It seems like Gen.G and, I mean, both of these teams are really prioritizing this bottom lane. Gotta get as much farm as possible.
Ooh, Imperial Order got the hit on one, and Ending Sorrow is gonna get used really, really fast for Clue. But right now, they're just backing off, playing it safe.
Yeah, playing it safe here. But Haku, I mean, this is when you have 3 members in the bottom lane, there's going to be openings elsewhere. Haku was trying to take the mid farm as well as those boars, but Inuwa and Rock are there to quickly gobble them up in time.
Oh, yeah. Right now, it's looking like pretty good here for the side, for both of our sides. A 1k gold lead. It's really big at this point in the game, but it's still okay. Not really the biggest that you can't be dealing with it, but right now, it's looking like Illusion knows the assignment here, just giving the space. Both of them, Inuwa and Illusion, are just staying in the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the Rock and Haku show. I mean, those guys are going to get farmed. They're going to go into their own jungle, go back to the mid lane when it's there, take that, and move on with their lives. Right now, it's all about
taking liberties. The world is my board. Got 2 people, though. Needs to flash away, but Faye is going to be dying here first, and the next one is going to get executed again, and Rock starts up with a double kill.
A great ambush by Rock. His positioning and just getting the back line. Nongshim had zero idea they were going to get ambushed like that. That angle was perfect, and it looks like it's going to convert into a bottom T1. Gen.G making good moves across the map.
What's also great about that is that taking liberties from Inuwa just set up the world is my board perfectly, and that is honestly so good, especially when we see plays like this from Anishing. I really love seeing it because they always set up the fights for the team.
And Inuwa's great on this hero, right? He's just an absolute all-star, setting it up. I mean, that's going to be huge, but it looks like they're going to put a little pressure on the bottom lane.
Yeah, will it be a power? Not kidding. That's good. That's enough to stop them from going for more.
Look at Illusion stuck in the bottom lane, right? They just do not want to get him any sort of farm. I mean, he's all about that utility, the control. It is all about Haku making sure that he's able to keep pace with Rock. He actually has the edge in terms of levels against Rock right now.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. Just give both of these junglers their time. Just let them free farm. The Tyrant has been taken by Gen.G, but so far Haku is still getting a lot of gold from their side, though. Clue might be in danger. Oh, he saw Faye, so it's not good. Wild Growth already a bot side is going to get pushed for sure.
I mean, he's spotting himself out. Actually, you kind of deter him from actually pushing forward, but even taking a team fight, and that opens things up. Haku was able to push because, again, nobody really wants to defend that bottom T1.
Yep, taking liberties, force mobilization, gets the knock up on one person. The Rock has the world is my board. He's going to be moving forward here, but they have the blood rage. Because that Thermal is going to get used just to move forward. They're going to be having it. Siri gets hit by the grenade, and they are getting 1 kill from that.
Yeah, that board was perfect. I mean, it's set up for Nongshim are like, okay, we're okay if we stick together, but man, that damage coming in from Ray, perfect time.
Great answer too, because they were able to push down the tower in the mid lane, and this is much more important than a side lane push, especially in the early game. And if you want to steal a lot of the jungle, taking that mid lane tower down is such a good investment.
And look at how the tables have turned. We've seen this grand finals just shift on its head very quickly. Nongshim were up 1k, they got that early first blood, and now Gen.G making moves across the map, taking those early T1 towers, and now they're in the lead.
Yeah, they know that Haku's here. Wawa has an idea that everybody's here. Look at them. They're going at the top side. They don't have any idea where they are. Look at the jump, riding the win. He's really riding it because he needs to. He needs to run away from there. Good thing he was able to.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, whenever I see Ride the Wind, especially from Faye, like, I always feel like he's passing gas. He's just, like, running because he's, like, so super fast. But that's just me. And that said, Gen.G making some great moves because, again, you're forcing a rotation by Nongshim.
Oh no, this is not good. They're going to be able to push this, though. Nobody's going to be able to stop this. This is just going to be their side of the map. The world is my board is going to get used, get the knock up on the Siri. He was able to flash away, though. It is expended, but they got the turnaround on Wawa, and he had to use that flat rock. It's going to be next year. They're going to try to go for that push, but the tower in the top side got taken down.
And so this is where you gotta kind of, I mean, yeah, I know you're bloodthirsty. Wawa needs to be a little bit careful with going in, right? He's much faster than everybody else. Nobody's able to kind of go in with you. He was in the back line, nice little stun, but again, you need the rest of the team to really just kind of compound on that initiation.
That is true, and that is what I'm expecting here for their side. They have to be really careful on how they start these fights, especially for Wawa, because even if you start, there's a lot of healing from the side of Nongshim RedForce. They could really just stick to their guts, just sustain out of that healing from Faye, and they could just go again.
Yeah. Again, it's about patience, right? It's understanding when you need to go in. I think that they need to be a little bit more careful. Look, it's pretty much neck and neck. Net worth is almost irrelevant at this point. But again, this is the guy to watch.
Double knockup, Clue. Has the unending sorrow, so it's still okay. They have the ultimate right now. Haku has been caught on it, but Rock won't be able to get close to him. He needs to back off. That's knocked up, but he has the blood rage. Was able to get the execute still, and Siri also falls down. That's a double kill for their side.
Yeah, Rock laughs at your blood rage. You got nothing when you're getting executed by the Rock machine. This guy's chasing after you. Now Kyung9 on the run.
Oh, Rock, gonna go for the chase. Kyung9, very scared to fight against. He doesn't have the ultimate right now, though. He's just chasing down any target he can, but he won't get any of them.
I mean, Inoue using that passive to stay alive, that could have been much closer. Kyung9 was going for the suicide mission, looking to trade, getting something out of this, but again, the passive greatly used by Inoue there, saving his life, ensuring that, again, they have a 6-2 lead.
Love that Gen.G is just fighting back here. I love that they're having advantage in this game. Rock at the 5-0 right now, already has his blood rage, and Eye of the Phoenix at this point in the game. He's so ahead against Haku.
Yeah, I mean, he's so ahead, but he's got 5 kills, right? He's 5-0-1 Rock, yeah. That is. He's got a huge edge. Again, this Tyrant looks to be uncontested at this point, and now they're going to go.
Ford, not going to hit, so that's good. I mean, he's just going to be stealing this Azure buff just because of it, and now they have advantage already. Gen.G just needs to find a way to make use of this advantage that they have across the map, because Nongshim RedForce hasn't been fighting back.
I mean, now is kind of not the time for Nongshim. They're definitely behind. Gen.G are starting to feel it. They have that a huge advantage. Rock is starting to get hit that critical mass where he's just so scary. Nobody wants to deal with him, and plus Nongshim don't really have any answers.
Yeah, they're looking for it, hey? Looking for that damage against them, though, but they're not going to be hitting all those shots. And Noah gets a taking liberties, so the world is my board. He sacrificed himself for the cause, but he ain't all dying. They're taking a lot of fights here under the tower. A bit too aggressive for the side of Gen.G, and they lost that battle against them.
Yeah, a little too aggressive, just sticking around. I mean, Rock was, again, feeling it, but, man, you got to know when your limits are. You cannot be diving the tower. Oh, they're looking to get Faye.
Okay, Baba, gonna go for the chase. Gonna look for more, but I think it's still good. They're still very, very safe. Right now, they're looking for the push in the mid lane. And as I was saying, they're losing, and they traverse that gold gap with just one battle.
I mean, it's a huge battle. I mean, getting the 3 kills and then turning it around. I mean, taking that mid T1 as well as this Tyrant. Nongshim right now. This is why you cannot give them anything. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
A bit too aggressive there for Inoue. I think that was the mistake there. He got the taking liberties up to 3 people, got the knockup with the world is my board, but they're under the tower, so it's still a big risk.
Yeah, I mean, look, whenever I see these type of fights, the tower is like an extra player. They're like having 6-on-5 under the tower. It was a nice world as my board. I mean, they set it up, but it was just way too aggressive. Rock was taking tower shots, and all they needed to do was just back off. Then they were able to just kind of turn this and route them on the way as they were trying to retreat.
You actually didn't see that, though. That Ocean of Tears from Illusion was crazy. That was the reason why they weren't able to move forward there in that fight. But again, with this, look at what Nongshim is doing. They're playing the map. They're not losing their cool. Even if we try to take this fight, we find something else across the map. And that top side is getting pushed by the minions.
And there's a reason why Nongshim have looked at this Agudo as the Ogren, counter, right? Because of the zones that he wants to go in, it limits quite a bit in terms of how the hero can move around. He wants to be free-flowing, using that path of passing to kind of just get to where he wants, but it's kind of been limited.
Yeah, the extra stats from that wild goes so good, though. Faye caught in the trap, though. He needs to move forward, gets a knock up on 2 people. The Attic on the curve, so still available. Backline, though, the drop kick was able to get the kill on the backline. Haku and Siri are both down, but Kyung9 is still looking for scraps. But he won't be able to find anything at that point. Nongshim RedForce has been taken down, and it's looking like they want to finish this at the bot lane.
Did you blink? because at the end of the day, just like that, the game turns on its head. They find illusion on this one, and they're continuing on. Gen.G looking to close this game out.
He's getting chased, 10 seconds onto Siri. Minions are going to be moving forward here, but Ray has been dead. So 5 seconds at the clock, they can finish this. This game is over, and Gen.G is looking to get that game won, taking a bit of the tower hits just for them to finish the game, and game 1 goes to Gen.G.
What a great game by Gen.G. Just being able to close that one out. Nongshim were finding ways to get back into this game, but Gen.G still closes the door on that one. That team fight in the end was good enough to just end the game in a heartbeat. Very calm, cool, collected. Very well played by Gen.G here.
I know the reason why they were laughing at Ray. Ray didn't have to die there. His latest son took like 2 tower shots in the end. That could have lost them the game if they weren't able to finish it. It's a good thing that they had 15 seconds on Siri. So that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, it was all calculated. This is team
That's
knows,
true.
right? They're able to kind of throw some in the end, but really,
Part of the plan.
I mean, yeah, part of the plan, understanding how they needed to just close the game out. Very well played by Gen.G. Just turning that last team fight around, and I do want to see the highlight to see it again, because again, it was surgical in the way they just took down Nongshim.
Yeah, I love that how they started that fight, though. They started that fight with Baba in the backline, looking at Siri and Haku. He got the dropkick on 2 people, and that's very good. Especially at that point in the game, the dropkick deals like half your HP, which is very scary for Siri specifically.
Yeah, and I mean, just really well played. This is, again, I think that we're going to look at the draft and just see, whenever you see an Ogren, you're kind of like, dare I say it's a gimme? Because again, like Nongshim, yes, you have the counter in Nagudo, but if you're not 100% on, things like that are going to happen, and Rock is going to take over. He's very scary on this Ogren.
And what I've been seeing, though, that every time the Nongshim RedForce is pulling out the Agudo recently, they haven't won. And I don't know if it's still a good counter against the Ogren, because they always have this problem of just sticking together, and other teams know how to deal with that. The death ball hasn't been working pretty well in the Major East, so I hope it's going to be something that Nongshim RedForce takes to heart.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's just one game. At the end of the day, they don't really pick the Agudo just with, as any other hero, right? It seems to be one of their like pocket picks to kind of deal with the Ogren. They tried. It didn't really work out. Again, this is a long series. They've lost games before. I expect them to go to a 5th game. They will bounce back.
Yeah, it is possible that this is gonna go long, just because of how it happened yesterday. It's still possible that it's gonna work again. Yesterday, they lost against Gen.G with an Agudo on game 1. So Agudo might be the problem here.
Yeah, I mean, didn't have the greatest of start. I mean, look, Rock got going. I mean, he's just, once he got that farm, he was actually very close. They were tied with Haku, but when those kills started snowballing, it was the Rock show. I mean, he was 8-1-2 for a reason. He was that raid boss.
Yeah, it was really hard, though. I mean, especially facing against an Ogren. Yes, it's not this level of Ogren right now. It's not the same as he was before. He was stronger before. Right now, he's a bit toned down, but he's still strong once he gets going, as you said. And Inoue has been getting those sets that are so good, it's actually crazy.
Because, look, when Rock is chasing after you on the Ogren, it's just like an all-out retreat, or everybody's trying to focus fire on him. They group up. Again, Inoue, Yixing, it's a perfect complement to the Ogren. Setting up the boards. Where are they going to go? Ogren is going to chase you down.
Yeah, and I always love how they set this up like that, right? They Yixing to the Ogren. This is always the combo, because most of the time whenever you're fighting against an Ogren, Yixing is also a good counter, just so you can cage him on his own play so that he won't be able to go to the back line, which is what they did. But look at the grab here. It's just Gen.G was able to take over, but Nongshim, that one fight that they were able to find that almost got them the advantage there. But again, Gen.G still swung back.
Yeah, I mean, swung back hard, right? They were losing in the net worth department, but just winning a team fight, that's what matters. Being on the same page, being coordinated to do that, and of course, it's on the back of MVP Rock here. 8-1-2, 18% of the damage, not the most. Inoue definitely did more, but he took a lot of damage, and his presence was definitely felt.
Rock taking the MVP again. This is a story that you want to see again from Gen.G. And look at those sets coming from Inoue. This is what he wants. He always starts off with the taking liberties first. Then he drops the world is my board so that whoever got hit with the taking liberties is not going to be moving.
Yeah, and it's perfect, right? I mean, because sometimes you set up the board, they can just walk away. But if you've got taking liberties, you know where they're going to drop. So you have a little bit of time to set up that board. And Inu has been like a maestro on that, just setting it up. Look at those boards. Oh, perfectly done here.
Oh man, it's so good. It's just so good to see here from their side, the Yixing. And even the Ogren right here, what they wanted to do was just go for that, go for the combo, mournful tempo, get the conductor souls. This was the fight that we were talking about a while ago. Nongshim got the gold back there.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to completely bounce back. Ray just dying between towers. You know, he's completely out of position. He's got to be a little bit careful. But man, if Serious Death Timer was a little bit, you know, like less time, that could have been a disaster at the end.
That was why they were laughing in the end there, because they thought that they couldn't end it because Ray just died under the tower there, but at least they were able to win there in the end, which actually worked out for the team. Gen.G taking game 1 again against Nongshim RedForce. I hope they go the distance this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how these things played out, right? Going into this one. Of course, we were expecting a 5th game. We have a long way to go. But of course, let's take a little bit of a break before we go into game 2 here.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked to aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing.
Welcome back to the grand finals of the KME Nongshim RedForce going up against Gen.G. Gen.G striking first. Dash, your thoughts of that first game?
Ooh, Gen.G just really going back to what happened yesterday. They were the one to strike first, and they were the one to set the pace in this whole series, so I hope they would be able to keep it up, because right now it's looking like they do have a very wide hero pool on their side, just because of what we've seen from the fight against R8 Esports. They can do pretty much anything. But will that work against Nongshim RedForce? That's the question, because game 2, that is when they started having problems for Gen.G yesterday.
Yeah. I think that Gen.G right now need to really go into the draft. This is must win for game 2, right? They do not want to be in a whole 0-2 at this point. Going up against Gen.G, who can just really spring up a crazy draft against you. You got to be super careful in that sense as well. You want to keep them honest as much as possible. Nongshim here, going to start off this game 2 on the blue side.
Oh yeah, they're going to be starting this right now, and this is very smart here for the side of the Gen.G Esports to get the first game, because I mean, you need to get anything you can against Nongshim RedForce, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be like a heavyweight fight, right? These guys are going to go toe-to-toe. They're going to continue to trade shots. At the end of the day, it's about the resilience to go in. Obviously, Gen.G must be feeling ecstatic winning that game 1. They did that in that last game against Nongshim in that last series. Same idea, right? But going into this one, game 2, you got to be serious. I would think that you would do something crazy to kind of catch Nongshim off guard here.
Yeah, they have to put in a surprise here against them again. This is like a Gen.G classic, right? They want to surprise the enemy team as much as they can because they want to go and get those advantage as much as they can with what they have.
Yeah, but it looks like the draft is going to be underway. Nongshim, of course, being on the blue side, they're going to be picking first. They have first bans as well. I think that you want to kind of target Rock as much as possible, and it looks like they're going to ban out the Marco Polo.
Okay, they're just going to be banning out the Marco Polo here. And with what they have right now here for Gen.G, they're going to be losing options. I think Nongshim RedForce was watching on the sides when R8 Esports versus Gen.G was happening. They were eating their potato chips while this was happening, and they're taking a look at, oh, game 2, they picked this up, so let's ban that.
Yeah. And I mean, that's something that Gen.G is doing a good job on, right? The Ogren, definitely, they do not want to let Haku get this hero. I think that you kind of limit that. It almost seems it's like a free game because he's just so good on that Ogren. He is undefeated in the KME with the Ogren. I believe he's, 7-0 after yesterday.
What was that? That is crazy. Every time he gets a pick on that Ogren, I'm kind of scared every time because Nongshim really knows how to play around that. Diadea is going to get picked up here. It was picked up yesterday also against Gen.G, but they weren't able to win that. That was the time they also picked the Dibran on their side. So Gen.G, what will they answer with?
Yeah, and I mean, look, Diadea is the type where it doesn't show your cards. It doesn't, like, if you pick like a Dolia, you know that, hey, we're going to be going heavy alts, maybe like an Elaine, that type. But the Diadea is kind of like very flexible. They want to see exactly where the first 2 picks are going to go, and they're going to go strong with the Dharma and the Arlie. Gen.G just want to go.
Yeah, this is exactly what they want here. Going for the standard, giving Wawa this Dharma together with this Arlie. I mean, we don't usually see them play around with this with their composition, but I love seeing it whenever Gen.G goes for it. But the Chano gets picked up by Nongshim.
Okay, well, Siri is one of the best Chanos, at least in the KME, so I'm not too worried about that. And I think that they're going to kind of just want to just get that nice little matchup going up against Arlie. You have mobility, you definitely have your damage. And I mean, the Wolves are kind of annoying to deal with, so Gen.G actually need to respond to that.
Yeah, they have to be careful about it. They need somebody to wait clear on their side, but Gen.G already picked up the East Shing, so they go with the Leon Po. I think this is a 2-pronged attack that they're going for. Leon Po together with the Dharma, very destructive.
Leon Po right now picked 23 times, 14-9, 60% win rates. Very strong roamer. It has had a lot of play, and especially with Clue, he's been able to be at the right time, at the right place, especially if you see, like, FaZe, Diadea jumping on you, you got outs.
Oh yeah, this is going to be really scary here for them because they want to get to the backline. They need to find the rate of timing that they want to go for just for them to get onto the Chano in the Diadea because they're very dodgy on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have a little bit of squishiness. The mobility is going to be there, but it's also a bit of a weakness as well. If Gen.G are able to kind of lock you down, if, Wawa is able to kind of find that perfect angle for that flash truth, you're going to have a tough time.
I love that they still respect the Luna here from Nongshim because yesterday they got destroyed by El Luna. But remember, yesterday, Luna was not the problem. It was the Shoyu from Siri. That was the problem from Nongshim, the RedForce. So they have to be scared more on Siri rather than that Luna. But they're just making sure. They're just making sure that there's less options here for Haku.
And there's a reason why, I mean, these are the top 2 teams, right? Like, yeah, you can attack a player, but at the end of the day, somebody's going to kind of pick up that slack. You might not have the best hero that you want, but they're still going to have ways to kind of deal with this squad, right? Siri is going to be a ample substitute for Haku if he's on having a bit of an off game.
Yeah, I think Siri, especially with this Chano, will be doing a lot of work for the team. So I'm still kind of scared of what Gen.G is going to be bringing here. With the Leon Po, they can still do pretty much anything. They can still go with any combo that they want to go for here. But it seems at the mid lane, what options do they have? They still have a lot to shout out if they want to go for more damage or even the... Oh! This was game 1 yesterday, the Hano.
Yeah, so... I mean, look, Hano is kind of fallen off a bit because it seems like the compositions tend to be a little bit more bursty, so he has a harder time getting off those perfect Fate rewinds. If you're looking for a long sustaining fight and you don't see a whole lot of damage from Nongshim, this is a great target, a great hero to be picking here. I mean, if you're looking at the Nongshim side, still a bit of a mixed bag here. I think they can go either way. They're definitely going to have to address this Hano problem with some burst now.
The question is that going to be enough though? I mean, yesterday they addressed the Hano problem with an Angela, so I'm not sure if Angela is going to be the best. They're still going to go with the Angela. Did they not learn their lesson from yesterday?
They might have learned it because they're going to change things up. I mean, if you get a Chaos Cinder off, I mean, the potential Pei and Chano, the burst damage that they have, and then Mayin for like counter initiation and control, that could be a good time. So again, if it ain't broke, it wasn't the worst composition. Yes, Angela did struggle with its, very static movements, but Gen.G going with the fade. How are they going to play this one out? Wow.
Wait, fade? It's the first time they use fade. This is crazy. Again, another first time against Nongshim. Are they sure about this? Rock gonna be using this fade, at least on stream. It wasn't played yet by Gen.G, but again, this fade is gonna be very interesting. There's a lot of squishy targets. No, they're all squishy targets, so this fade could shine in this game.
Yeah, Fade has been what? Picked 9 times. He's 6-3, 66% win rate. Has been definitely showing up, but it's a perfect last pick. And again, you have to trust Rock to do his thing. He plays every single hero in this game, right? And just a very mechanically sound, a difficult hero to play. And I think Rock will be more than up to the task on this one.
Yeah, they have to be careful in how they approach this. So, I mean, what I love about the Pei, especially if Haku is the one using it together with the Mayin, they are gonna be the duo here for their side because they will be bullying this jungler. This Fade is not gonna have the best day because the Mayin is just gonna be bullying him in the early game and the Pei too. So it's gonna be hard for him to do much here in the early game. So Gen.G needs to protect Rock during the early game.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really good. I mean, the first 5-10 minutes, if Gen.G are completely blown out of the water and they just lose their jungle, they're just going to suffer at this point, right? But again, if they're able to mitigate the damage by the Pei from Haku, I think that Gen.G are really going to be able to strike back because this is a potential lineup that can do some serious mid to late game damage.
Yeah, the Nongshim RedForce has a lot of burst on their side, and that's what I like about this. They have a lot of damage on their composition. They're not going to be lacking on that damage, but who's going to be mitigating all those pressures coming in from Gen.G? There's nobody, but right now Haku is already starting off with that, and Rock going to go and dash into Haku just to stop them from getting anything. And Wawa together with him there is also a good try, or rather a good start off for them.
And you're seeing these two teams, they're just starting to become really familiar with one another. They've played each other so many times from the ranking week to Survivor week. They know Haku is looking to be aggressive on that Pei. They were waiting in the brush and they're like, okay, we know he's coming, just wait a matter of time and we'll brush him off.
They actually were ready for it, but now Wawa gonna get jumped on by 2 people. Illusion was also there, so he had to flash away.
Yeah, look, I think that in this one, Kyung9 should not have been the initiator. I mean, he should have been right on top of Illusion. They should have moved together, and then Wawa's reaction time of seeing both would have been much at the same time, but the chances of hitting that Chaos Cinder would have been much greater. Potential first blood, it would have changed the odds.
Look at this, Ray, just trying to go for that bullying, but Kyung9 is still going to be taking that spike tail. So, still a good start for their side here. Gen.G are just trying to find a way to pressure Nongshim RedForce, but so far, they're the ones still getting the advantage here.
Looking to go in for this one.
Yeah, might be able to jump in. Ray just gonna be backing off, back to his Parasol, and Haku. This is what you expect. Get the advantage in the early game, and you might want to check your sides every time because Haku could be there lurking.
Yeah, I mean, he could potentially go in at a moment's notice, right? He wants to be aggressive. This is the Nongshim time. I feel like they're on a bit of a timer. They need to force the initiative a bit.
Yeah, right now it's just Faye trying to bait out a bit of farewell here. Wawa gonna come in, goes in. Truth Mantra is gonna be there, but he's not gonna use it just yet. Wawa is waiting for the holidays before he used the Truth Mantra, but now he's gonna get jumped on. He doesn't have any flash anymore, which is why the first blood comes in.
Oh, Kyung-9, just the way he just like navigated through his spells, ensuring that he's going in and out, like hit like a butterfly, or like move like a butterfly, sting like a bee. He was just kind of moving around at the perfect time, understanding where Wawa was going to potentially look to go away from. He got caught out at that moment.
Yeah, that was a great play here. I think they missed the opportunity there because they didn't use the Truth Mantra for Wawa, and he had to back off, use the Truth Mantra defensively. Could have been a kill there for Haku.
Yeah, could have been a potential one. But I mean, you'll be happy with that one. Look, they've already got a 1.2k net worth lead. This is a great start from Nongshim. This is the way they want to do it. Now they need to snowball off of this.
Ooh, the Chaos Cinder's perfect timing with the Blazing Brilliance, goes in for the dash, and Rock is going to be surviving that.
Yeah, a lot of damage. I mean, at the end of the day, Haku was really not going to commit on that. He didn't want to kind of like lose this lead that he's kind of built. He will continue to farm, but again, more pressure. If Rock is getting a little bit low, he's going to play a little bit more scared.
Yeah, one thing that we expect on this composition that Gen.G built is that they're not going to be winning the early game. They're going to be losing most of the early game because Illusion is just going to be finding those kills with the Blazing Brilliance. Innova is just going to try to wave clear. So they are really not built for these early game battles.
And I mean, Gen.G know that. They're going to play a little bit more defensively, slow the pace of the game down. Just, again, protect the towers, wave clear more than anything else. Obviously, check every brush. You have to assume that they're going to be in every single one.
Yeah, especially Haku. He's just going to be farming uber fast against the other team just because of how they are just going to be taking this most of the space around the map. It's going to be hard to deal with Haku, and this objective is going to be starting. But Gen.G starting to position themselves close to it. Kyung-9 going to be the target though. They got the stun a while ago. Dropkick comes in. Haku or Kyung-9 rather fighting against two, and both of them are low HP already at this point. Goes in, Wawa falls down again, and Ray is going to be the next one. He went in, tried to save his mate, but he's also going to be dying.
Yeah, what a play by Kyung-9, and they want to get more. I mean, they're doing a lot of damage on the Clue at this point.
Yeah, Nongshim RedForce really just knows how to play with Haku, especially with this advantage in the early game. They can't even deal damage against him.
Yeah, but look at it. I mean, going back to that fight, though, Kyung-9 just delaying Wawa and Rock just enough for Haku to get there. The perfect timing stuns. Again, Haku is like that perfect guy at the right moment, showing up when he needs to.
Yeah, and Kyung-9 also holding the fort there was just so good. He was just dealing damage, got both of them like 1/4 HP, and he's already fine with it because he could just let Haku do his work, get the gold for himself, and that's what you want. You want to give Haku as much advantage as you can.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he already had a 2-level advantage. Rock just leveled up. So again, a little bit of a gap in that instance. But when you're getting so many kills like Haku and pretty much getting fed, he's been able to be aggressive. But this Tyrant fight, if it shifts or it gets picked up by Gen.G, that'll definitely help them out.
Yeah, right now it's going to be the Tyrant. I think Gen.G needs to find a kill here just to lessen the gap that they have right now. Because right now, Nongshim RedForce is just dealing a lot of damage against them. While saying that, Blazing Brilliance half HP on Clue.
Yeah, look, the enemy jungle, Gen.G's that is, has largely been taken away by Haku. They have a 3k net worth, like 2.6. It just dropped because the Tyrant was just picked up. But Gen.G right now need to find ways to get some farm on this map.
Yeah, look at the damage from Haku a while ago. Even Clue is not even that tanky against him, but I do think Haku is building very tanky if he can just check the items, because look at his HP. He has so much HP, so he's definitely building tanky.
Yeah, he's building tank. I mean, look at the rest of the lineup. Everyone else is very squishy. They need to be careful here.
Fate Rewind gets used already. With the leader stance, gets some damage a bit. And what I like about this Hano pick, he might be able to take down all those wolves every time the leader stance pops out. Yep, Kyung-9 goes in, gets the knock up. Brock is going to be next, going to be the target here. Haku would be just jumping on him. They got the kill on one under the backline with Tremor Smash from Clue. I think this is not over though. They're going to go for it. Innova dealing a lot of damage against Haku. He's going to go for the chase down. He has more spears. He's not going to be losing those scepters on his hands, and that is a 3-for-1 pretty fast right there.
Oh, Haku just got tunnel vision. He was trying to pick off Rock. Rock was just using his maneuverability to get to safety. And the rest of the squads from Gen.G were able to find out Siri, Faye, and Kyung-9, able to close the door on them. If Haku is going in, he needs to ensure who is the target. They need to be making calls of this hero needs to die. Everybody's within range. Focus it down. They weren't able to do it, and they paid with their lives.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, man, I thought it's not going to happen. I thought Haku is just going to get the kill there, but Gen.G, they really knew how to answer, and that's exactly what they needed. They needed something against them, any advantage that they can take, and Gen.G was able to bridge that gap just with that one fight.
I mean, if we're going to check this replay, I mean, look, it looked potentially good. They started strong. Kyung9 was there. They thought they had Rock 9, but look at how he just pulls Haku away. All that damage is now mitigated. All that control from Gen.G, and they're taking them all down. And Haku was just running for his life at that point.
Yeah, and Wawa delaying the Truth Mantra, just punching everybody first and Truth Mantra after, was a really good setup there for them. Just for him to just make sure that he's gonna get the kill on the other two. Wawa gonna go in, Truth Mantra goes in, throws him to his team, and that's a kill. Very easy one.
Yeah, Kyung9 was just like, I'm just walking around, taking a walk in the park, and he just gets blown up.
Fate Rewind gonna get used, has a lot more HP, flashes away. Haku gonna be next. Leader stance has been popped already. That's a lot of damage from Inoue. That's very scary.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be on. They're gonna be fine. That is, I mean, they weren't able to get the pick off. Nice Fate Rewind by Inoue, and of course Clue keeping him alive. But again, look at, we're seeing what Ray is doing, pushing in the top lane. They take the top T1, and now the tides have shifted. That early game lead by Nongshim have completely shifted in favor of Gen.G now.
I'm really loving this Hano pick now. I think Siri is not gonna have the best day. Anything that he puts out there, any wolves, he's not gonna get wolves. He's just gonna get himself. The one he's riding. That's the only one he's gonna get.
I mean, like, the Scepters do so much. Like they deal with it. They have that AoE damage. They have that control. And again, you were talking about the fact that, like, the Angela pick has been a little underwhelming for Nongshim in their past series, and we're kind of seeing it again. We're not able to see those Chaos Cinder pickoffs that we potentially wanted from this Angela here.
Yeah, we're kind of expecting that to happen. Fate Rewind is going to get used, but his HP is just going to get drained as fast. And now Haku, Ray has been able to see him though, but Kyung9 is kind of looking for this kill on Ray. He doesn't know that he's there, so he has to be careful once he moves forward, goes in, gets the damage and illusion. Kyung9 goes in with a drop kick, but they're not going to get the kill on anything.
But if anything, that space created, Siri will take the bottom T1 for free, uncontested on this one. But now they need to look to just kind of invade, put some pressure on. One cute thing though in that last fight, Kyung9 actually pulls Rock off of the ledge and says, get over here. But Rock was just doing so much damage, Kyung9's like, okay, sorry, my bad.
Oh, and from what we're seeing here, I think Nongshim RedForce is recognizing that they might falter onto the late game here against the other team. Wawa can chase down. Haku also here, get some damage in. Will he be able to push them away? Here comes Clue. Gonna go for that help, but his sustain is just so much they can't even kill him.
I mean, they're just so tanky at this point. And if the fight was to continue, Rock, look at this guy. He's prancing around on those ledges looking for the right time to strike.
Yeah, could just go back. Ray is just going to use that parasol. And that's what we're saying. Yeah, I think Rock is going to be very scary in this next fight. I think the Tyrant is when the next big battle is going to happen.
Yeah, and Haku, level 14, has a slight edge over Rock, but at what point is it Rock going to just turn around? Because again, Nongshim very squishy.
Rock wants to go for that Jade Step, but right now he's just being pushed away from his ledge. And the Tyrant, he can't even start it, but right now, they're already starting out. Haku in the area. They need to be careful if ever they start this. Haku is one of the best smiters in the Major East so far. Right now, he's gonna go. He's gonna try. He has some space. Wawa goes in, might be able to push him back. Goes for the Truth, pushes him away, and gets the kill with the Jade Mark. And they're gonna go for more. Goes to the backline. They're gonna get some kills, and they are looking for more. Siri gets one, gets away with two. It's still a 3v3, or rather a 2v3 at this point. Wawa needs to back away. Siri's still pretty much alive, and with this hold on to Wawa, they are gonna get the kill on him for sure, and this is gonna be a 4-for-2.
Yeah, and look, I thought that Siri was kind of a little out of position. He was kind of consistently farming, and then Haku dying early. But man, they turned that game, that fight around, able to get the right control, getting a 4-for-2. That was gravy by Nongshim.
Oh man, Nongshim just looking for the right targets. They thought that Haku was the carry, but they forgot about Siri. Siri was the one dealing so much damage that fight.
Yeah, and look, you were talking about the fact that, like, hey, Haku doesn't have the best games all the time, and you're kind of seeing that. I mean, this is it's still above average as a jungler, but it's not a typical Haku game where he just completely controls the pace of the game. This is one where Siri really stepping up. He's got 9K to his name, highest across the map.
Yeah, this is the reason why you always have to be careful about Siri, because in the early game, he's not going to be flashy. He's not going to be dying, but he's also not going to be getting a lot of kills. But once he gets going, he's going to be performing pretty well here for the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually like what you want in a farm laner, right? The old reliable guy. He's gonna get his farm. He's just give him time. He's gonna do a bunch of damage, and he's been capable of carrying games, which is the biggest thing.
Yeah, Siri's not gonna be letting that tower survive. And Gen.G is just going to be playing this mid lane because they don't want the mid lane to get taken down anytime soon. And they're just defending this against the other team. And Ray already at 1/4 HP at this point. So they are just going to be backing off here. But remember, it's Rock going in. Jade Mark dashes in with a Tremor Smash. Gets a knock up on 2. But 2 people already dead. And Gen.G needs to back off. And Nongshim RedForce just keeping them at bay.
I don't like the way the fight started on that one. Clue and Rock should not be the 2 that go in. I think that you're looking for like Wawa to set up the play, Inuwa to bait some of the guys, let them group up and then come in with like an amazing truth Tremor Smash. You need to kind of understand what you're trying to do here.
Ooh, T3's gonna be dead. Wait, never mind. Bait rewind. Bait rewind. I forgot about that at one point, but again, bait rewind is just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and this is the counterplay. This is what they were looking to do. They knew that Nongshim were able to burst you down. It's going to be quick, it's going to be early, but again, Haino with that Fate Rewind, basically able to kind of just counter that play.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. Just Fate Rewind, take some time, don't let Nongshim RedForce finish this game so fast. It's a really smart pick right here for Gen.G, but Nongshim RedForce, they're looking pretty good. This game, they have a 6k gold lead, they have 6 towers down on the other side, and Gen.G has been really scrappy with how they start this fight.
Yeah, but again, Nongshim on a timer. They need to be careful. Gen.G being able to just rebuild those towers is slowing the game down. They want to be ending the game. They want to be putting pressure on. If that top T3 was gone, that would have been huge for them in terms of the push. Now Nongshim have to play a bit more standard. They don't have any T3s.
Yeah, as long as the game has not ended, Inuwa is getting scarier and scarier. Remember, whenever they try to go and get close against them, Inuwa is just going to be hitting hard. And more scepters equals better damage for him for sure. So that's why they're looking for that most of the time. They're not going to... they're just going to let that fall down because T3 is much more important for them.
Yeah, it's going to be key at this point. I think that that's the thing, is that you kind of want to chip away at all of the T3s and then kind of make Inuwa make a decision. Does he want to heal this up for minimal damage, or what's he looking to do? Because again, just go slowly but surely.
Yeah, if there's looking to slow it down, take down the Shadow Vanguard. I think this is a good step here for Gen.G. They just need to chill it out, wait for the timing before they go in. They need Nongshim to start the fight for them so that Wawa could get a good through.
I mean, Gen.G at the end of the day, they're just slow the game down by taking those Vanguards down so they don't have that push. The T3s taking structural damage, obviously a problem, but again, you don't want to be out of your base until those have been vanquished, which they look like they're doing now.
Oh yeah, they're already starting with that right now. For the start of the fight here, Gen.G is kind of looking to find a battle here, find a win for their side, because right now, Nongshim RedForce get a Tyrant. They're slowing the game down, they're taking their time, and I think this is okay for Nongshim.
Yeah, it's okay for now. I think that at some point, again, this team, this composition is going to fall off, and that's my worry, is that, again, a timer here. Gen.G, if they're able to hold this game till the 20-minute mark, I don't think Nongshim have a chance.
Yeah, they're taking their time here. Right now, Gen.G is looking for that timer. They are waiting for Haku to make a mistake here if ever he tries to move forward, because Siri and Illusion are just going to be waiting for any engages here from Gen.G. Both of them are waiting for engages.
Yeah, and Gen.G doing such a good job because their wave clear is very good, right? They're able to deal with this. The T3s are hardly at stake.
The leader stand's going to be used again. Wawa going to be the target. I think he falls down. He wasn't able to use anything on that fight, though. Mid lane is going to fall. They used the Fate Rewind a while ago, so we don't have anything right now.
And you just go out of position once, and they make you pay. And this Nongshim lineup, it definitely has its burst. This is a very strong moment for Nongshim, but they weren't able to take the bottom T3, so at least there's a small reprieve for Gen.G here.
Yeah, they have some time to breathe. Inuwa, not really a lot of HP at this point. They are going to be starting to push that T3. Won't be able to revive that. And this is good. They're slowly but surely taking apart Gen.G space.
Yeah, very smart. Working around the Fate Rewind, just kind of like chipping away at it. You don't need to kind of burst it down. We saw what Inu had done in terms of that rebuild and kind of just slowing the game down. Nongshim were like, okay, we've learned from that. We're going to go a little bit slow. Slow siege across all three. Now the base is wide open.
Yeah, taking a bit of that lesson, and it's looking pretty good here for their side. Nongshim already starting on this Overlord, and Rock is just backing off. They can't even get close because Illusion, whenever he's in the fight, he's just going to be using the Chaos Cinders and Blazing Brilliance, and you're pretty much dead every time.
Yeah, I mean, if he catches you out, and look, this Angela pick, we did have some questions about it, but Illusion's positioning has been far superior. Hasn't died a single time, but it looks like, you know, if you're looking at the Gen.G side, Rock has not been able to find, to draw a bead on Illusion.
Yeah, that's true. I think they need to find that backline. And remember, even Rock was building tanky this game. He has the Blood Rage, he has the Long Night Guardian, so he's not really going to be dealing as much. So with what we're seeing here, they're just keeping them at bay. Nongshim, RedForce, this is going to be their last battle. Goes in, Tremor Smash going to get used. They have the Flash Sherry, gets knocked up onto the backline with a Fate Rewind. They think they have a lot of damage coming through, but one falls down. Ray falls down, and Clue's going to be next. They're going to be going for more. They're chasing down a lot of damage coming from Inu. One more kill for their side. 3 people are down, but Siri survives in the end. But Rock, look at this, chasing him down, wants to go for more. Haku gets away from the fight. It's still a 3-4-1, still a win for Gen.G.
Yeah, actually, Nongshim just way too grouped. It was perfect for Rock to do his damage. He was just an absolute monster in terms of that carnage, just setting it up. And again, Clue going in with that Tremor Smash, really with a nice little knock-up. That control is perfect. That's what they need. They have a lot of guys that can do damage. It's about that catch. They haven't been able to do it, but they made Nongshim pay in that last team fight.
They made Nongshim think about it. They made Nongshim uncomfortable with what they want to do here. And I like that. Gen.G, they should be trying to do a lot more of those things. I think 2 or 3 more of those, they have a possibility of turning this around.
No, I mean, I tell you, this is like a lineup, Nongshim that is, that will fall off. They're on a timer. If they're not able to close out this game soon, I mean, with all the T3s down, you'd think that there's an opening, but not easy.
Fate Rewind, go to the backline, Truth Match, I got on Siri. Siri's gonna be dead, Sage's Sanctuary over to use. Right now, he's gonna go again, and the Jade Mark is gonna kill him. Onto the backline, nothing is dying on the side of Gen.G. They're still pretty much alive.
Yeah, pretty much alive, but the biggest thing, 40 seconds for that Tempest Dragon. Siri dying there, a huge issue for Nongshim at this point. And again, this is the turning point. We're talking about around 20 or so minutes. It's looking to be that way. And Gen.G starting to hit like a truck. They're able to sustain this assault from Nongshim, survive, and get the pick off. This is a very squishy lineup by Nongshim.
And look at how they prioritize this. They always find a way to prioritize Siri. And if Siri is down and if Illusion won't get a good Blazing Brilliance, everything is going to fall down here. And we've seen it. That start from Wawa was so good.
Yeah, and at this point, Nongshim might be thinking, hey, we can't really take a straight-up fight. Let the Tempest Dragon happen. And this is where Kyung9 is at his finest. He's looking to split push more than anything else to kind of create some space. You have a potential game ender in that bottom lane.
Yep, Tempest Dragon is going to be starting to be taken. Right now, they're going to back away. Tempest Dragon is already there. They're going for the fight here. But right now, they're kind of struggling on how they will face this. Haku can't even get close. And they're already at half HP onto that Tempest Dragon. And they're trying to get... Faye is going to be here. Clue is going to try to start this. Goes in with a Tremor Smash. Goes to the back line. Gets the kill on Siri. Siri falls down and Gen.G is still pretty much alive. Haku gets the Sage's Sanctuary. Ray is alive. He's going to go for that 1v1. He gets the damage. He was able to back away. Gets the kill on Haku. Everybody's dead, but they're moving forward. Look at Kyung9. He's looking to finish this game, or maybe try to do so. He has the Jade Mark on Faye. Faye is still alive. Brock is going to go in, gets the damage, gets the kill on him, and that's 3 down on the side of Nongshim. And Gen.G, look at this. Brock is going to kill him for sure, and that's the last one on the chopping block, and he's dead with that aura. He used that slash and moved away.
What a well-played, team fight right there, right? Gen.G, they knew the Tempest Dragon was at half, but they were like, oh, they're going in, abort that, let's go for the team fight and turn this around. We have the far superior damage, we have that control, and Nongshim, again, you're so squishy at this point that if you get caught out, you get deleted. Siri got killed first, and that just opened up the door. You lost so much damage at that moment, and they can't really take that fight 4 versus 5. Kyung9 tried to get cute, tried to push it out, but again, Gen.G, very smart, understanding the state of the game and being able to close that one down.
Illusion looking for that kill, but nobody passed through and where he is right now, and this is such a big advantage with the Tempest Dragon. We said it a while ago, 2 or 3 more fights, and one happened already. One more fight could actually end this game, and it's gonna be a win for Gen.G.
Yeah, and look at how Gen.G are playing. Fixing all the lanes, looking to push it in sync. They have they have the Tempest Vanguards, they will all push together. This is gonna be a tough defend here by Nongshim, because again, they need to slow the game down. They need a window of opportunity to get back in.
Yeah, they're going to be starting. Clue has been such an essential part of those starts. He's always has been great with the Tremor Smashes a while ago, and now he's looking to go for more. And right now, it's going to be a struggle for them, and this is going to be good. Right now, they're trying to move forward, and they're trying to slow the game down. Is it Gen.G that is going to go for it right now, and they're going to go for the Tempest? Clue, try to start.
Yeah, I mean, they're slow sieging at this point. They're going to just look to pick their options, but they've been thwarted in that sense. They've taken the mid T3, looking to take the top. You know, Nongshim right now looking to heal for that one last fight.
Blazing Brilliance, that's good. Sage's Sanctuary is going to be down onto the backline, though they're looking for it, but they're losing a lot of their members, so wasn't able to get the Fate Rewind, so this is bad! They're losing a lot of their members. 5 members of Nongshim are still alive, and they can finish this game. They need Wawa and Clue alive for this.
But the Tempest Vanguards, those are going to be pushing. They have to get through that. Obviously, they'll just pick up Clue on their way out. But this is going to be heavy lifting. They take the bottom Tempest Vanguard, looking to close this out. But Nongshim finding it out. Again, Gen.G, super aggressive. That positioning was not great on that last Crystal fight.
Yeah, 18 seconds for Inuwa. But the minions are so far away. We still have one more fight here, Holler.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. I mean, 12 more seconds. Inuwa and Ray both back up.
There's a big minion. There's a big minion to get it with them. This is 5 seconds on Inuwa. He needs to push this. Haku already starts it. Leader stats is going to be there. Pushes back the minion. No minions are here. Inuwa could stay alive here. Might be able to get it. Sage's Sanctuary is going to be there with the Destiny. Was able to buy some time. Right now, they're going to use the Fate Rewind. They're going to be backing away. Use the minions as cover for themselves. And Nongshim RedForce still wins it in the end.
Wow, what a back and forth game. I mean, the super elite minions were marching down your lane, that is Gen.G, but finding, the team fight to get back into it, getting the Tempest Dragon, having a potential ender. But man, in that end, just like the patience was lacking on that one. If they played it a little bit safer on that last push, they would have won this game by Gen.G.
Yeah, honestly, they should have waited for the minions to get closer and closer. I think they were a bit impatient, as you said, because that could have been a win. That was close, man. That was a comeback from Gen.G.
Wow. I mean, we're going to have to see just how close that was, but just getting out of the opportunity to take down Inuwa, that was the biggest thing. They were able to burst him down. He gets that Fate Rewind off. That's a completely different story. They fight this 5 versus 5. They got themselves a chance because Rock was almost picking off the guys on the backside. They had a great opportunity to close that one out, but man, that slipped through Gen.G's fingers.
That was so close. I thought that is going to be Gen.G's game. To be honest, I was really rooting to how they were going to be winning this, but Nongshim RedForce stuck to their guts, just went to the Crystal. The reason why they started that was because they used a Blazing Brilliance pretty early for Illusion, and they thought that was it. They thought that was it. This is going to be our time.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a decent amount of damage. In the end, the Illusion did quite a bit, right? I think that the value of the Angela was definitely there. They had a great moment in that last team fight, especially. So going into this one, again, very messy, very scrappy fight towards the end, but the target prioritization by Gen.G, not on point. Losing Inuwa, that is unacceptable at that stage of the game.
That's the only problem that we have there. I thought they would be able to get that, but in the end, I mean, Nongshim RedForce still has a bit of that advantage, or rather, on the other hand, Nongshim RedForce gets this back on the best of 3, and we've seen Siri has been, and Illusion has been the key here for this game.
Yeah, I think this is, Illusion and Haku definitely did their part on this one. I think Haku, look, he had second highest net worth, close to, just had a really good game of setting themselves up. They did a ton of damage, but again, Illusion, even with his, utility and his burst, he definitely did quite a bit. I mean, if you're looking at net worth, he was actually just a little bit above Fade.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, oh man, this is just so close. I thought this was a game that they could have won. It was so close here for both of our sides, and we're seeing Inuwa doing a lot of work here just to clear out the way, find a way to clear out, to push out a lot of the minions. But it was so late in the game that even the most item advantages that Nongshim had didn't really matter at that point. You said it. once we go to the late game, late game, they're gonna have a problem.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was because of the fact that actually Gen.G overstepped their advantage, right? In the end, and we'll see it in the highlights. Again, they had a huge swing going in their favor, and just losing that team fight in the end, that is almost unacceptable. You have a way to close out this game, get yourself up 2-0, and you kind of botch the lead in the end.
Yeah, I really felt bad though. In the end there, that really felt so bad. I thought that could have been their win. I thought that could have been their game. But in the end there, Haku is the reason why this game was so hard for the other team.
I mean, he had a great start to the game. I mean, like the presence, like in the end pay, like the damage that was going, and we'll see it here. Look at the Kung9 just setting it up for Haku to just clean up at this point. They did such a good job of ensuring that they had that early lead. Put a lot of pressure on the Gen.G early.
That is true. Just put the pressure, make sure that Haku is going to get that advantage in the early game, then build tanky so that Nongshim has some form of tank in their side, and that's really a smart way to go about it. And look at Siri's positioning in most of his fights. Look at him. He's not letting anybody touch him.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great early start. Obviously, towards the end, he got caught out a couple times, and that's the problem with just this lineup in general, right? They were able to do a decent amount, and this is the tipping point where things were going back and forth, and, Gen.G able to get back in because they were get Illusion Kung9, and then it was pretty much cleanup because they had such a huge numbers advantage.
This was so good. I mean, when they started with a 3-4-1 there and getting the Tempest Dragons for themselves, this starts of the fight. Look at this. They're always finding ways to get onto Siri, and when Siri falls down, the whole composition just shatters. And it was so good to see because they are fighting back.
Yeah. I mean, just the way Gen.G, when they take the green light to go, and this is the last fight, right? They're going in for this one, but look at how scattered it is. The fact that Inua got picked off with Ray, that was a huge travesty. Now Rock in a no man's land. No way he's going to fight this 1 versus 5. And in the end, it was very close. Look, they were trying to heal this one with that favorite wine, like the crystal going back and forth. It's like, am I taking damage or am I healing? I don't really know. But in the end, Nongshim were able to close that one out. What a great game.
Yeah, it was a very close game there. I mean, Nongshim RedForce really got that win against Gen.G, but again, it's another close game that we're about to see. Game 3 is going to be coming up, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break, but before that, see you guys in just a bit.
Nongshim find a way to claw back into that game to somehow pull out the W on that one. That one was a close one, Dash.
what a roller coaster that was. That game 2, honestly, man, that could have been game 5 of this whole series. It was so long, and the back and forth from both of these teams, this is definitely a grand finals to look at.
Yeah, I mean, look, we knew that these two teams were going to fight to the bitter end, and we just saw how close that one was. It could have gone any way in the end, but again, let's talk about the global ban and pick. These are the heroes that were picked in game 1s and 2, and of course, going into this one, game 3, who do you think has an edge in just heroes that are available to them, especially with the meta ones?
If you think about it, I think Nongshim always has the advantage. I think against most teams, Nongshim always has advantage because they're built on this game 7s. They're not even built for the game 5s. They're built for game 7s. So that's why I think they have a lot more in their belt compared to the other teams. But Gen.G, just because of the interesting things that they're pulling out, they could have an edge there somehow. But I think Nongshim RedForce already has an idea on what they want to do.
Yeah, I think that going into this one, I mean, it's going to be key, right? And I like the fact that you're highlighting the Nongshim's strength of just having this large hero pool. They're definitely going to be prepared going for the late game. They want to go to the best of 5. They want to test the teams and also test themselves to see exactly how they stand up against all of these other great teams.
Yeah, and they know how to deal with most of the teams, though. And that's what I like about a team like Nongshim RedForce. But Gen.G, they really almost had it. Oh man, this game has been so great. I love to see them just fighting back against their bullies because Nongshim RedForce has been winning against them a lot of time. And seeing Gen.G getting that close, so good to see.
It was really good to see. I mean, it's a lot of fun. We're seeing this team level up right in front of our eyes, right? And the fact that they're going in, it doesn't matter which of these teams, like, I mean, obviously it helps if you win out, you win the KME, you're going to go on to KWC, but the second place team, also, you're going to be winning, right? You're going to be going up against the KM worst, right? They got no chance going up against either of these teams going into it.
Oh man, KM worse. Oh, that's the best thing to say here. But again, that's true. This is the reason why each side is the best side, because we have teams competing pretty well against each other, and we still don't know who's going to be winning. The Scars versus R8 yesterday. I thought it's going to be going to Scars, but R8 was able to win. And this time, Gen.G getting some wins against Nongshim RedForce. It doesn't really mean that Nongshim already has this in the bag. It could be any teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going into this one, it's 1-1, right? You got to think of this as like a best of 3, not get ahead of yourselves, right? You haven't won anything just yet. Obviously, that was a win that kind of Nongshim kind of like snuck out from them, from Gen.G, that is. I mean, they were definitely winning. They had chances of losing that one. It was very close. It was very 50-50. But being able to pull that one out, a 1-1 series is way different than being down 0-2.
Oh, Baisha Inui is gonna get picked here for Gen.G. Inoue has played this one and was able to actually make it effective for a bit. But right now, this is gonna be different. When it was against Nongshim RedForce during Survival Week, they weren't able to win with the Baisha Inui. But this time, Nongshim RedForce trying something different, going with the Byron and Lung for the first picks.
Starting it off a little bit, you know, they want to secure that they've got something for Siri as well as Byron for, you know, Kyung9 in that top lane to kind of set themselves up. Gen.G going with the D-Renche, great farm laner to kind of go with that utility, matching up with the Zhang Fei. I like where Gen.G's lineup is already.
Yeah, Gen.G just going for that, getting that Imperial Order would just help them actually get that damage easily against most of the members, and having the Baisha Inui, they have like double work on that lessening resistances of everybody.
Yeah, a lot of potential at this point, but it looks like they're going to go with the Yuan. You know, this kind of sets you up for, like, where do you want to go? This is a very flexible hero and can play some mind games going into the second phase of this draft.
Man, I still am trying to breathe right now just because of that last game. it was crazy, and now we're already on game 3. That last game was crazy, and I can't even think about what's going to happen here in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely cinema in that one. And just like the way that game played out, you were thinking that, like, okay, they're going to lose this game. No, they came back. They had options of getting that opportunity, but just that one final push, just Gen.G's a little out of position, just kind of got caught out. Nongshim with some great target prioritization, and they burned it out. And being able to claw that one back, that is a huge confidence boost for Nongshim.
It was crazy. It was crazy. Nongshim RedForce now has the confidence for just game number 3. But remember, yesterday, just going on that trend, Gen.G was the one who won game 3. Looking at what they have picked right now, it's looking like that could be the case just because they have the Maisha Inui, they have the Gen.G, they have the Zhengfei. If they're going to go with the classic compositions, this could actually work out pretty well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking to be very balanced going in. I'm not giving anyone a straight-up edge. Obviously, I like the Inua Mai. He's going to have a lot of potential. But now picking up the Po, a great counter to what you see from Gen.G. If they happen to get on top of you, you got that Tremor Smash to just shake things up.
I just hope that this Yuhu 1 is not going to go to Haku. I pretty much prefer Illusion being the one using this rather than Haku, because most of the time that he's using this, it's usually not good. Just because he's not, I do think of him as somebody who could set the place, and U1 is not going to be that for Haku.
Oh, wow. Look at Gen.G's draft to kind of round out. I mean, you got the Menki Ray, Elaine Wawa. The guy's an absolute beast on it. He's going to be hunting down Lung Siri throughout the entire game. He's got to be super careful with his positioning, staying alive. Nongshim going with the tried and true Haku Dune. Again, I don't like the hero. I like Haku when he's on Dune, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's a last pick. It always, I am a little worried going in because I just feel like the win rate on this hero has really... Oh! They pump fake it. They're gonna the Luna. No, they do it in me.
I've spotted what?
Just stop, Nongshim.
That's 2 fakes in a row. Okay, we got baited. We're very sorry. But again, Lamb getting picture for the composition. I do think that the Lamb needs a lot of setup, and having a Lian Po in the Byron underside is actually a good spot to have for the team. I was looking at the composition and they were lacking damage, and going for that Dune would be a recipe for disaster because they won't have any damage except for that Lung. And Lung comes in waves. His damage comes in like 3 seconds, so it takes so long for him to rev up to go for the next target.
Yeah, what a crazy draft. I mean, the potential of this Haku Lam could just do some serious work. I mean, you have a lot of frontliners. How are you going to get through the Byron, Yuan, the Lian Po to get to the Lung and the Lam, which are on the backline? They will pick what fights they go in on, and getting onto the backlines of this Gen.G lineup, which is, generally speaking, aside from the Menki and the Zhangfei, are kind of on the squishier side.
That is true. This is gonna be pretty hard here for them. They had the Maisha Inui, the Gen.G, and the Elaine on their side. At least one of the things that I love about this is having the Elaine to get to the backlines. That's gonna be the most important thing. But the problem here is you're fighting against a Yuhuan and Lung. So they have escape tools, so they have it easy.
Well, okay, easy is relative in this case. Nothing is easy in this grand finals. Both of these teams really want it, and they are going to make you pay with everything at this point. We've seen the drafts. We know in going into this one, who has the edge dash in this pivotal game 3?
Just with the picks here from Nongshim RedForce, the only problem that I have with Gen.G is that Inua doesn't really have a viable target except for the 2 in the backline. But remember, an Ending Sorrow, Infinite Fastness, that's hard to deal with. So yeah. I'm giving it to Nongshim for now.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with that. I think that it's going to be tough. I mean, Inua was a great first pick, but it looks like Nongshim have that draft to kind of counter the advantages that she brings to the Gorge, and being able to just sustain things. Having those tanky frontliners is going to be super tough to deal with.
Yeah, I think if Haku goes for that tanky build also, and that Lamb could be pretty much no target for Inua if that happens. So it's a lot of challenges that they have to deal with, but I love Gen.G's composition because this is very much Gen.G. They're trying to shake things up by being aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, one thing to take note of, Ray is actually going to be playing the Gen.G. Rock is going to be the Menki on this one. Interesting.
He's basically that now. Whenever you won't be looking for those carries and Ray, or at least the movement, more mechanically based heroes, it's always going to be Rock. Because look it's Dream Roaming, you have more movement, right? So Ray, no movement.
Yeah. I mean, makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, makes sense. But I mean, look, if we're gonna talk about like just how to get to that back line, it's really gonna come back to Rock on that Dream Roam, Wawa with that Death at Sunset, finding the back line. If they're able to pick off, again, the Lam and the Siri, Lung, they're gonna have a good time. But finding that is gonna be key in terms of this vision game.
Just to have that rewind again from that RA game, I love the performance of Glue on this Zhengfei. especially that RA game, it was scary. That's why I'm kind of scared of what he can do here. Siri just pushing back 2 people here just so he could go back to his minions. But nothing else is going to happen yet.
Yeah, I mean, Clue, if he's able to hit that umbrella outburst and save his backliners, he's going to have a great time. And that's what you want to do. And Clue has been known for it. He's definitely going to help out this team.
He's going to go for it. Right now, it's Gen.G. Not really looking for anything else, waiting for that Tyrant first. I think 4 minutes is when we're going to be seeing the first fight. Haku is still trying to farm his hearts out before they go in for something.
Yeah. Continue to farm. Again, Nongshim's MO is to just get Haku going. He's pretty much the carry on their team. So they understand their win conditions, and they will be very aggressive in trying to secure that as much as possible.
Yeah, that is true. Right now, Gen.G just looking for advantages around the map, or maybe just slowing the game down for a bit, because we're not seeing Inuwa here in the bot lane. Looking at it, they want to give advantage to Kyung9 in the top side, or rather to Wawa in the top side, which is why Inuwa has always been at that top side, because if Wawa gets advantage here against Kyung9, it's not good for a Byron. He wants to get that early game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it would definitely help him out. I mean, you definitely want to win that top lane. Kyung9 and Wawa, both very experienced Clash laners. They will duke it out. And any sort of rotate is going to kind of give them that edge. They definitely need that going into this one. But again, Haku just farming across the map. Rock doing what he can in terms of his own side. Just trying to take it away. You want to go neck and neck with Haku.
Right now, Haku is just going to be trying to take some resources here onto the mid lane, because you know what, Illusion doesn't really need a lot of resources for him to get going. He's just going to be healing anyway, get that mournful tempo whenever he moves forward, and he can even build tanky, so he doesn't really need as much.
I think he's the guy. I mean, you just want him to sustain. You want him to be that forward scout, so to speak, with that punching bag, so to speak. Let them just kind of initiate, get those ultimates off on you. Unending Sorrow, you're on way out of there, and just kind of heal up. You don't want to be, you don't have to do the damage. You have those other two in Haku and Siri to do that for you.
5 seconds on that, or 2 seconds rather, for that Tyrant. Tyrant's gonna be here. So once they start this, it's looking like Rock already has an idea. Teleport's going to be coming in. Will a cancel come out? No. This is going to be a 5v4 fight, so this is not going to be good for them. Right now, I think Haku is not preparing to take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because they actually made the rotation. Kyung9 actually teleported there, but they're like, actually, we're not going to take the fight. And Kyung9's like, dude, what the heck? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I made this trip down here, and you're not going to do anything about it?
That's true. And Clue is just here, just trying to defend it. Also, his presence a while ago in that time was the biggest reason why Illusion forced to use the Unending Sorrow. That's good. At least now they don't have that for 40 seconds.
Yeah, but he traded with Dream Realm. I think they'll be happily trading that ult for ult. But now Gen.G looking to be aggressive. They don't want to, give anything for free to Haku here.
Has an idea on where Haku is. Kyung9 is going to go in, pushes him back away. That's good. Wawa is just trying to get a beeline on where they are, just pushing them back away. They have the ultimate right here from Clue. Haku needs to be very careful if it tries to contest this, and this is going to be the start. Gen.G being aggressive, taking camps.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G being very smart. You have to take away buffs from Haku. It slows him down. But again, that space created for the bottom lane. Siri was able to chip out the bottom T1. Did a decent amount of damage. Obviously, they didn't take it down, but still, that's a good start for Nongshim at this point.
Yeah, Nongshim still really good. Level 9 is very equal to where Rock is. No kills into the game. We're still 5 minutes into the game and no kills has happened, and while I'm saying that, I think Inuwa could be the first, but he was still able to back off.
I mean, it's a different style of game, right? Where, you see Rock on the Menki, Haku, Lam, just kind of, they need to farm. They need to kind of get to that late game, that mid game, so to speak, and they have to have some sort of sizable, income to their name. And not having that, this is why you see a bit more scrappy fights.
Backs off, first ramps in. Not be able to get anything here. Haku was just waiting. He was waiting for the whole team. They don't know that the whole team was there. It could have been a 5v5 fight.
Yeah, and look, Gen.G, this is what they're trying to do. This is how they're trying to attack Haku. All 5 members group up. We look to invade the enemy jungle just to take away his buffs.
And remember, as we were talking about Lamb, right? Because we want Lamb to get that snowball. If he doesn't get the snowball, he really falls up pretty easily in the late game, so that's why Haku needs to get this once he gets to the level 12, maybe after we go to that 8-minute 30-second mark and where the next Tyrant is going to come in.
And look at this, they're grouping up Clue and Rock, just stealthily there, but they find the top lane.
Yeah, they have the Dead by Sunset onto Wawa. Still has the sprint, and he might be able to go in. Goes in with an ultimate right there. Unbridled Outburst almost getting the kill against him. Wawa still running away. Goes in with another infinite fastest, but that's the first blood coming into the top side.
Yeah, I mean, he just, like, he trades his life away for this mid T1, but giving first blood to Siri, not great. Siri had to commit the infinite fastest. This is a bit of an opening, especially since it's off cooldown. He actually went aggressive, turned it around onto Wawa.
Haku doesn't really have any mana here, and Siri, without the infinite fastness, Gen.G would be pretty confident in taking this tower because they have nowhere to go here after this. So they have to be careful in how they start this. Right now, top side could be given because the bot side tower has been taken down.
Sad life for Haku, right? No buffs, no blue buff to kind of sustain him. And he had to actually do the walk of shame now as he recalled back to the base. And now he's back in the jungle. They need to do a better job of securing the buffs for Haku, give themselves a chance, because again, he's falling. I mean, he's a slight underdog in terms of the rock farm.
Yeah, that's true. I think right now it's gonna be a struggle here in how they start this again. I mean, Gen.G, even with that kill coming onto Siri, it's still okay. They're still at an okay spot here because there's still a 1k gold advantage for Gen.G. They're pretty much the 1-in advantage. 3 towers are down already.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest turn of events at this point, right? Gen.G using that advantage and using that map control to be aggressive. And they're looking to just posture, push them back because, again, they want to steal away all of the buffs from Haku.
Yeah, for now, they're trying to push back a lot of the members here. And Gen.G just already have dibs on that Tyrant. But they're also moving towards where Nongshim RedForce is moving. Look at what they're doing. They're looking at Haku, tracking him, then find a way to just annoy him on his jungle.
Yeah, and I like the fact how he had Lam actually just push the Crimson Golem away because Clue has that smite. Something that he's like very underrated on. If he got that steal, that would have been so frustrating for Haku.
That's actually what they're looking for here right now. Onto the top side, Gen.G looking to go for it. Haku goes in, flash away from Bray, was able to get him with a Tremor Smash onto the back line, though Haku still killing them. 2 people are down already, and everybody is still alive for the side of Nongshim RedForce. The 3 tanks are still alive. They don't have any damage. Haku backs off, and look at the damage onto Clue. He's going to be the next on the chopping block, and Haku gets it, gets a 3-for-0.
Yeah, what a great team fight. Just like in an instant, turning that around. The Tremor Smash was good. The Umbrella Outburst was used in return, but it's just like the combo, the chaos that was provided, and Inuo being on the squishier side made it easy pickings for Haku there.
Yeah, that was good pickings for them. And now with what they want to do here onto the mid lane, Faye, it's just the Tremor Smash onto the back line was just so good because they weren't able to react. Inuo and Ray just instantly just died there.
Yeah, instantly. Just setting it up. I mean, Gen.G thought they were the aggressor, but it was one of those things where they had too many blind spots. They got caught from all different angles, and it was an all-out retreat, just trying to stay alive. They had no answers, and Haku, when they're grouped up, that's gravy. That's the perfect time to go in, do so much damage on everyone.
Oh yeah, that's why it's quite a struggle here for the team. Right now, Nongshim is looking to go for the fight just so they can take the tower and maybe take this Tyrant on their side. Look at the backline. Haku already has space. Inuo goes in. Infinite Fastness is going to be used, but they're going to be stunned here. 2 people have been stunned. Infinite Fastness to go forward. They use the Unending Sword. They don't have any more escape souls, but Haku goes in. Rampage on this guy. He's on the backline though, but there's no answers coming in from the side of Gen.G. Rock tries to go back, tries to help out his teammates, but he doesn't have any damage anymore because Inuo is dead.
Oh, they had an opportunity, the chance onto Siri. I mean, if the Dream Roll was hitting and they comboed it, they timed it well, they would have had a much better chance. Siri gets away with the hairs on his chinny chin chin.
Oh, yep. Goes in with an Unbridled Outburst. Was able to hit Haku onto the backline, though. Faye comes in. Kyung9 also goes. Tries to go for that Storm Strike, and they get that knockup. Rock gets stunned, but nothing is going to follow through here. One more death onto Nongshim, or rather, Gen.G.
Yeah, this is a moment where they were trying to fight 4 versus 5. Inuo was down for the count, and they were like, we still have some of our arts. We can potentially make a steal here, but just too risky. Ray pays with their lives.
Yep, right now goes in with the Tremor Smash, goes on to Rock, tries to push him back away. Still advantage onto the side of Nongshim because they have space here. Rock won't be able to go anywhere.
Yeah, no chance at this point. And this is when one kill, one death leads up to another death, and they're getting caught out one by one. This is not a good situation. You want to stop the bleeding. You need to ensure that you stay alive. When one member's down, you can't be taking any fight. You cannot be out of position like that.
Yeah, they shouldn't be losing these battles, and that is the problem here. Whenever they're losing some of these battles, they're losing a lot of the space that are expected from them here from their side. But right now, Nongshim, they are just taking over the map. 2 battles have been won already, so they're slowly taking over.
I mean, you're taking it over on the back of Haku. The guy is 500. He has the highest net worth, 9.5. Like, you don't see him, but when the team fight happens, he joins in and he starts cleaning house.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, Haku is at the back again, looking for Inuwa and Gray. He sees them, gets a vision on them. Mournful Tempo, if this actually hits, could be really crazy. They go again. Inuwa's going to be the target. Death from below is going to be there. Good thing he has the ult to just back off the fight there.
Yeah, I mean, look, Haku, every single time he's going for Inuwa. That burst, if he goes down, that's a huge window of opportunity for Nongshim to kind of continue that steamroll. So Inuwa needs to play safer. Yes, he's at risk. He wants to be doing his damage, but he has to play super safe.
It's smart how he plays that death from below, right? He always uses it at the right time and always confuses Inuwa whenever he gets hit. Every time he gets hit, half HP. So it's really scary to deal with.
Tough. And I mean, look, Gen.G have to do a better job of kind of protecting him. They need to ensure that he doesn't get jumped on. Easier said than done, especially since Haku has that speed.
Backline though, look at where Kyung9 is. They're going to be taking that Overlord just because of this position. Right here from Kyung9. Might be able to get it. Faye is also in the area. Stormstrike comes in with a suppression right there, but they were not able to get the kill there.
This is a tough game for Inuwa, right? Almost everyone and their moms right now have been just focusing him. He's had a rough go at things. You know, every single time he's just getting ambushed.
Mid lane pushed again, 6 towers down. This is almost the same as what happened a while ago, but it's a different script right now. I think Gen.G would have a lot more problems in this game compared to the other one because Nongshim RedForce still has the firepower compared to what happened during that last game.
Wait. This is a different script. I didn't get this script. I didn't see this one. What's going to happen? You have it?
Oh, you have? I have it.
Okay. All right. I didn't read the script on it. I didn't get it. Okay. Must have been an issue with my email or something. But
like
they're going.
Maybe it's in your spam though. But again, they're spamming here. Tremor Smash goes into the backline, gets the stun, but they're not going to follow through.
Yeah, not going to follow through. But the Vanguards will be making an appearance. The Shadow Vanguard, look, they took the bottom T3. I think Nongshim are going to be happy with that. And now they just kind of back off. I mean, Infinite Vastness was used by Siri here. But again, you just regroup, go in slowly again.
Yeah, force the Infinite Vastness, just push him back away. 10 seconds on the clock. Tyrant again is going to be there, but the T3 on the bot lane already has been taken down, so his natural pressure, I think this is already good here for Nongshim.
This is a great opportunity. I mean, they're up 6K. The Shadow Tyrant is here, which is kind of not the best thing, but it's very dark for Gen.G.
Yep, already advantage. Kyung9 has a lot of HP, has the shield a while ago from the force field suppression, goes in forward. Tremor Smash comes in, but Ray is now the target of the onslaught. Haku's gonna go to the backline, gets the kill on him. With the stun, they were able to back away. They don't have any more damage, they don't have the DPS that they're looking for. They have 3 tanks, and that's a problem for them.
Yeah, but look at Illusion and Haku on the lower end, but Gen.G are on the run, especially since they're down a member. But this is going to be an open Shadow Tyrant, going to be picked off. And look at Kyung9 just being threatening. There's really no way that they proceed on this one. Kyung9 is just exerting like that alpha male exuberance that he's got there.
Oh man, it's because Ray is not here. He's not afraid because nobody's going to deal damage against him. He knows that. He recognizes that. That's why he just doesn't care, except for Inuwa that might be dealing that damage with the Kacho sense. But as long as that doesn't hit, it's still okay. It's pretty much safe.
That's looking to go, but in the mid lane, Rock just trying to defend.
Okay, goes to the back line. Rock goes for it. They do have the Tremor Smash. They used Wall Ball to go in front just for them to clear up the way. That's good. They sacrificed Rock for them to clear up the way.
Yeah, I don't like that fight there by Rock. I mean, it's one thing to be like, it was just outside of their own turret range. You want them to commit to you, right? You're behind. You need whatever support you can get, and that tower would definitely have helped. You want them to come to you. Now they have an opening, and this is going to be, again, just a bigger gap that Gen.G need to fill.
Yeah, and it's a 4v5 again. Not the fight that they want to take, but because of that tower, filling up that gap here with their side right onto the backline. The Wawa goes in, another death by Sunset, but on the backline, the Ray gonna be the target. They had to run it out first. Haku falls down. That's good. That's a shutdown. Onto their side. Kyung9 gonna be the next target here. Get some healing with a force field suppression. Get some shield, but he is still alive. It is a 2v3, a fight that they can take here for Gen.G.
I mean, it's scary because of the fact that Ray is starting to do some damage. Rock is back up, so they do have even numbers at this point. Nongshim don't need to push this one. They can just kind of back off, look to regroup, get Haku and Kyung9 back up. But that was a very scattered fight, a very chaotic one. Haku didn't seem like he was on the same page. He was being very aggressive, and he paid with his first death of this game.
They can't even do... I mean, what's hard about this is that they can't even go for that Overlord because all of their lanes are pushing. This is the problem when you have your TGs down. Even if you get something, the other team is okay with dying just because they know that the lanes are pushing.
Yep. I mean, look, Gen.G might have been able to push that, especially with Haku down for the count, but he's back up, and in an instant, he knows where the fight's going to be, which is, of course, the Overlord here. It looks like that is going to be the next big fight.
He saw Haku. I think he recognizes that Haku is in the area, but he's trying to risk it. Haku might be able to go for the steal, but they still get it. They have double smite. Right now, Inoue tries to go for that backline. Series going to be his target, but Ray's also down. They don't really have enough damage anymore for the team, so they have to back away, but they move forward with the Death by Sunset. They have 3 people alive. Inoue might fall down here. Never mind. He was back away already, and Rock is going to be next. 4 people are going to be down, and that's not good. They take the Shadow Vanguard, but at what cost? It's Inoue, only the one alive here.
And Nongshim might have lost the battle in that Overlord, but they might have won the war. They're looking to just drive down here.
This is going to be the end. The minions are going to be coming in. There's nothing that Inoue can do, and this is the finish right here. Game 3 is won by Nongshim.
Yeah, Nongshim just playing it very strong in that end. I mean, it was a very risky play. Gen.G were trying to do something to get themselves back in that game by going by for that Overlord. A little risky, especially since all the lanes were pushing. It was a dangerous one. And again, if we're looking at some of the fights, they were like over, extended in a way. They were kind of out of position at moments. It's just not the greatest of fights that they chose to jump into, Gen.G.
Honestly, it was really hard here for Gen.G just because of the fact that their composition really struggled on getting that early kills. And what Nongshim really wanted that game is just to slow it down, get this to the late game, get this to at least a mid game so that Haku could start trying to get to their backlines. And once it came down to it, the game was like 7-0 at one point. No kills for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, no kills. I mean, it was the Haku machine, and this is what they were trying to limit. This is so tough because, again, like Haku, it's like, how do you slow this guy down? Because Nongshim, I mean, they funnel everything to him. It's not that he has to just fight between, jungle camps and invade the enemy jungle. He's getting everything across the map. Nongshim understanding their own win conditions of just, hey, how do we win? We let Haku get all the farm.
Oh, yeah, that was honestly one of the problems here for them, because if Haku gets the farm, they are just gonna be soaring right there for the side of Nongshim. It's always the case whenever Haku gets the farm, especially when he's playing a lot of heroes like this is what's gonna happen, and it's always gonna be a struggle, like an uphill battle here for Gen.G.
Tough battle, but again, like, look, when they have the lead, Nongshim is like one of the best teams with it. They know how to control the map. They're able to just kind of push them back, and look at how many times they've died. They had 2 deaths to their name, Haku and Kyung9. Shame on you for dying once each.
Oh yeah, that is really true. I mean, man, it was a very hard game for Gen.G. They weren't able to get any kills, and remember, whenever you're picking up a Maisha and Nui, you want to get that early game. Give the advantage to most of your teammates, because you're really going to be falling off and are going to be struggling in the late game.
Yeah, bit of a struggle. And it looks like, I mean, if you're going back to the draft, they were like, okay, we're going to first pick this Mai. And like, Nongshim had the perfect counter to it. And if you're seeing, I mean, yeah, Inoue had 93,000 damage, but he was focused so many times. And when you're low and you really can't go into any sort of fight, because again, if somebody breathes on you, you die, you really can't take any fight. And that was the real struggle by Gen.G. They weren't able to take any sort of fight.
Yeah, they were not even looking for those fights, and I was looking for them to try and engage against the other team because they were very squishy. But the problem there is they're dealing with the infinite fastness, they were dealing with the unending sorrow. They're not able to take the kill. But looking at it again, look at this graph after the 10-minute mark in where Haku started getting those kills. That is when they started to get the game in their favor.
It was scary. I mean, it's one of those things where when you see the assassin and you don't know where he is, he could be anywhere and he's just happily farming. He's just going to be there. But when the team fight happens, he's so fast and he's able to jump on top of you and kill the back line. You're just going to really struggle. You have no way to control him because you don't know where he is.
Yeah, that is really true. It was quite a struggle here. But again, with what we've seen here, MVP is definitely going to be Haku. 914 with 19% of the damage dealt, and such a great performance here for this guy.
I mean, 9-1-4, that's the biggest one, right? That's just super scary. And we're going to see, like, the highlight reel. This is where Gen.G were doing all right. I mean, they had a nice unbridled outburst, kind of start things off. But again, Siri just able to get away, and this is why his Loom is, like, top tier. Like, he baits you out. You think, I'm just a squishy farm laner. But he's able to get out so many times, and he's able to survive. That's the biggest thing. Haku here being aggressive, taking out the back lines, and moving on with his life.
And it has been such a good play here for Haku. This is where it started. The game started to tip in the favor of Nongshim RedForce once they were able to get those kills here. But in the end here, it was just Gen.G just struggling to get any kills. Look at that. The Unending Sorrow, Infinite Vastness, they're even using it at the same time. But Wawa can't even find a kill in the back line.
I like this fight. Oh man, Rock going in with that Dream Roam. You're in no man's land. You're too far from the coverage of your own tower. Going into this, your guys are all the way in the base. There was no reason to take that fight. This is one of those things where it's like, if you're gonna hold, you gotta understand how to defend at that point. And Rock just got a little impatient, thought he had a great Dream Roam, and he kind of set up his team for disaster.
And after that, they staggered. They didn't have the right timing every time. And this try for that Shadow Vanguard was actually good. But they realized it. Nongshim realizes that they don't need to take it. Even if it loses, let's just take all of them so that we could push.
Yeah. I mean, understanding, again, the win condition, just knowing that it's like, hey, losing Overlord, especially at that stage of the game, not the end of the world. I mean, it seemed like Gen.G were kind of like all in on the Overlord. Yeah, they got it, but now everyone gets caught out. Everyone's in a bad spot. Everyone dies. And you see exactly Nongshim just closing the game out shortly after.
Yeah, that is true. And I love this performance coming in from their side, though, especially for Nongshim RedForce coming back. Game 3, I remember yesterday they lost on Game 3. And I thought it's going to happen again, but they learned from their mistakes.
Yeah, and this is how Nongshim just strike back. Like, this is a really well-coached, resilient team, kind of hitting their peak at this point. They're up 2-1. They have an opportunity to close out the series in this grand finals. They're up 2-1 against Gen.G. But let's find out what happens in Game 4 after the break.
You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden. I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time waiting. Go, live the rocket we go. It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We bound if I face one, crash in pieces, you can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen and kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain. Say. I've triggered my soul down. On my pace. We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party.
And we are back. Of course, we're at match point. Nongshim RedForce able to close out the series against Gen.G, potentially in this Game 4. They're up 2-1 in this best of 5. Dash, how does Gen.G Esports bounce back?
Oh man, Gen.G Esports look really that they're having a hard time in this game, though. It was really hard for them to do anything, and they were like, they didn't know what to go for it. They didn't know if they want to fight. They didn't know if they should take this battle, especially those questionable decisions that they did here. But remember, it's still anybody's game. Game 4 could be something that Gen.G could win. But right now, they lost a lot of picks here on this game.
Yeah, and it looks like Gen.G have kind of gone way more standard in terms of their draft, right? They're trying to go toe-to-toe with Nongshim and just trying to outdraft them, potentially get themselves in that situation of just like a standard fight. We didn't really see the crazy drafts by Gen.G at this point. But man, with this game 4, everything on the line at this moment for this championship, are you looking to go with a somewhat non-conventional draft? Dash.
I think they have been stopped a lot here by Nongshim RedForce. The Boots ban, the Lubang ban, they always do it. They stop them at their tracks every time whenever they're gonna try something different, or rather not even different at this point, because it's Gen.G's those are Gen.G's heroes at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken it out, but it looks like they've kind of done a great job of just like limiting the play of Gen.G's all-stars, right? Like you even in that last game where Wawa with like the death at sunsets, they weren't really on point. There were some moments that were kind of, not the greatest. And at the same time, when you see Rock on the Menki, you're kind of thinking, are you using this guy's skills to the maximum here by playing someone who's a very tanky, Menki, which probably Ray should have been on?
Oh yeah, that is really true. And for now, what can they do here for Gen.G? I think the Hanshin could actually come out this game. If Nongshim bans the Lubang again, it might not be possible. Okay, I think Nongshim is forcing them out of that composition. The Lubang Hanshin could come out this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, the foods as well as the Marco Polo, both of these we know Gen.G likes to draft around, right? They have 2 set up templates, but Gen.G going after Haku with this Ogren ban, very selective, very targeted going into this one. But it looks like they're going to go, Nongshim are going to look to close out the series very strong. This huge one. Dharma set things up.
They really don't want to see it. I think this Dharma is not going to, or rather this Ogren is not going to come out this game. And so far with this Dharma, Kyung9 has been great. And as I'm saying, Lubang is going to be be coming out, and Gen.G would just pick them both this time. They need something to win this game 4.
Yeah, they needed a little bit of a fireworks in this sense, a little bit of a spark in that sense of just ensuring that they have this. Look, both of these heroes, absolute monsters in the KME. If you happen to be tuning in from the KM West or wherever, this has been a dynamic duo. Every time Hanshin goes in, you have the battlefield command on top. But Liu Bang is like 13-1. Hanshin is like 8-1. I mean, they have so much potential in this case.
They have a lot of chances here to actually turn things up and maybe win this time around. I'm kind of expecting a lot of things from them, but the Loong is also going to get picked by Gen.G. It's going to be going for Ray for sure, and Rock is going to be the one playing the Hanshin here.
Wow, look at this draft. Everything just going all at it. Even the Shoyu by Siri, he's shown that he's a maestro on this hero. His positioning is going to be great, but can he get away from Hanshin? This Rock is so mobile, and the fact that he's going to get on top of you, it's going to be super exciting to watch.
Oh man, you know what? I'm pretty scared about what they can do here, especially on Siri. I mean, it's good, but the problem here is how you're going to be dealing with the Hanshin onto the mid game, because that mid game is going to be the problem. But I love this combo, the Ishing, the Dharma. This is a classic that everybody has been doing, and this could work for Nongshim. I think this might be their ender.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I don't know how I feel like you need to kind of go all in on this control. You got to stop Rock in some fashion. It won't be easy, and you definitely need that control. Nongshim right now, obviously trying to prioritize Haku's draft towards the last pick, or as close as 2 as possible, to kind of catch Gen.G off guard. But right now, with some of the protection that they've done in terms of these bans, with the Liang protecting the Hanshin, as well as the Jing, very smart by Gen.G here.
Yeah, very smart pickups here for Gen.G. At least now they're taking down a lot of those possibilities to stop them from doing anything they want. But they went in with a Diadea. I think against with the Lubang combo with the Diadea could actually work out, because this is the next option that they could go for if ever the Hanshin is not going to go in. So really still good for Gen.G.
Yeah. Actually, it's going to be very strong. I mean, it combos so well in the farm lane with Loong as well. You have that sustain, you have that damage, and that control, right? Which is the biggest thing, because again, you don't know what Nongshim are going to bring, but it just protects Hanshin just a little bit more, and I think it has way more flexibility. Don't get me wrong, I think Clue is very good on the moats, but I think that you're going to see more value on the Diadea, especially with his composition.
Oh yeah, Dolia? What are they going to be bringing here with that last pick for Haku? Are they going to go with the Dun?
Oh my god, okay.
Oh, they went in. What, with the Neza? Oh, man.
My very okay, so this is new by Nongshim, right? We haven't seen this on the Neza Haku, but there's when you're looking for catch, Neza is probably one of the better ones. It will be a homing missile, so to speak, onto the Hanshin to figure out how do they get on top of this one. But it's going to be super close because again, Neza goes in. Where's the follow-up? You know, she's so far ahead in terms of like, in terms of placement. It's going to be tough to kind of lock him down.
Yeah, the question here is how is Neza going to be dealing with it? After going in, the other dashes is going to be the problem. But one thing that's good about this Neza pick is that there's not really anybody who could really stop him from doing what he wants. So Gen.G might have that problem on their hands, but I love that they picked Inuwa's Angela here just so they would have that extra damage on their side. And this is a good start.
Actually, it's a pretty good start. I mean, look, it actually kind of protects the Hanshin as well, which is, again, this is a 4 protect 1. You need to ensure that Rock just gets that farm and is able to do those kills. Anytime he gets jumped on, potentially with the Truth or the Skyfall or whatever, you have that Chaos Cinder. You need to ensure that he stays alive. So the positioning needs to be key, and Inuwa needs to be just like, not arm's reach, but like about, 3 paces away so that he can get that Chaos Cinder off to its maximum.
Yeah. They have to be really careful in how they approach this though, because right now, with the Neza, yes, you're going to be losing on that damage department because it's going to be building tanky, but what I like about that is that he could really deal with the amount of healing that your team has, which is really good for that.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting, right? Going into this one. Look, I mean, if I'm looking at just drafts alone and seeing what Gen.G has done, they've been amazing with this Hanshin Lubang, right? The data is there, and it's difficult for me to say that Gen.G are not the favorites going into this game, but it's going to be interesting to see how Haku plays on this Neza with something that we have not seen in the KME thus far.
That's true, and this is the time. Right now, Nongshim RedForce already has the things that they need here for this composition, the Dharma, the Ishing, the Shoyu. I think Siri is looking to finish this game with the Shoyu on that last pick, but Gen.G, they're not gonna let that happen. This last pick is gonna be the Hanshin, they're gonna be the Lubang, and I was waiting for it this whole series.
Yeah, and they saved it for the perfect moment, right? When your back is on the wall, potentially getting eliminated here, and you need your best foot forward. I think that you leverage off of Rock's Hanshin play. This is the time.
Yeah, it's the time for them to turn things around and maybe turn things back in their favor. Right now, it's going to be all on how they're going to be dealing with this. Gen.G will have the advantage in the early game here based on how Inoue is going to be playing because they need Siri to really get up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that he's going to get his farm. He'll just, he's going to be solo farming, right? This means Faye can kind of, roam around a little bit more, maybe harass Rock a bit to make things a little bit more uncomfortable. But at the same time, Haku, this Neza needs to get going. Can you keep pace with a Rock Hanshin in terms of farm?
Oh yeah, that's true. Rock has been really crazy with this Hanshin, and it's really scary for me, for how they're going to be dealing with this. Right now, Rock is going to be the target first, going to go back away with that. And this early game, Haku would just want to get the resources first, get to level 4, get that Skyfall, and just bully whoever you want around the map.
Yeah, and at the same time, Nongshim, again, just funneling farm into Haku, right? It's the MO of this team. Very not new. If you happen to be watching a lot of the Nongshim games, they know that this guy is the win condition. But again, if you're thinking about late game, do you want, like, your Haku to be fully, like, has all of the net worth on your team?
That's true. I think it's not Haku. I think Siri needs to be the one who gets all those resources, because if he gets accelerated, get that Daybreaker as fast as he could, it's all good for the team there.
Yeah, I mean, Siri definitely, right? He's going to carry this team over the hump, so to speak. I think that Siri has proven time and time again that he's an absolute beast on the Shoyu. I think that that's not going to be a problem, but I'm talking more of like the early game, because once Rock gets going and he's kind of like able to get so much farm, his presence is definitely going to be felt throughout the map.
That is true. That is the scary part about this. I mean, with what we've seen here from them, I really like how Nongshim has been dealing with this, because right now, as you said, Haku should not be the carry here for this game, because from what I'm seeing here, he is just there to just mitigate the damage, get some tank on that game, and he has been doing that a lot of times, right? Most of his picks are usually tanks, except for that last game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, generally speaking, that's been his like play style, is just like tankier guys that just kind of outlast you and able to just kind of chase you down like an Ogryn type. But Gen.G have not been forthcoming in terms of the draft, and not letting Haku play on the Ogryn, where he's been 7-0 in this league.
Yeah, they don't really like to see that, and that's a good thing. At least they recognize that in their side, that they don't want to deal with it, and it would look good for them. And Gen.G being allowed to play this Hanshin Yubang, they're probably jumping in joy and could be a potential game 5 if ever they play their cards right.
Yeah, actually going into the draft, they like pounced on that. That was like an insta pick. They were like, oh, Liu Bang Hanshin, go. Like, we're done. We got it. They were so ecstatic. Yeah.
They wanted to get that pick as fast as they could. With what we've seen from them, I think they're going to be performing well here. So I'm expecting a lot of great performances, especially for this first fight that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the first one's going to be explosive, right? Setting themselves up, it's going to be about the 4-minute mark when the big fight will probably happen. The Tyrant is spawning in about 7 seconds, so that's going to be key here. But Haku wants to clear the wave right before that fight happens. Do they get some sort of pick to potentially make this fight a much easier one?
Actually, question. Right now, teleport's already happening. The stun was there. I think Kyung9 got cancelled, so Wawa could still go for that fight. So if ever they prefer to start this could go good for Gen.G.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where you not only did you cancel it, but Wawa could jump into the fight with his battlefield command. So that could be a numbers advantage. That could be huge. Gen.G have been very good in terms of just like heeding the calls of when these team fights are going.
Yeah, they're waiting. Rock already starting. They have the Skyfall onto Haku, so he can use that anytime, but they're not going to go for it. This is just going to be free for Rock.
Yeah, Haku, his positioning was so far out. To go in Skyfall, it's like a suicide mission. It's very risky, especially since the opening. I mean, if we're looking at the fact that they're on the blue side, it is tougher for them to get on out of this one, right? So, again, they played it safe. Nongshim not realizing that, hey, we can just out-farm them in the end.
Yeah, you can see, look at this, Gen.G already looking for this kill onto the bot lane though. Destiny Encounter is gonna get used, but that was just a bait, just to push them back away for a bit so that Inuwa has free reign on these brushes that they have here. They have the World is My board. Nobody's gonna get hit, so it's still very, very safe.
Oh, for shame. Missing the board. If he locks in one guy, they get an insta-kill because they were under in the tower range. That would have been a guaranteed kill.
Oh, Blazing Brilliance, that's going to be a kill for Faye, but he was able to jump out of the way, get that healing in, and he's still safe. That's good. No kills just yet.
Oh, that's a good board.
Yep, and then board is going to get used with Illusion. Oh man, that's a Celestial Melody from Faye just to get that board again, but the fight in the mid lane, very, very hard though. Rock got scared, that's why he probably called for that battlefield command.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was very close. It was a precarious situation, but in the bottom lane, one thing to take note of, to jump out of the board, Inu will actually use this flash. That's a common spell down, potential opportunity to get the jump onto him.
They're going to be looking for more here for this side, but right now Gen.G level 11 on this, but Haku is not really lagging around because he's still very close, and I like that he's doing this. He's just getting closer onto what our Rock wants to go for, and he's farming. He's farming as much as what Rock is doing.
Yeah, Rock, head down in the sand, just farm as much as possible. To your heart's content. You are the win condition for Gen.G. Get yourself back in the series with this win. And a moment's notice, if you get jumped, you got Wawa. Just call for help and he'll be there.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, anyways, on the bot side, they're looking to push this, and everybody's just pushed back already. So this is just for free. Nothing, no answer for them.
No answer. I mean, Gen.G and Nongshim, again, very cagey. These are two teams that are very well-versed. They understand where they could potentially be, but going in.
Oh yeah, they're going to be going in. That's going to be the board. Was able to get them, but the Infinite Access is there. When Inuwa is going to fall down with a first blood right here onto their side.
Yeah, and so this is why, Angela, sometimes it's a struggle, man. You get out of position for just a minute, you're going to be killed at this point. Inuwa really had no chance to get on out. And again, because the flash was on cooldown.
Oh, Battlefield Command going to go in. They want a first blood of their own, and that's the kill that they're looking for. Going for the trade. Skyfall comes in. He's fighting against 4 people, but he's very tanky, so it's okay. Rock, what was that damage? That crit coming in from Siri was pretty scary.
Yeah, it was scary, but just barely gets away. Man, Rock so mobile, so difficult to pin down. And this is the problem. It's like you get him low, but Rock is just super smart with his positioning, getting himself to safety and surviving yet again.
Oh man, another performance here from their side. I think this is scary though. Seri, I'm kind of scared of what he can do here. He already has the Eternity Blade closing in on that Daybreaker. One more objective, and that's probably a Daybreaker already on him. Inuwa looking for that kill in illusion, but still good.
Yeah, the problem... Oh, Skyfall.
Oh, Skyfall comes in. Inuwa, half HP already. But here... Oh, wait, DJ is going to continue. What was that? Better Farewell is going to get used there. And looking at that, the Celestial Melody was used for him.
Yeah. Oh, they're going.
They're going to go in onto the backline. World is my board is going to get used. 4 people are going to get caught, but it doesn't matter because they are the ones who got the kill.
Yeah, I mean, look, that turned into a complete favor of Gen.G, being able to pick out Faye. Siri was so low, they really couldn't fight. He had no business being on that front line, and they get the T1 mid. Gen.G making some moves in this game.
Yeah, I love that Gen.G is trying to fight back, strike back in this game, and this is one of their best picks already. That's why they're trying to strike back. Right now, on to game 4, and Haku at the top, just gonna try and pressure out Rock here so he won't be able to conveniently get the farm.
It's so hard to pin him down. It's a bit of a struggle. Even with Skyfall, you think you have it, but it's more of like you gotta get Kyung9 to say, oh, Skyfall.
Oh, goes in, Skyfall, backs off, true matchup, not gonna hit anybody, that's good. Forces the flash away from Kyung9.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, Haku going in for that Skyfall, it was telegraphed, right? And Inuwa just set up the perfect Chaos Cinder. It's like, okay, you land, you're gonna be stunned. And that's kind of how they're playing around this. Don't get me wrong, I think Inuwa's done a fine job thus far, but being able to find that stun is gonna be key.
They're doing a really great job here, just pushing them away, just making sure that they have to think about what they are going to be doing next. And I like that. Honestly, what they're doing here is very smart here for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, very smart at this point. Again, they're in the lead. They have about a 2K net worth lead, and they're going to consistently just kind of push them back. Use that map control, which is going to be super key going into these fights. A quick tech pause at the moment.
Yeah, I think there has been a bit of a problem here for them, so they're just going to be going for that tech pause for a bit. I think it's on the side of Nongshim, but it's all good. Gen.G still has this in the bag, and I'm liking that they're building their confidence back here for the team.
Yeah, well, okay, it's not officially in the bag. Like, you know, they have the bag open. They're about to put it in the bag. It hasn't completely made that journey as of yet. Yep. It's still in their hands. Potentially, it could fumble and drop out of the bag at this point.
Yeah, it's still very scary. I mean, Nongshim could still turn this back, and looking at what they're doing today, it's like they really know what they want to do here. They want to get to the backline with a Skyfall, get the Celestial Melody, get back on the backline again, because with the composition that they drafted on the side of Gen.G, there's not really anything stopping the Neza from just going through your backline.
Yeah. I mean, look, while it technically can get jumped there, I think, again, it's Inuwa's Chaos Cinder, the idea with the, you know, the Bitter Farewell, just like you have a bit of control. You just got to ensure that when the chaos and the team fight starts, you're always ready to go. You got to be Johnny on the spot, protecting the back line, ensuring that, you know, again, you don't let Ray have to waste his infinite vastness early.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Honestly, I'm just pretty scared of what they can bring here. And I love that Nongshim RedForce has been doing God's work at what they're doing. Pulling out the Neza, first time that we're seeing it. It's looking really good for them, at least right now. Game's almost really close still at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's neck and neck. I mean, like, they're not out of the fire just yet. Nongshim, it seems like they have a decent, you know, chance in this one. I think it's still Gen.G's game to lose. I think that the Rock Hanshin, I mean, they haven't been able to pin him down just as of yet, but at the same time, we haven't seen Hanshin, because he hasn't had a farm, to really get those kills as of yet, too.
Yeah, he's been just farming the whole time, though, which is a good thing in its own way. And now we're going to go back to the game, and we still have that lead from the side of Gen.G, and I love that they're the ones setting the face up just because of the towers that they got already.
And an edge still going the way of Gen.G, and now the Shadow Tyrants. Gen.G with that map control will push them back, make things a little bit uncomfortable for Nongshim here.
A bit scary though. Blue almost got caught. Worthless My Board is going to be there, but they're a bit too late. Missed that a bit, but there comes the Skyfall, goes into the backline. They're looking for it. They're looking for the kill, but the first kill is going to happen already on the Blue. It was left alone onto the backline, but at least they were able to get what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the Tyrant is going to be picked up by Gen.G. They ensure that they got this one. But going into this one, they did get the pick off on a clue, and they did take the blue buff, which is a huge one. Mind you, Haku is starting to become a little bit on the fearless side, going into the heart of the enemy team, distracting them. And it's like a shooting star. Everybody's like, whoa, and everybody just like gets completely distracted.
Yeah, and they were all distracted. They had to look at him every time that he does that. They take the Overlord, the Shadow variant off that Overlord. So this is good. At least now that alleviates a bit of pressure from their side because they really lost nothing. They gained something, and also they would be able to sweep that wave on the bot lane.
I mean, losing Tyrant at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, not the worst thing, but the fact that they were able to get the tower as well as the Overlord, I mean, just the way that the game has kind of shifted, they are back in this game. They're only down about 1.3k. They've kind of clawed their way back in this one.
Yeah, but it's not yet over for them, and they're kind of looking to find a way to get this back onto the bot lane. Tower onto the bot side has been taken down, but looking at where they are, Haku and Kyung-Knight already cutting off a lot of people here from that push. And Seri looking pretty scary. Daybreaker already built.
Yeah, and this is the equalizer. Look in the top lane, though. Rock is being pushing on that top T2. The Siege in the bottom one. Gen.G now, it looks like they're looking to defend, especially since Rock, no, he's going to continue to farm in the enemy jungle.
Word could come in. Rock is not here. Blazing Brilliance already dropped so that they don't push this bot lane.
Yeah, but not the end of the world. They're just going to deal with the minion wave. I think that, you know, wave clear is going to be key for them. Gen.G, again, just trying to understand their own win condition, which is, of course, Rock, let the man farm. But with that Shadow Vanguard pushing in the top lane, it looks like Gen.G have to fall back to their base.
Yeah, let the man cook, let him do what he does best. It is to farm. Rock at level 15 already, but Haku is not lagging behind, and this is good. Right now onto the top side, they're looking to go for that push, equalizing the amount of towers down on both sides. And now we have equal gold.
Yeah, and look at the biggest turn of events at this point, the 12-minute mark, is that Seri is starting to hit like a truck, right? Yeah. If Rock goes in, his #1 target is Seri. Seri needs to stay alive off the back of Kyung-Knight and Illusion. Those guys need to protect him, ensure that he doesn't get picked off. If he stays alive, then they have a chance.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they always have to protect their side here, because if ever Seri doesn't stay alive here. I like that Illusion has always been at the forefront of everything, always finding ways to start the board so that Seri at least has a wall in front of him before they start the fight.
Yeah. I mean, being able to catch them out, that would be huge, but it's hard because if you're looking at the rest of Gen.G, like, they're so fast. I mean, yeah, you could potentially flash out, but then you have like the infinite vastness, you have, you know, the battlefield command, you have ways to kind of mitigate some of this action.
Yeah, and the pressure is on here. Right now, Gen.G and Nongshim, just because they're equal at 13 minutes in the game, nobody could make any mistakes at this point, because at any point, anybody could end the game once you make a mistake.
Yeah, but I mean, while the net worth is even, the fact that Nongshim are taking over the buffs says that they've got that map control. They're pushing it back. This is going to lead into the Shadow Tyrant here. So again, this lead will grow for Nongshim at this stage.
Pretty much ready, and that's going to be the Tyrant. Top side has been taken down while that's happening, and this is what's annoying about this comp from Gen.G. Wawa is just going to be farming on the side, going to be split pushing, while you guys are trying to get those objectives, and Rock can also do the same thing.
Yeah, it's smart, right? I mean, we've seen Gen.G kind of use that split push with like the Da Xiao Foods combination, but this is an all-in split pusher in Liu Bang, right? And this is why it's been very strong. It's like, hey, the team fight's happening, I'm there in an instant, right? We turn that fight around because we've got the numbers advantage. Haku,
a bit too close, goes in with a Skyfall, just pulls back on one person here. Infinite Fastness is going to get used to move forward. They're going to go in, they have some damage, so Rock goes back on the backline. They got the kills right there and then with a smooth matchup from Kyung-Knight, gets 2 kills on the back, and Ray is the last one standing for the team. He's not allowed to recall, and as we said, Nongshim RedForce will be taking this victory. The minions are going to be coming, and this is it. They are gonna be taking the first spot in KWC, and look at the smiles on their faces. These guys are the kings of Major East.
Congratulations to Nongshim RedForce being able to close it out. They were the favorite going in. They lived up to expectations, were able to take down Gen.G in the end in the grand finals. Congratulations to Nongshim RedForce.
What a play from Nongshim RedForce, ending it in a flash. And you could see it, Gen.G, even with this time when they had the fight there, Rock was going to the back line, but it was so hard for him to get the kill. He was the one who got to low HP, and not even Nongshim RedForce in that ending fight.
I mean, look, Rock was never really able to get the fight. The fight going in, I mean, you saw Haku just fly right in there, and the fight was instantly in a bad spot for Gen.G. They were not able to have any answers for this Neza pick. I think it really caught him off guard because he was always on the back line harassing, and Rock didn't really have the damage to kind of do the damage onto Nongshim there.
Yeah, and also the infinite fastness was forced pretty early in that fight. It was a smart play there. That was such a smart play from Haku. Used the Skyfall to pull back the Loom, and that was enough. That was a game changer right there from their side. And Nongshim, again, just showing us how they do it best and getting that slot again. Congratulations to Nongshim RedForce for getting that slot in KWC.
And we'll see it in the highlights. Not, Haku with that Neza goes in the Skyfall, forces him to use that infinite vastness, but then Illusion with the world is my board set it up. You're like, okay, you can't run away. Yeah, what is Ray gonna do if he flies away? He cannot fight. He's so low, and they're forced to fight this one. That is not a fight that Gen.G wanted to have taken. They got completely wiped out, and Nongshim again, beginning to end of this entire series, showing that resilience, paying off in the end.
Yeah, and they're always at that type of game, right? They always want to wait it out, want to get to the late game, want to get to that breaking point for the team, then they start going in. That has always been Nongshim RedForce's game, and that's because they always recognize when they should fight, and that's a good thing. That's one of the best things about this.
Yeah, I mean, just very smart. Understanding when they take the fight, I think that's been the biggest thing. Like, Haku has been like this dog, this mastiff that chases after you, and he is sometimes super aggressive. He's learned to tone that down and take very smart fights, and almost every single team fight in this one, super smart as he goes 3-0-3.
Oh man, 3-0-3 for this guy, and even a lot of their members, I think Faye, yeah, it's actually Faye who only died in this game. It's almost the same as what happened during Game 3. Gen.G had such a hard time deciding when they should start the fight, and that is the reason why Nongshim was just able to take them over.
Yeah, I mean, look, the positioning on this Nongshim squad is next level, right? It's very difficult to kill any of them because their positioning is so good. Understanding the limits when they need to run away. They don't get caught out. They don't go bloodthirsty. They understand how to win the game. And even when they're losing in this case, you're seeing this goal graph shift back and forth a bit, but Nongshim in the end able to close it out.
Yeah, it was still very nice here. Look at the gold gap there. Nongshim RedForce just trying to take over as much as they can here. It was Gen.G having the advantage at first just because they're the ones who's taking down all the towers, but it all started on that one fight. Then Nongshim RedForce just went up the stairs, and that was their game.
Yeah, completely controlled it at that point, right? And it was scary because it's like, it didn't seem like they knew how to deal with this Neza. They were very scared about the potential jump in, and they were kind of, I mean, to their detriment, they were kind of grouped up quite a bit. And that's like a juicy target for Haku to just kind of create this giant distraction in the back line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always surprised about how they start the fights, right? The Neza goes in, tries to distract everybody, and again, MVP, the finals MVP of this whole series is going to be Haku taking that spot again for his team. Nongshim RedForce, congratulations for this guy.
Yeah, I mean, there was just so much presence. I mean, every time they got caught out, look at how he's always in the back line, just kind of putting that presence in. This is the potential. And I wanted to see a little bit more action from Rock and as well as Wawa going in with this combination, but then they looked to turn this around. It seemed like they were very scared because, again, they do go in for this potential, and then you see Haku going with the Skyfall as the counter initiation, perfectly timing. But those boards, absolutely insane this match.
Oh Oh yeah, that is true. The boards from Illusion have been pretty great, just dividing the fights. And as I said, Siri has a good time playing this game because the boards have been really, really good. Look at this kill. They tried to get the kill in Illusion, but he has the Splendor and his passive, which is the reason why Rock wasn't able to kill him, which is a very smart combination there.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the end. You know, just starting it off, Haku with that perfect Skyfall to initiate, forcing out the Ray Infinite Vastness early, the board perfectly placed, forcing the fight. You know, Gen.G, I mean, you're stuck in. You have to go at this point. You have to try to get yourself on out of this one. Rock was too low to actually fight himself. So just all in all, a great initiation by Nongshim, and they capitalized and closed out that game.
What a great game there for Nongshim RedForce taking the spot, but Gen.G is still not over, right? I mean, they're going to be fighting against KMW tomorrow, so this is like, you know what, they can take the spot. And they already have a sure spot tomorrow.
For sure, for sure. I mean, you're guaranteed at the tomorrow. It just, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, we got to play another series. We got to go in there. We got to waste time with these KMW scrubs at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, why waste time with this? But in the end, it's just another day. Of course, that's going to be Last Call's tournament tomorrow.
Oh yeah, Last Call is still, we're still not done, everybody. I mean, the Major East is done, but we still have the Last Call, so we're still going to be having battles for tomorrow. So we have a Last Call, it's KME versus KMW. It's the only time that these two teams are going to be meeting, and it's on the second place, or in order for them to get that last slot on the KWC.
Yeah, and actually it's going to be very interesting because now is the time, even for Gen.G, to really do the research on the potential second place in the KM West. You know, I don't want to name teams at this point. It might be Twisted Minds. It might be, you know, OG. Depends on how things kind of roll out in the end. It's going to be super interesting to see how that one plays out. But again, the real action was in KME. This was, of course, the East Side Best Side.
That's true. East Side Best Side, and whoever they have on the other side, though, easily can be taken down by Gen.G. Look at the performance from Gen.G. They were able to almost take down Nongshim RedForce, and it was very close. But that last game is just Nongshim just showing how better they are against Gen.G. But if it's against, who did he got? Twisted Minds?
Yeah, it hasn't been set up yet. KM West still need to play their games. So, okay. You know, yeah, like scrub team after scrub team, who cares?
Whoever wins, I mean, Gen.G could take them pretty easily. That's the reason why we're the best side.
Yeah, for sure. No real chances on that one. And it's going to be exciting just kind of seeing exactly, you know what I mean, just the full domination, the 3-0. It's going to be a very short day for all you KME fans. But if you want to see them just kind of pound on the KM West side, you might want to tune in for that one. That might be interesting just for that.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. I don't know if they're... Oh, that's going to be interesting, right? Because KMW will be playing their matches. Then they're going to be playing the match after... Our time? Is it our time? That's good.
So they play in the morning tomorrow, and then they're gonna be and then they have to they might to be honest, if the second or third, if the lower brackets, if one of those teams wins out and beats OG in the grand finals, which is already waiting, then potentially they might play 3 series in a day.
That's true.
I mean, they weren't going to be good in the first series, even fresh, but going into the third series, that's going to be so mentally taxing. The KM West teams, no chance.
Oh man, they're gonna have a hard time tomorrow. I mean, I feel sorry about what they can do tomorrow just because of the fact that they're gonna be playing 3 series. They usually finish at like 2 p.m. our time, so they have like 3 hours to prepare for the next
Give them a week, give them a month, still no chance. Doesn't matter. Man. Game over.
Oh man, I think we're waiting for the schedule, right? Just to see on who they are gonna be fighting for tomorrow. But because we don't have it yet, we're just telling you guys that we still have our last call for tomorrow.
Yeah. And I mean, it was a blast, right? Going into this KME, we just saw some crazy games throughout. I mean, not only the playoffs and the knockouts, but like survival week, ranking week. This was a great format to kind of showcase some of these teams. And they really stepped up. You saw how leveled up they got. All of the teams, if they just had a couple more games, like who knows what could have happened.
Yeah, especially for that double round robin that we've had, I think it was a pretty scary spot to be in for some of the teams here because they had to fight against Nongshim, they had to fight against Gen.G. Yes, they got dominated, but the experience that they got from here would really propel them up, especially for the next things that are coming.
Yeah. And actually, that's the most exciting part, right? In the next season, what's going to happen? These teams are going to be definitely, they're going to learn from these mistakes. Some of them might be a little angry and they might play a little bit more aggressively. They're going to be definitely stronger going into that and then really level up. And who knows what could happen at that point?
Yeah, that's the question, though. I mean, we still don't know what's going to happen yet here for some of our teams, but kind of exciting. Honestly, Holler, I'm really excited in what is going to happen moving forward here for some of the teams. So I hope they still are complete by the time we go in for that next season, for that next step for our squads. But for now, we're really focused on who's going to be going to the KWC. First is Nongshim RedForce. Congratulations to them for taking the spot. But we still have one more team that we have to root for tomorrow, so don't forget to watch that.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting one, right? I think at the end of the day, just kind of, if you want to watch a stomp, that's the one to watch. Let KME show how Gen.G does it. I think, to be honest, I think that they're going to be really, some of the other teams might not be as ready. Because, again, Nongshim have seen Gen.G throw out these drafts, and they were able to kind of just, play against them, get used to it before. But going in blind, you might really struggle against this matchup.
Yeah, just thinking about it first, though. I mean, tomorrow they're going to be playing. Gen.G could be watching while they're playing tomorrow. So it's morning for us. So they're going to be waking up, going to be seeing the battles between members of KMW. Then the problem here is KMW doesn't have time to prepare because they need to first think about who they're going to be fighting. Then they have to think about Gen.G next. So
you sound like a KMW apologist at this point.
No,
it is what
I'm just saying, because I think it's for sure going to be an east side spot.
Yeah, for
just
sure,
because
for
of
sure.
that. Yeah.
For sure. No chance at this point. I mean, look, I think that if Gen.G might be doing themselves favors if they don't watch the KM West, because you're just seeing a whole bunch of scrubs play it out, and you might actually brain rot. You know what I mean?
That is true. That is true. Honestly, it's going to be a lot of challenge here for most of our teams. So this is going to be really hard for them to do so. But again, Gen.G Esports will be the ones going for that last call for tomorrow. But for now, it's going to be Nongshim RedForce who's going to be winning. I think it's going to be you casting for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I will be with Phil / Yumis on that one going into this. He's going to be bringing in the West experience. But yeah, so let's see how it goes. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one to go into this one. But again, we're going to find out who even plays into that series. Again, who's going to be second place? But again, really no chance at the end of the day. And for the record, all jokes aside, I think it's going to be a great series. But I want to be very, apologetic at this point because my tag is still there. If it was like Kins or something like that, I would continue on this tirade. But I have to stop her at this moment.
Oh man, they're seeing our tags right here at the bottom, which is really
afraid, actually.
Okay. But again, look at this, everyone. This was today's matches. It was a 3-1 for Gen.G and a 3-1 for Nongshim RedForce. Congratulations again for Nongshim RedForce for taking the spot, and Gen.G was the team who takes the spot here for the last call for tomorrow.
Yeah, and it looks like it was just, here are the champions, right? The Major East League qualifies for the KWC, where there's a $3 million USD prize pool at stake. There will be 18 teams from all the different leagues to kind of qualify for this one, and your KME champions representatives will be, of course, Nongshim RedForce. But tomorrow, the last call, Gen.G, they will be going up against Inter team here from KMW. It will be the second place team, the No Chance team.
No Chance team? I mean, they're going to be having at least a bit of a break, which is okay. They're going to be fighting at 8 p.m. But Gen.G are ready. They're going to be eating chips while they're watching the games for KMW tomorrow. So they're going to be well prepared against them. So they're going to have no chance on the west side.
Yeah, no chance on this one. But it looks like that's going to be it for us. Dash, any final words for our viewers?
Honestly, thank you very much to everybody who followed us and also watched with us. This grand finals has been so fun. The Major East especially. I know it's ended, but there's still a lot of things that you could watch here, everybody. We still have one more tomorrow, so don't forget to watch that.
that nothing stays the same in time.